I should really start the stream on the stream starting soon screen.
Tell you what, if someone's offended by my use of the word retard, they can write me a well-written letter without spelling mistakes as to why they're offended.
Who did that again? Oh yeah, Bethesda, with the fucking, the 76 thing. Before I switch tabs, camera check, anyone? Or am I just gonna have you on funny image today?
Oh yeah, I'll load up, hold on. Hold up, chap, I'm loading up. Where is it? Where is the thing? Where's the camera thing? D&D, Frost Campaign.
Dan accidentally turned on his feet cam.
How do you know I have one?
All you need to do is just point it down.
My gaming feet. Hair looks good. Cool. Right.
Bald.
Bald. I did my
User
name.
in your channel timed out.
Gronk.
We can't start now. Gronk's gone.
Poor bastard.
Uh, 165. Alright. Alright, Alright, no Greg, and Henry is...
Accosted.
I'm gonna drive over his house right now.
Henry.
Actually, we'll let it chill for a bit. I dropped frames for a couple of seconds. I don't know why this happens every time.
Alarm.
You prefer YouTube or Twitch?
Twitch.
User entered your channel.
The streaming soon screen is on, but like all the audio is still.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to not have it so I can scratch my balls in peace. That's my camera's not even down there. I'm not sure why I would care.
We haven't got balls, Kev.
Now you need balls, Cam. You need like animated VTuber balls.
Animated balls,
Oh.
yeah. Ferret balls, there you go.
I don't know. Gronk posted in our anime chat. There's apparently a vor-based VTuber.
Well, how does that even work?
She has like an
Do you eat the
animated
chat
stomach
members? Like...
and like a very detailed like mouth cam or something.
Oh, like you're being eaten. Jesus
Yeah, and then
Christ.
an animated stomach that can extend.
Oh, like based on bits? Jeez. The extents people go to. I don't know.
The artist Meat Canyon, whenever he streams, he has a fake foot cam that he drew himself, I think, and animated. So it just looks like the most disgusting, bloated, wart-covered foot. It's just
like an ingrown toenail as
Yeah.
well. Like... Oh. Jeez.
Alright, I think my frames stopped dropping. Voice mod also has a new configuration, so I think I should be able to use certain filters without getting too choppy because of the fan in the background. Hopefully.
Is it a hot one today?
Yeah, according
Relatively from what we've been having recently.
to 70 degrees Fahrenheit.
Hmm.
Which in terms of... Actually, can I change that? I can.
Not very hot at all.
Is it like 20 something?
Well, for me... Yeah, it's 22.
22. Yeah. Oh, I wasn't too far off.
For me, this room is
50.
81.
Ooh.
Well, my room's always like 10 degrees hotter than the ambient because
Because the
it's
PC. Yeah.
the PC and poor
my
ventilation.
thermometer has a button. Change units. It is 27 degrees Celsius.
Pat would be boiling.
Yeah, 27. That's pretty hot. Yeah.
That's why I have a fan directly on.
I'm waiting for the fall weather. Where is it?
Where's that crispy
I think
air?
the first day of fall is like next Sunday.
It's the 21st, I believe. That's Saturday.
Hell yeah. Gonna step out, crunchy leaf. Like, yeah.
I just want to wear jeans, dude. I can anyways, but you know, like...
I still wear them, but I'm indoors.
Feeling
on
the
the job.
consequences.
I'll just start reading the recaps. Hopefully Henry jumps back in by the time we finish. Otherwise, no soup for you. And then I'll start the treadmill. Alright. 165. We're starting with Dan. 165 runesmithing is due on the 9th of October. Today's in-game date, according to that whiteboard, is the 7th. Dirt gets us to Muirskull just in time to meet the us humanoids ancient golden dragon. Ratkilla and Horsebreaker take on the world with no help whatsoever. In the shadow of the mountain, the nickel and diming dragon awaits, followed by a very, very expertly crafted image that says, "How do you do, fellow fresh bloods? I, a freshly faced and youthful elf man," ignore the dragon, the spider lower half, am looking for adventures and for the first time ever. Ignore my 500 million gold sword. Next is Andrew's. Why the fuck do I still have stream mode on? B ellipses. That's Andrew. 165. Fucking Smurfs matchmaking, I swear. Gliug decides to make believe. He spelled believe wrong too. Wow, he's going full retard.
My excuse is if I did that early in the morning, I was tired, and if I did it late at night, I was also tired.
With 3 members
What time
becoming.
is it listed, though?
It's 3 p.m.
Okay.
Ooh.
He's tired,
No,
don't worry.
what?
With-
Tired.
With 3 members becoming not furries, winterwolves. Laszlo's face is terrifying until he retards the new blood. Damn, Andrew had this coming.
He knew
The
retard would be a
retard, yeah.
topic.
4D chess, fellas. 4D.
This guy's at least got 90 IQ.
It has nothing to do with the fact that he uses the word so much that it loses all meaning.
No. So we're building for this.
Holy shit! I just found a wrapper for a warhead in my pocket.
Be it.
Oh, it's just the wrapper.
Oh.
It's no candy.
Paper.
My hubris got ahead of me there. Don't eat wrappers.
What if it was actually rice paper?
It probably would have melted in the wash. These pants probably went through at least like 5 wash cycles since I last washed them.
Or candy should be wrapped in rice paper.
We'll get to that hurdle never because America loves plastic. Along the way, we make 2 new friends in an effort to not anger the HDIC.
User in your channel timed out.
Perfect timing. We take them under our proverbial wing. We proceed to traumatize them. Laszlo, feeling compelled to really challenge the fellas, attacks us with a tree, using a high-level spell to turn a coniferous tree into a direwolf. Ultimately, the LARPing Lord is not impressed
User entered your channel.
and requires us to melt the flying ice prick, who almost popsicled Dauntless. If Gronk is going to keep doing that, I am just going to move him to a different channel because I don't like the notification of the lady keep telling me that.
It's moving there.
Which one should I move him to? Tomb? Anal Week?
Put him in the tube. Put him in anal week. Get him. I don't know. Like,
User was moved out of your channel.
He's an Anal Week.
I'm here. I got the kids came though, but they're gonna leave soonish.
Gun to your
Hello.
head.
you got the
How are
max
you gonna
health.
roll your dice if they leave?
I can roll the dice by myself.
Yeah. Mm.
Like a peasant?
The kid just
They're
goes,
already
no,
around
no, no, no.
I'll be here.
Lead us.
Can't
I'll
roll without
do
us.
it.
I do it.
Hey, you
He
gotta
said it.
stop yelling at them though,
Why?
because
very
they're
nice.
right there.
Hi, y'all.
Hello.
Child.
Hello,
Uh,
fellow human.
Next one
Please help
is...
us.
This is Smalix. 165 New Game Plus. Oh yeah, it is kind of... You're just going back to the
Ed.
old area and beating up the level
Ed.
3 quests. What does this
Said
kid do?
hi.
Hi.
Hello,
Oh my
child.
god! I thought. I'm
Dude,
sorry.
he's
Hold
helping
on.
you
Let me.
recap, Adam.
Let me mute my mic. My bad.
Laszlo's tries networking. Fellow applicants are dumbfounded by his natural charisma. The admin pumps the brakes on bringing tutorial NPCs to the endgame. It wouldn't be the first time. You guys wanted to bring Fug to the fucking Alpha Strike mission anyways. It's probably die immediately because he doesn't have a blessing.
His head just fucking.
Yeah, you'd fucking... His head would fucking explode.
I don't feel so good.
Smart.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. I don't speak school.
Forget about it. Ah!
The League is asked to kill another dragon, teeing up Dauntless's redemption arc. The next one is my Rat Lord invitation that no one responded to. Next one is Pat and Henry's.
Wary.
For some
That
reason, your
stinks.
guys, I still don't know why your names don't get censored, but this is Pat's 165. Zen, forgetting to change out of his old lady disguise, is wrapped into one of Laszlo's crazy schemes. All of this just to speak to the true Dragon Daddy. I wish you wouldn't have used that word.
You had you for that, and then you were like, "Oh, I'm sickened by Pat."
Miss Longbeard is forced to join the Winter Wolves. Confused all the LARPers as to why an aged person was in the presence. You spelled it with Q. Pat, stop it! The leak and bees carry 2 noobs on the tutorial quest. The bees add another notch to their kill count. Are you counting that?
No.
Okay. Someone scrub all the VODs. In the most roundabout method, the League gets the quest from true... I'm not reading that. And it's to kill his obnoxious nephew. Not all dragons are related, Pat.
There's so few of them. They have to.
You
cut-
know
they have
all
some
dragons.
common ancestor.
Well, one is
Not that
chromatic
many.
and the other one's metallic, so it's a little bit different. Speaking of which,
I
just...
think you should go back and read that bullet word for word as
Ah.
Pat wrote it.
Instead, I'll let you in on a little secret. Hua Long in Chinese or Mandarin, or whatever, Long, Luong, with 2 O's, is just the word dragon. So your last name is just Chinese for dragon, Douglas. Last one is Henry's. 165, David versus Golith. A tale passed down through generations was retold in the Frost campaign. However, things did not work out for David this time. 3 wolves decided that the hunger they carried was greater than the pain they could receive from a giant ape, so with a pit that was formed in their bellies due to hunger and pack tactics, they attacked. They did not count on the health pool that the giant ape had. After a couple of bites, their fearless wolves went down. Conclusion, don't fuck with King Kong. Followed by Gronk posting, Hasbro CEO says all of his mates are using AI for their D&D games, which is apparently a clear signal that we need to embrace it. Great.
You need to embrace the method that then creates more work for us because we have to fix all the mistakes the computer makes.
Exactly.
Yep.
All right, so
This guy gets it.
let me just throw this candy wrapper away real quick.
Yeah, you ate that thing.
It's not real, Dan. All right, so just a quick thing. You did help out with those 2 kind NPCs whose stories will be probably lost to time because they realistically will not accomplish as much as the League.
You never know.
You could make fine brain helmets.
First off, let's go ahead and start the treadmill.
You look like if you were in like a apocalypse film, like zombie apocalypse, and this is the headband.
I got a knife too. Right over
Shaun of the Dead style.
here. You can show weapons on stream as long as you're not doing something stupid with it. All right, so the date 10/7, October 7th. The League is trying to get their very first of 2 boons from the primordials of this plane, dragons. The other one's going to be from Lolth, who gains immortality by not having any corporeal form to decay, wherein dragons have their immortality coming from infinite lifespans that scale infinitely upwards to the point of ridiculousness. In order to get the dragon boon, you're going to need to go on a quest. Technically speaking, you do need to for Lolth also, but it's a little bit more of a grocery shopping than it is really for a quest. But what is a quest than doing a checklist? So, Icicle Fang, a very prominent young dragon whose territory is the middle, slightly upper middle portion of Valkyrie's Ascent mountain range, close to and overlapping with the Pilgrim's Trail, sorry, the Allfather's Trail, that leads to the very tip top of the mountain, which is now destroyed. So realistically speaking,
Okay, we know the guy who did it, so
yeah. But realistically, now that that area is no longer occupied by humans, and realistically speaking, Dovey probably took all of his shit and left as soon as he was done there, that area might now be occupied by our good pal, I say pal in quotes, Icicle Fang. So, he might not necessarily be where you last saw him, and that means, I mean, you flagged him down last time, so you could potentially, but we'll see. As you move towards this quest, your quest giver, the venerable and well-disguised ancient gold dragon, the Fenris of the Winterwolves clan.
You missed a word after dragon.
Hmm?
Missed a word after dragon.
Dragon what?
He's not gonna say it.
I'm not gonna say it.
Pressure.
It's only been the first. What are we time-wise? Hold on.
it seems
16
like
minutes.
Like the only alternative is for us to say it as much as possible, and that'll have to do.
I feel like you're trying to force it too much. Says I, the guy who's usually instigating it. But Ortier is giving you guys a quest to slay Icicle Fang. This is not something he would normally give to fresh bloods, as the combat prowess differential between a fresh blood under most normal circumstances versus a young white dragon would be sending them to their deaths. However, using your title as members of the League, you have coerced the dragon in disguise to giving you a quest normally isolated for his higher-ups. And should you fail to do your assignment, that would be incredibly embarrassing.
Okay.
As I sip on my tea, the
Zapped
League...
over to Solholm, that's what happened, right?
Say what?
We zapped over to Solholm at the end of the last session, right?
Yeah. Yep. It's the morning of the 7th. Yeah.
Okay. Did we have small things we needed to do before we set off on this quest? Did we need to check in with people?
We have to do all of the small things.
There's nothing on my end that I needed to pick up.
We talked to.
Cold potion would probably help. If
Okay.
it was up beforehand, I would think so.
Okay. Did we have anything to talk to Summerwatch with? I mean, we could talk to him.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the only boon he needs realistically is the brain shield one, right?
I mean, aren't these all brain shield ones? That
We
I
could
don't know.
just show up to the dragon fight with a big fuck off ship.
And him destroy the ship.
Run it
Maybe.
into him. Kinetic force.
yeah, that's mundane damage. The ship is immune to.
Exactly.
Sure, they hit the second dragon.
Oh god, I didn't even think of the implication.
Happy
Oh yeah,
September,
a couple of days
Americans.
after,
I don't know how much we got to roll for this, but like one of the things I would like, I think we said we won't maybe do is just pass on some info to the Jarl, basically on the Blood Skull. That basically the sanitized version of what we learned, that the shaman and the army they're building aren't conventionally killable, but if you can neutralize the shaman, you basically neutralize the entire force they're building, should that ever... Does that sound like something we could do?
Just kill the immortal guy.
I use the
put it
word
in a
neutral.
box. Well, you could go tell Elamir, I guess.
You decapitate him and stick his head in the box.
Rapitated him. You could do, yeah. That's, you probably want to talk to the Jarl and Elamir, say that court wizard. If you want to do that. Other than that, and some frost resistance potions, I think that'd be enough.
Do they make frost resistance potions?
Did you make them?
I mean, can we? Is that a thing that the game lets you do?
None of you are alchemists, so no.
I think
You can't make
Callus
them.
can. Callus is in Callus's wheelhouse to make potions, as far as I remember. But we could always try to procure stuff along the way. I don't know what that would entail.
Ben is proficient in the herbalism kit. He's just been too dumb to use it.
Unfortunately, poultices of that kind aren't the same as the kinds that you make
Oh,
with
yeah,
alchemy.
herbalism was healing, right?
Yeah, that's healing potions, and then you need alchemist kit for basically everything else, and then there's also poisoner's kit. So there's technically speaking 3
Long
different kits. Which makes sense, kinda. You know, one of them's for harming, the other one's for helping, the other one's for also helping, but in a different way. But we
So do
also
you wanna
you also
go
need
to
the
the,
ingredients too, so.
Did you want to go to the Jarls, get that sorted first, Varys?
I'll
Get
see
that-
why would it
yeah.
hurt.
'Cause then we can solve the unknown of how we're going to get frost potion. Cool. Yeah. If it's the morning DM, would we be able to all get ready for the 8 a.m. line? Meet up there.
You can certainly stand in line. It's the court custom to stand in line, waiting for people to get their audience. Farmers asking for help with crops, poor valued seeds being distributed, bandits attacking and ransacking the ranches, small domestic disputes between wives and husbands, family members, neighbors about property lines, and all sorts of other mundane things that are clearly beneath the league, but you must wait in line lest you be seen as uncouth.
By the way, I keep forgetting. I take off the disguise.
Okay.
I keep forgetting.
Guys, Zen has been here this whole time. I
Oh
can't
my
believe
god!
it.
You see
the
him
hell?
take
We all
off the
jump.
wig.
We all collectively do like a jump back. Like what?
Where'd Grandma go?
Zen, there was this old lady that was following us the whole time.
She was a
did you
new
see that where she
member and
went?
everything.
So who is going to be the person who goes to the podium? As
Probably that Varys guy, I would wager, because if you wanted to, you brought it up.
I'll take the lead since it was my.
There you go.
Everyone in the league except for Varys does the not it nose poke, and Varys goes up to the podium.
Okay. Just wanted to report in on a matter the league messaged you on a little while ago about a situation in the West. I don't know if you want me to lay it all out in this public forum, or you want to. This is a discussion we want to have. Little further back, away from. Is this in that big public space?
This is a very big public area. It is a long.
Everybody,
Yeah,
the
there's
army of undead is.
there's a minimum of at least 35 to 40 people here, including yourselves, audience members, the government officials, and etc. So yeah, this is very opposite of private.
So yeah, I don't divulge everything here. I basically say, hey, that matter we messaged you guys a little while ago. We have a small update that we wanted to share, just in case.
Rather than having you dispense with potentially sensitive information regarding an undead army horde and an undying orc man, you'll be asked to essentially put it in writing and give it to the steward.
Okay, so I do that. I give the most. I divulge everything that does not involve otherworldly, not ethereal, astral squids from the astral plane and Loki being hidden under the mountain. I basically say, hey, this guy has got some pretty powerful magic, but he's the only guy in that camp who's got actual magic. Him and the golems he's making are not conventionally killable, but if you can neutralize the shaman in some other way, it effectively neutralizes this entire army. It's an ongoing investigation, but we don't have an exact solution yet, but this just so you have all the pieces we have at the moment, more or less.
Handing over the parchment to Steward Elamir, you are given a very brief nod of the head as to not arise any suspicions regarding what could potentially be behind that parchment, and you are dismissed. Whether or not the armies of the Jarl and this country could come up to the same power levels as an undead orc who read the cover page of a story of how to become immortal, we will probably have to leave that in the background for what I deal with that off screen.
We did everything we could, short of actually dealing with it.
Besides that, what other sole home business before you ascend the mountain once more? You might even be retracing your old steps.
Probably consulting someone that knows more about alchemy. Be one of the
Eugene,
university. Yeah.
Eugene's the guy.
Ask him to be like, hey, we would like this because we're going to do that. And if you don't have that, where would we find such a reagent? Probably be the lines of this conversation. Yeah, could we head over to the university, DM?
You certainly could. At this time of day, there's a good chance he might be in session.
Okay, well...
we've got the racehorse room that we can hang out in.
The racehorse room. Is it possible, are there, like, people within the university that, not like an errand boy, but, like, we can say to inform them when they're out of lessons that we want to meet in, like, the lunchroom and have a chat, or in his classroom?
Realistically speaking, the only person who would fall into that category would probably be Caesar, the janitor.
Okay,
The professors don't exactly have assistants of that kind, and even if they did, they might be assisting with the lessons.
Okay, so what time is it now? How long would it have taken us to sort of have Varys write that note?
You would have walked out of the Jarl's Longhouse at about 9 a.m.
Okay, we'll head over. You're probably in lesson right now. We'll wait till like break time. So, well, yeah, racehorse room until like in between classes, I guess.
The next break comes in the form of the lunch hour. At noon to 1 o'clock, students and faculty are let out, and there's a long concession going towards the mess hall. As you go down there, you can see that the professors have a special line to themselves, like those people who go to Disneyland and pay extra money to get in line first. They get through, passing by all the students, giving them the old howdy doody, and ho look at you waiting in line as I walk forward.
Schmucks! Okay. Sure, I guess one of us would go up and be like, excuse me, Master Eugene. Do you have a spare 5 minutes whenever you've eaten to chat to the League?
Alongside the other professors who, along the gaggle of older gentlemen that do make up this university's higher up staff, you are greeted by many nods and howdies and hellos from other professors besides Master Eugene. Master Summerwatch is elsewhere, but normally would be amongst them.
He's the boss. He can.
With a little nod and a flick of his wrist, the other professors go ahead and go towards the mess hall, reserving their table in the back left of the room as per usual, and one of them motions towards Master Eugene to get along, little doggy, kind of thing. If you guys understand what that means. But as he is sitting here, or standing rather, near the entrance to the mess hall, the League crowding around him, many of the students, having never seen a large spider creature before, are all gawking.
I tell you, or of calm if they get close enough.
Some of them that are...
Guys, you've seen me before! I just have a different lower half!
Roll a d20 for every character.
Well, some of the students are outside of the radius, so they're not all... They can gawk all they want. Point, jeer, some of them making some of them making the it's not real chicken face. But
Cool.
as that continues on, with a little nod of exercising authority, Master Eugene kind of tells the little whippersnappers to stand
It
in
is chicken.
stand in line and quit gawking. You'd stare too if you had such a huge ass. I don't know.
Well, true.
Look at that ass. How can you not stare?
How might I help you?
Us, the League, are
Mhm.
going to be beating up Ice Cold Fang, and we need some ice resistance potions. I was wondering if you potentially had some, or new reagents that we could go and get and make our own.
Very straightforward. First of all, thank you for being so blunt so I can get to my meal post-haste. To answer your question, I have 3 immediately made, and as for the reagents, they are not particularly hard to come across in this country. You could honestly go out, run around the corner, and go between an alleyway, and probably find one of the 2 ingredients just tripping over it. But to answer your question, I have 3 already made.
How much would that cost us to purchase from you?
Labor costs and ingredients? Let's call it 200 apiece.
Okay, I will give you 600 GP right now. There you go.
I don't have them on my person, but I give you permission to go into my office. You can find them very well categorized on a shelf on the right-hand side of the wall, if that's not too much of an inconvenience. I do have a meal to get to.
Sure. And what were the 2 ingredients that we could possibly look out for?
Ah, I'm glad you asked. Player character Dan.
Breaks the fourth wall, stares into the camera.
Let me just go to my section with ingredients. According to my thingamajigs, that type of potion would be considered a tier above 0. 1 second.
Tier 1.
Could potentially be player character Pat. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. Buffs of that sort would be classed under... Oh, tier 2, actually. Those are resistance tier potions. So, if we look at the chart, you could get a variety of buff 2s. Stone Toss, which is not a rock, by the way. It's just a type of rock that grows underneath. Sorry, it's a type of plant that grows in heavy rocky areas. Little Hermes, processed, can be buff 2. Lotus Root, very straightforward, that one. That's a real life thing. Silver Cap...
grow over here.
Silver Cap mushrooms also have... Oh, sorry, that's debuff 2, excuse me. But processed Silver Cap mushrooms have buff 3. Fire Ferns, very popular, buff 2. Sea Foam mushrooms, also buff 2. Fireborn Stalk, also buff 2. Iron Bark Sap, very rare, buff 3. And then you just need one other ingredient that has either buff 1 or buff 2, which includes garlic, regular garlic, lavender, the purple stuff. All the ingredients I already listed. Sapphire Moon has buff 1. Cat's Eye, the plant, an actual cat's eye. And Haka Berries.
Ackerberries. Is that what the group already have to use for their
Their addiction.
clan, their Scarred Flesh clan?
No,
addictions?
those are essentially betel nuts.
Betel nuts. So it's Fire Fern, Fireborn Root, Ironbark Sap. What was the other one in between those? There was Gem something?
The what now? Sapphire Moon? Can you say?
Sapphire Moon.
Yeah, that's buff
But in
1.
between Fire Fern and Fireborn Root, there was something you said.
Sea Foam
Sea
mushrooms.
Fern, that's it, yeah.
You can guess where they're growing here.
Okay.
Yes, my ass.
Would I ask? Thank you for that information. Would there be any folks locally that will sell any of these items, the reagents?
The reagents are not sold raw by any means, and they don't have a designated shop for that kind of thing, specifically in Solholm. You can go elsewhere, and they might have an alchemy or herbalist shop around, but
Okay.
in Solholm directly, it is, generally speaking, because the Solholm University takes care of a large amount of the alchemical processes that go throughout, not just Master himself, but his more senior students also are essentially put to work making potions for the city. Technically speaking, it would be the students, the more senior students, that is,
Gotcha.
who go out into the wilds as part of their assignments, looking for ingredients to make potions. So, there are many students you could ask for assistance, but realistically speaking, you would have to go elsewhere.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thank you for that. Fellas, are there any other potions you'd like to purchase? If do you have any more of those experimental healing potions? They were quite a jaunt to use.
We get those from the kids, right?
Yeah.
Those are from the sophomores and freshmen.
The only thing I would like to consider is it is a flying dragon that gains cover in storms. Do we have, or Laszlo, me and you got to put our brains together here and see if we got something that could like lock him down.
Oh, I have Earthbind as a spell, but yeah,
Okay, no, perfect.
might not even be in the air. Who knows? But yeah, that's something I have.
Very well. You've given the man money, but you are currently potionless.
Potions. You can't handle my potions. I'm eating lunch. Let's go get the potions. We'll go get the potions.
It's burger day. So, you walk over to Master Eugene, his office.
Yep. Yeah.
Which-
We can
which
pop
is
in
all-
there. And... Is it down the hall and to the left?
Into the alchemy building you go, clearly labeled sign of the professor's office, which is also his workshop. It's got all-in-one, and his office consists of lots of different alchemical ingredients, the appropriate tools for such a thing, and large amounts of literature, some of which is published by himself. The shelf that he is pointing you guys towards is very large and accompanies approximately 1/2 of the eastern wall of this room. There are many potions here on display, besides the ones that you actually paid for. The frost resistance potions are clearly labeled and give off a distinctive white-blue hue to them. The aura about them is sparkly, but not necessarily cold. In fact, it's supposed to do the opposite and make you feel not as cold when struck with cold.
Okay.
As you open
I
the
say-
cabinets,
I say to the fellas, I got my little ring on, so I've got ice resistance. So out of the lot here, take them. Take the ones you want. Whoever needs them.
Who is going to need them?
Hello. I'm back.
Hello, hey man.
What up,
I've wrote a load of notes down. We've gone to Master Eugene and we've bought 3 ice resistance potions, and I've got all the reagents that are available for buff 2 to make more. So when we're out and about, we can find that, and you can do alchemy stuff, right? don't know if
I
you make
can.
potions.
I am
Yeah.
an alchemy
Yeah. So
connoisseur, yes.
do you have any reagents on you currently? Out of
I
curiosity?
have a shit ton because I am an alchemist. I have.
What do you have? Do you have fire fern with you?
I have 1 fire fern,
Okay.
7 sun kiss,
Does Sunkiss work,
8
Adam?
midnight lover.
Sunkiss is heal 2, buff 3 processed.
Yes.
Okay. So that could be used to make a potion of frost resistance, maybe, if it's got buff, or does it have to be a buff 2?
You can do anything below the given tier, but
Okay.
if you're using a tier 3 to make a tier 2, you're kind of using, like, high quality ingredients to make a cheeseburger.
Sure.
I
So,
ain't fucking gonna lie though. Those
Okay.
Wagyu burgers be looking bomb though.
1, 2.
Did someone say a bomb on 9/11? Okay, well, it's not
Well,
9/11.
So
It's
we've
not-
got
it's not
we've
far
already
fetched.
got
There's a kid that
3.
said that. He said he was gonna blow up.
Oh.
Gonna get big.
It also occurred.
He got arrested.
It also occurs to me that when I went to the 9/11 ceremony, literally none of the people in the Scouts
The hell is this?
were alive for
old enough.
9/11.
Yeah, I was just about to say. Aren't they like
There's
2?
some like giant.
I see the photo of the 2 beams of light that they send up from the war memorial part.
How did that get in here?
So in conclusion, we're still not on the way to kick the dragon ass.
No, no,
Hold
no.
on,
We've
I'll be
so
right
what we've done is we've gone to the Jarl and informed them of the necromancer and all their nefarious stuff and how to deal with them. Varus did that, and then we've headed over at noon, so middle of the day, to pick up some potions and ask questions. If you've got a fire fern, all we need to do is get a piece of lavender or a piece of
I have-
garlic.
A singular fire.
Yeah, which means we can have 4 potions total. I've got a ring of ice resistance, so I'm fine. So that should be a potion for everyone.
Here's the other thing that I was thinking about while I was fighting the Guatemalan basically
Legal
Geico
system?
of
Oh.
no Geico. Should we start asking all of our alchemist friends to start pumping out like huge and
Huge
probably gonna-
potions. That
Yeah, huge potions.
could do. Yeah.
We should.
I mean, we literally just spoke to one, so if you want to go, like, just say, hey, I put Aura in.
Hey, Eugene, my man, my oh no.
He's doing sidewalking. Adam, what the hell? How's he doing that? So I just really freaked me out. I was watching Adam, he just went sideways on the treadmill.
There are very few things, though, that are tier 4 healing. So the ingredients are incredibly rare, such
We might
as
have to find some.
the blood of a hydra.
I was just about to say that's one of them.
Dang. Well, yeah, if you want to do that, go for it. But
Well, I'm not the one with messaging spells that we can get.
well, we're
across
literally in.
continent.
I
We
don't have
can
it
get
prepared.
our tomorrow or whatever, or a day. What's not. Adam loves when we call
you-
him not his real name.
Satyr?
Yeah. Yeah, Satyr. Not Igith. Twigith. Yeah, that's his name. That's his actual name.
It took you like 3 seconds to crumble and say it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm just. It's just.
I don't
It was
need
just a
it.
thought.
I don't need.
It was just a thought that. Well, while I was there, I was just like, huh,
Yeah.
as these guys are, arguing about me coming back to the fucking country again for no fucking reason,
Yeah.
we should really just message all of our alchemist friends and be like, hey, can you pump out really high-end potions? Thank you, love you.
Well, we've got one here, Master Eugene, so we can sort that. Would we have been able to have, for brevity's sake, say that Cal is putting an order for something?
It might
you
not
wanna do?
necessarily be the most high-end potion because the ingredients are so rare. Best case scenario, you could get the superiors getting done, but supremes you might need to do a side quest to get a tier 4 healing ingredient. They don't exactly grow on trees.
I don't. Here's a DM though. I'm just like.
That's
have-
tier 4
come
might
back.
need a quest. Okay.
All right. Yeah, it was just a thought that
Okay.
I forgot to put it in our channel. That
No problem, no
Adam
problem.
is excluded.
I feel
I think we should bring
oppressed.
him in. I think we
No,
should bring
fuck
him in.
no. Of course
now.
not.
And
How
just
dare
censor
you?
everything. I had to open the windows hoping this giant bee leaves.
I'll add him right now and then immediately kick him out.
Don't do that. It'll tease him.
I'll just
okay, yeah,
hit
so a
screen
tier
cap
4.
on everything.
Got him. What if it's just empty? What if he never speak of it? It's not even real.
He
So
invites
tier
me
4
to
might
a
need a side
empty chat.
quest. Like...
So like
Why is that
things
like
that
rat fucker.
So heal 3, Troll's blood, a little bit easier to come by. Hydra's blood is tier 4. And mostly everything else is a heal 2 or below.
It's just
So
Hydra's blood is the thing
Hydra's
we need.
blood is
Hydra's blood or Troll's blood.
Okay, so yeah.
It might just be over preparation for on my end, just because I want to keep everyone alive. But
It's a good idea.
Who wants to be alive?
Okay, I've just wrote a note so like might need a side quest to get Hydra's or Troll's blood, which will then need to be prepped by Satyr or Eugene.
But you will get
Awesome.
them in much larger quantities than what you usually do when you go to a shop for the first time, especially because they'll usually have like 1 or 2 that not many people can even afford to buy in the first place, and them creating new ones after you guys just bought them does take obviously time and ingredients that they might not necessarily have access to. But if you do go on a quest for one of these ingredients, be them troll's blood or hydras, you will get significantly larger quantities than like 1 or 2 from a potion shop. So
Does it have to be that? Because I know there's
What do
different
we-
type of hydras, right?
Sorry, I
There's
was,
that the one that Hercules fought, and there's the other ones.
Well,
Does it
Lamina?
have to be a specific one? Yeah, that one. Does it have to be that specific one, or can it be any hydra? It has to be a hydra.
that'll be up to the in-game knowledge of the character and not of Hercules,
Herculad.
the Roman dude.
Hey Adam, do you want to press space right there on your space bar? Or who's rolling this? Am I rolling it? Is it my knowledge? Because I brought it up.
You're not asking. You're the alchemist. What do you want me to roll, Henry? I'll see if Adam.
No, I want Adam to do it because I can
want
see
to-
it on the stream.
do it. Oh
Why,
yeah.
why am I rolling it?
You don't have
It's-
not.
Because I don't
you
have my
dice?
I don't have my dice ready.
Oh, okay. Well, haven't you considered watching the stream? And
I am
look-
watching that. That's why I'm telling you. Hit that space bar, click on that D20, and drag it
All right.
out.
So
and then-
if this rolls really well, and it's not for Henry rolling it, but it's still virtual dice, by
What?
process of never mind.
I'm also gonna give myself a flash of genius, of course. You know.
Well, look, the dice aren't biased towards me because it's not something that I'm trying to get done, but it's that Henry's trying to get done for his character, but I'm rolling for him.
Yes,
So this
yes, yes.
19 that I rolled is unbiased.
But yeah, who gets the bouncy rock money?
You know.
You guys all bought the game, so
Who gets a cut of that?
Obama. I don't know.
All right, so
Please
what's
take
that?
over.
25. What's that?
Obama.
Wisdom. What is this? What is this? Nature.
This would be nature, and hydras are not
They're
real.
abominations, right?
They're monstrosities, so they're considered
Same kind of deal.
not necessarily
Evil.
abominations. And,
Evil.
well, monstrosities.
Discussion we're having about, I kind of tuned out.
So Henry was wondering about getting tier 4 items so we can make supreme healing potions or get alchemists to do it. Not directly now, but like, you know.
Once.
I know we were missing one cold potion, but like this sounds like going to find a Hydra to kill a
No,
dragon.
not now. But like
Okay.
he's got enough fire fern. I just asked what reagents he had, so he can make another one along the way. Then everyone will have a potion that needs one.
So just for context, I was just thinking about like when we actually have to go fight the the meatball, so we can have healing, and you know we hopefully can all come back from the suicide mission.
Some kind of supreme mission squad.
I
Dun, dun,
hope
dun,
that's
dun,
okay.
Dun. You know, you just
Yeah, so that's what the context is on that. So.
solo
So-
Paragon.
With a huge nature check from Kalos, not Henry,
The non-nature boy, of course.
you remember, maybe it was one during listening in on one of Master Eugene's lessons, or maybe you read it in a book somewhere, but the knowledge comes to you like a eureka. There are many different subspecies of Hydra, and not all of them have the capacity to regrow their heads. The one that you're looking for is specifically a Lernian Hydra. The other ones are just, they have the same overall shape with the multiple heads, but if you cut one off, it's just gonna fucking sit there like a stump.
Why is his head not growing back?
It's
Is that
not-
an Leurnin? Like
There's-
the,
Lernian is learn, like I learned how to spell, but you removed the A. And then Neon.
Mhm.
Yeah. But they are very hard to come by in this neck of the woods, specifically in this hemisphere of the world. It's easier to find them in more temperate climates, such as Indominus. Basically anywhere that it's not super cold, actually. So, yeah.
Spit out that knowledge.
You could- You could also go for trolls as well, if you wanted a tier 3 for the healing. Those are actually very easy to come by. You can actually just go to Valkyrie's Ascent to the north. You'll probably trip over one, honestly.
Does that still allow for supreme potions?
That's a tier 3, so that would be for superiors. If you wanted to make a large amount of superiors, you could go kill a troll. It's easier to come by and less dangerous than a Hydra, but the ratio of cost efficiency and potency, yeah, so.
Well, thank you for that information, Carlos.
Of course. And I have to go poop, and I'm really talk to the kids. I'll be back.
He doesn't have a poop bucket.
Dang. Well, that was all the stuff.
Mom, get the bucket.
So he's got fire fern. We just need to get. I'll go to cauliflowers and just a garlic.
They do sell garlands of garlic hanging by the windowsill to help them air dry and sun dry, giving them that nice crispy feeling when you remove the skin of it flaking away. It's going to cost you some money, however. You
pay the money.
You got 2 gold pieces.
I have 2 gold. There you go, Mr. Cauliflower. Pleasure doing business with you as
The
always.
garland comes with
yeah.
6 cloves, or not cloves, like the whole, what do they call it, a bulb.
6 bulbs of garlic. And
You only need 1 bulb.
I put that around Callus's neck so he can hold on to it.
The vampires will never get him.
Cool. Fellas, that is all the stuff that we need, I guess. Now what? I look to the group. Want to head out?
Guys, I
You got
think I'm
your-
only 8 followers away from being eligible for a Fivulate. Someone quick, make a bot account.
Godless, do you have your revenge pants on?
I mean, I have the same pair of pants I wear every day.
Revenge filled
never
pants.
watched
They're ready. Well, cool. Are we all ready to rumble?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, are we gonna head out on foot, or do we want to not?
Well, if memory serves, the reason, like, beyond just waving him down, but like the reason the dragon is like going after people is just like easy pickings.
Yeah.
So I think, like, I was joking somewhat before about the crashing the barge into him, but
Sure. So maybe you want to like look like slim pickings, like
I
easy
think that
targets.
would be
like-
easier if we're on foot and not with the giant fuck you ship.
yeah, no, I
Yeah.
get that.
Sure. Okay. Well, let's head out the north gate and walk into this trail you guys talk about so much. You know the way, right? Lars?
Ooh, quite well, actually. We've gone this way.
Cool. All
Few
right.
times.
Well,
I think actually we went this way right before Laszlo got stabbed that one time. So because we had to pass through the what's it called? The Satyr village.
Sonaris.
Yeah, we had to pass through Sonaris.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go.
And the League goes back onto the All-Father's Trail once again. Different motivations this time around, and different season. So there's not nearly as much snowfall, at least around the base of the mountain. Of course, that can change as you go up in elevation, but right now, it's pretty barren, rocky soil. At the time that you're leaving, it's going to be about 10 o'clock. So leaving you with 8 hours of travel, you'll be ending your travel for the day around 6 p.m. That does mean, though, we are going to be doing a descending order encounter rolls, starting with the 20. Any volunteers?
Who wants it?
Sure, I'll do it. I got a D20 right on my desk, actually. I forgot to put it away 2 weeks ago. Alright, and I rolled 4.
Whoa. A major encounter to start off the first day. Let's roll a d8 to see when it occurs.
Okay.
At the 7th hour, I rolled it.
Oh,
So, a major encounter to start off. You get through, and while you're not necessarily within the Valkyrie's Ascent mountain range initially, there are a variety of things that can still happen when still close to the base. Following along the trails, passing by signs familiar to you and unfamiliar now that they're no longer covered in snow, you can see that a variety of signposts were probably buried beneath at least 3 to 4 feet of snow last time you were here, are now exposed to the elements. The trail, much easier to follow this time around, is littered with all sorts of materials left behind by would-be pilgrims on their way up. Old camping supplies torn to shreds by the elements, wayward clothing items lost to winds that have stolen them from their bearers, such as caps and hoods, and a variety of different metal objects, such as kitchen utensils, stirring spoons, and, oddly enough, sometimes a whole iron kettle left behind in the snow that was weighing down the would-be pilgrim on their way up the mountain. In this chance encounter, you come across a very, very well-kept encampment. There's a variety of things here that would be fitting for someone making their way up a mountain. In fact, it appears to be a still lived-in camp. If not for the fact that you can see that there is a decapitated body halfway through the flaps of their tent, crawling outwards as if they are trying to get away from something, but unfortunately did not make it. Judging by the fact that blood is still spurting from the neck stump, this is incredibly fresh.
like the dead body with no head is moving around, or it's just stuck in a position?
Stuck in a position with half of their body still within the tent, and then the other half, as if they were crawling out from their tent, having been decapitated, is still spurting blood in very small trickles, and pooling in an area around their now dead body. Their campfire nearby is still smoldering somewhat. Having not been fed for quite some time, it's not a roaring flame, but is definitely not something that was left unattended not too long ago. Whatever stew was in there, all the water has boiled out and all the contents are beginning to burn, causing an acrid smell of carbonized food to fill the air.
No.
I start making hand gestures of the tent, but like silence gesture with my finger, my mouth.
One syllable.
Respond in the network. We got a network.
Oh yeah, sure. We should probably investigate that.
Sure, yeah. I'm gonna be sneaky. I'm gonna be sneaky.
Did someone say...
I'm gonna lower my form as much as I can and use
I
the
am
terrain.
lacking stealth. I am going to.
Then Daedalus check the body, see if there's anything on it, or like the body.
Do we
itself.
hear anything, or is it just quiet?
Ah, that calls for rolls, Mr. Man. Dice rolls, specifically, not bread
What
rolls.
would you like a perception? Yeah.
I would like a perception, and if you're gonna hide, stealth.
Okay.
I was gonna prep the spell.
You can do all those things. However, let's resolve Dan.
I'm gonna prep a sleep spell.
I got a 15 on the perception,
What?
and I got a 33 on the stealth.
You perceive the area around you, specifically asking for sounds. There are typical woodland sounds that can be heard here at the base of the mountain, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. While there are not any animals that are trouncing around the area like they own the place, due to the fact that this is a relatively well-trafficked area, with a footpath and everything, and people activity causing them to not want to be in the area, there is an almost deathly silence only broken up by the wind that cascades through the mountain range.
Okay.
And you
Right.
slink into the darkness of a nearby coniferous tree, as the rest of your companions are wary of the area around you.
I prep a 3rd level sleep spell. Or, 2nd level sleep.
Very well. Is there anyone who's going to move closer to the decapitated stump?
Maybe the characters with medical knowledge should do that.
Would you say the doctors?
Well, one of them's not a doctor, but
All right, of
Whoa,
course.
whoa, whoa.
I'm also prepping a spell.
why would you need to prep a spell that's an action to cast, though?
Well, in case anything steps out of that tent, we get the drop on him.
All right, if it's that hostile that it cut a head off, why do you want to put it to sleep?
Fine, and can I cancel the spell without losing the slot then?
Unfortunately, no. The fact that you've processed it already means that you basically have it at 99% loading, and that 1% is you waiting for a trigger, so prepping a spell is essentially casting it.
Actually, wait a minute. It's a radius.
Okay.
I just cast sleep on at 7th level on the tent.
Jesus, okay, sure.
Or I'm sorry, not 7th. I'm sorry, it's 78.
Okay.
You don't have a 7th level.
I was about to say, when the fuck did you get
I actually took secret levels.
I also stole from Dan.
So,
Yeah, I nicked his.
35 sleep on the tent.
You cast a dainty Sandman's blanket over the camping area. Anything that was in the area that could have been potentially put to sleep may be affected or otherwise. The dead body, of course, makes no motions to sleeping because he's fucking dead.
It starts snoring. Like, whoa!
Well, that wouldn't be a thing because the snoring comes from the nose
Oh yes, it does.
reverberating, so he would need to have a nose.
After like 5 seconds, I mosey on over to the body. Let's give it a old bend over and cough.
Okay. You gonna cup his balls or something? If you'd like to, make a medicine check. Now, is there anything specifically you're trying to discern from this? Because if you're trying to see if he's dead or not,
Well, clearly he
know,
wants
this guy's
cause of death.
We're gonna go with time of death.
roll dem dice. I almost called you a retard.
Oh my god!
18.
Nice, man.
Due to the freshness of the body, you surmise that this man has only been dead for at most 3 hours.
Alright, I take out my 10-foot pole and just start jabbing it into the tent.
You jab it
Ask
into the
Nautilus
tent,
if
and you're met
the-
with much empty air, occasionally hitting a hard object that is presumably one of the support poles for the tent, causing it to list to one side. It is now leaning.
Alright, I enter the tent.
The individual's bedroll, now soaking from the lower half of it in blood, accompanying his backpack, a couple of walking sticks, a weapon currently still in its sheath, was presumably his short sword, and his boots that he had taken off just moments before his moment of death. A small satchel filled with dried foods and a water skin are all what you see inside of the tent. Of course, there's still the cooking spit just in front of the tent, and the pot that is now currently still burning with carbonized food.
Alright, I grab his backpack and I kind of shout out, like, alright, no murderer in here, unless they're hiding.
I message him in the network. Is the cut on his head is that a clean cut that decapitated him, or does it look like an animal did it?
On the way out of the tent, can I double check that?
Sure. Besides time of death, inspecting his stump, the cleanness of the wound is not exactly surgical precision, but is also not something that would have happened if someone just threw a big boulder at his head. It is somewhere halfway in between, meaning that it was either a chopping motion, like with an executioner's axe, or someone with a very blunted sword. One of the two.
I motion that way, or I motion like chopping to Varys.
Checking the ground. What does foot traffic look like
Oh.
around here?
Make a survival check there, Varys.
While he's doing that, he makes a good point. Can I look down at where the neck is, like the blood splatter?
You want to look at his cross section or something?
Well, if someone decapitated, that's going to leave a lot of blood and possibly a trail.
Yes, it does.
I rolled a 20 total.
Varys gets down on one knee, getting his ear and eyes closer to the ground. Disturbances in the stone are a little bit different than tracking someone in the snow, meaning that it is more difficult. But an expert ranger, level 19,
Strider. There he is.
Strider, this is child's play. Accompanying not only small spatterings of blood, presumably from the assailant, there are divots inside of the pebbles and rocks that denote footfall, unless there was just a very convenient line of meteors that hit the ground light enough that they didn't leave a crater, but just moved rocks in such a way that they look like footprints. So it's either that or
I
footfall.
think this guy's on to something.
They lead off going north by northeast, generally speaking, the way you guys would have been going in the first place. So up the trail. But then suddenly shoot off of the trail and deeper into the coniferous woods, wherein eventually you lose line of sight unless you want to pursue further.
Do I get a rough estimate as to how many people there might have been? Like,
You guesstimate that there are 2 individuals, one of a medium size and another one of a small size. Humanoid, presumably. Some of the rocks make it more difficult to tell. Obviously, it's not something like a deer versus a humanoid, judging by the length and how much displacement. It is not an elk doing this.
okay.
Especially considering the chopping motion. Not sure how an elk could have done this, lest it was wielding an axe of some kind.
I shared this info basically. Yeah, it seems like that way, which is where we're going anyway. I don't know if we want to make a whole detour out of this to investigate or.
Well, I kind of throw you the bag. It's like, well, this is his stuff. Maybe something in there indicates anything.
Wrongdoing.
I mean, if it's full
Killed
of
him.
gold bars,
Well, here's the thing: if it's full of gold bars, why did they kill him? And if it's not full of gold bars, it could be whatever's in the bag
exactly.
took already.
Maybe gold residue from the gold bars.
Is there anything in the bag, DM? Does
Bit
it
of a
look like
stretch
there's
for
rocks?
gold residue, but you can open the bag. You can find some spare clothes, some socks, and a small leather journal-like thingy. A booklet, notebook. And a charcoal pencil that has been broken under the weight of you manhandling it. Collectively, you.
Does the journal? If we pull out, one of us pulls out the journal. Is there anything of note written in it?
I'm glad you asked. Do you speak common? Sorry.
No.
I forgot that.
Well, no, but didn't one of the things we do, like someone forgot a language, and like, can you forget common?
It's just a language, yeah. Just because it's the easiest and most common one doesn't mean that it's impossible for you to forget it. It's common not because of its rarity, but because of how easily it's spoken by the general populace.
Okay.
But yes, it is written common. There are very few entries into this particular journal. This guy didn't get very far on his journey, and it seems that he's bought a fresh, blank notebook just for this particular journey. So in this case, he has a single entry, dated today.
Oh boy.
Oh, look at those nice fellas up the path. I should go say hi to them. Ah, and then it just goes, ah,
It says
and circle.
Oh.
Don't dead
Ow.
enter inside. Huh.
On the
But
first page.
it is listed as today's date, and has a series of bullet points followed by something that is written in a more narrative sense. The bullet points include how many days worth of food he has, which in this case, if you don't count the burnt shit in the pot, the individual has 6 days worth of food. The amount of gold coins that he has is equating to 35 gold pieces. And the weather which in this case today is partly cloudy with a 0% chance of rain, followed by the narrative sense. I begin this journal to document my journey. I wish to see the temple at the top of the mountain. I understand this is not the right time of year, but realistically speaking, I feel like I'll have a better chance when it's not pouring snow.
What's the worst that could happen? It doesn't say that, I hope.
I have prepared the appropriate offerings and incense to gain entry into the temple itself. According to the locals, I am doing a wild goose chase, as the temple itself has been reduced to rubble. Many pilgrims tell me that I am a fool. However, what I seek at the top is not the temple itself, but the enlightenment of the journey and what may happen to come across me at the top, be it a building, rubble, or anything in between. I feel the pilgrim's journey itself is a great portion of the learning experience and not so much the potential visions one might see at the top. I'm hoping to see a vision of myself, not of grand wealth, and definitely not of poor stature, but somewhere in the middle, able to lead a happy life with my wife and daughter, of whom I have left behind to go on this journey. I will see them soon. Signed, M.
I like to think that I have a good head on my shoulders and that I'll make it through this.
I don't want to get ahead of myself here. But...
This guy died like 3 hours ago, and you're already dabbing on his grave.
No, I said that out loud.
No, but you all share the same thoughts, so you're all collectively doing that thing where you're doing a peace sign in front of his grave.
Probably about
Jeez.
6 days of food.
He's a fast
Was it a-
walker.
Was it a 1 week trip when we did it? I know we took a few days
Well,
off
we
because
were
we were
stuck
stuck in
in.
a
Time loop.
loop. Yeah.
Look in time.
It would have only took 6 days, rather.
Find our friend and see if he made up with his ex-wife. We can go all the way up.
Well, will you try to pursue this man M? His killers, I should say. There's a good chance that he has 30 gold
Gonna reimburse me for
and
the garlic.
6 days worth of food. Actually, no, it's -1 because some of the food is burning in the pot over there. So
No!
But the other 6 days in the gold that's gone now. That he was robbed. We already established that. That's
the food, gold, and his head are all missing.
Why did they take his head?
Some people are sick then.
Oh, we did know Dovey. He did take faces.
I use my 10-foot pole to upend the food pot.
It spills over onto the ground, creating a large crashing sound of metal on rock. The food doesn't quite tumble out because it has since solidified into a homogeneous mass of black carbon.
His head's not in there, right?
Would you like to inspect the pot?
Yeah.
Go ahead and make an investigation check. You're looking for human remains that could have been mixed into this pot.
What's in the pot? What's in the pot?
Gwyneth Paltrow's head, what the hell?
16.
Oh, well, we can say this off stream, but I have a
About
An
Gwyneth
anecdote.
Paltrow?
I have an anecdote
Okay.
Ooh.
As you inspect the pot,
specifically for Andrew, but like everyone else can listen in when we.
you surmise that this individual was cooking meat and peas. However, or gladly enough, there are no remains of humans, so there are no teeth, eyeballs, or hairs to be growing in this. So he just burnt meat and potatoes, peas. You could try to salvage this. It wouldn't taste very good. It would also upset your stomach.
I want to make sure they're not like further desecrating human remains.
Any more
Like,
so
did
than
they-
usual.
someone beheaded this guy on his way out of his tent and then stole his head.
Yeah, it does appear to be the situation.
Alright, well, I start, like, taking the corpse and, like, wrapping him in his bed sheet, and I'm gonna just, like, not ritual prepare him, but, like, do the best I can. Like, wrap him in his tent.
Making it look as, air quotes, presentable as possible, you do this man a good service. Does the League pursue and avenge this man, or do you leave it alone as one of the many unfortunate victims of...
Head crime.
Yeah, sure.
Not that I know him personally, but we probably shouldn't just allow murderers to wander the countryside.
Yeah.
It's the little things.
Yeah, it couldn't have gotten far.
Just a
Right?
few hours ago, we could probably catch them if we want.
I say to Varys, not revealing my position, but in the network, we could always start our little loaf pile off early, and I could just keep them in the rucksack as items, right? Like, if we
That is
repose
also
them.
true.
So that could be a little bit of a
You guys have
starter on it.
spells, and just keep keep your resources handy so you can take care of those corpses.
I think Dauntless has
I have
gentle
band-aids
repose.
for that, yeah.
You have gentle repose though, right?
Well, I have the general repose band-aids. It'll just permanently keep them on ice.
Oh, yeah, but there might be. Well, there's
How
apparently
many?
two
How many?
two
do you
people,
have?
right?
It's one set, I think. Bandages.
Oh, okay. Well, it's one.
Well,
Yeah.
if we're playing Headhunter.
Predator. Right. Well, I'm hiding, so I'll follow you guys while if you want to pursue this thing. It's in the direction we're going, anyways. Apparently, I was
More or
listening
less.
to. Cool. All right.
You are getting to the 7 out of 8 hours of your normal
Oh,
time, so you'll be risking getting, as the kids say, eepy.
oh.
Did I say that?
I don't know.
Well,
The question is, do we want to pursue a little bit? And
Well,
then-
does lightning strike twice? Do you want to just camp in this dead guy's camp? They won't come
so I
back.
already wrapped
maybe a
up the
little
body.
further up? so
Who
we're not
returns
exact-
to who? Yeah, it might look a bit bad if it's a big spider. Okay.
Maybe we find a spot that maybe is. We can move up a little bit.
There would have been an
Um,
axe murderer here. Yeah, try to find a non-axe murderer kind of site. I
You
guess.
said about 3 hours, so we could travel a little. We could try to track them for about another hour, and then
Sure.
if we find a good spot, we can camp, and then just make sure we're vigilant at night.
Yeah, night. Very well. For another hour, with Varys at the head, keeping his nose relatively low to the ground, not like just dragging his face across it, I mean, you pursue, and you're going this direction anyways, so, you might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In this
While
case...
we're doing this 1 hour, I am gonna cast Pass Without Trace, and that way, if we want to be a little lighter of foot while we're doing this, we can do that.
I will roll for sneak.
Well, just take in mind, if you try to do the overworld journey while sneaking, it does lower your overall speed. The
I
exception...
was already sneaking, so that means we're lower anyway.
Well, the exception is if the ranger goes off on his own. That's one of the features, I think, of natural explorers, that you can do sneak while traveling overland without taking the speed penalty, but he must be alone.
Should I not roll for
Definitely
sneak?
difficult terrain. Yeah, it's that. But like, if we're just traveling on difficult terrain at regular speed, that's when the whole party can benefit. So it's
Don't roll.
no, you roll, but like we're gonna be moving a little slower, so we can stay in stealth.
Alright, 12.
Very well. Did you add Pass Without
Plus
Trace?
10?
Yeah, so
Oh,
plus
I'm
10, but
rolling.
minus 4.
Pass without trace is plus 10, right?
It's still daylight out. It's still.
I rolled a very low dirty.
Wow.
Ooh,
Get Grandma back.
I beat Shannon today. I got a 38.
I
Whoa.
rolled a low dirty. Yeah.
What's the highest you can get, Pat?
Man.
Like 50 something?
The minimum 30, because Pass Without Trace plus a nat 20.
I could get 47.
Oh.
Yeah, I think my best I could do is 40. Is if I get it nat 20 with
So-
Pass Without Trace.
So, pursuing the killers, plural, as there was 2 set of footprints. You go off, and eventually it becomes much harder to track. The reason being, the rocks around this area, as you get closer and closer to the mountain itself, now that you are no longer just hugging the base, the rocks are bigger, therefore leave less room for interpretation of footfalls. While not impossible, it is also the fact that there's no longer blood trickles, also breadcrumbing your trail in the direction. But you did lose those quite some time ago. So for this last sneaky hour, you pursue not quite off-road, but some of the tracks are sometimes running parallel and slightly skewed off into the woods off of the beaten path. By the time you finish your hour, you surmise that you still have some distance between you and the killers. They did have a decent head start of a minimum of 3 hours, plus another hour of you tracking them at a slower pace than walking.
Okay. Sun's going down. We've been traveling for a while. We might be, especially if we're taking the time to track them and move slowly. I think the plan. I think we should camp. Because unless someone else has.
To camp. It is 6 p.m. by the way.
Yeah, I think it's camp time.
Does anyone have any sort of cooking stuff?
I do. I have a pot that, where is it? Where's that pot?
Alright, Varys, would you mind helping me forage?
I can. If
Careful
you...
for axe murderers, I say in the network.
I'd say back in network, that's the point. We're gonna start a fire and cook some stew.
The League
I'll
begins
set
to
up
forage
something.
the area. Using the survival skills of your resident ranger, you can harvest edible plants and sometimes even small rodents that could feed you for a number of persons.
Yes, I have the magic crock pot, guys. Cooks in half an hour.
Well,
You don't even have to cook. You just got to
The air fryer. you got crock pot air fryer. It's amazing. I'll set up Sentry's Rest as well. The thing that I have.
Varys, let's just find the most pungent stuff we can. We'll make a big scene. And hey, who knows? Maybe the dragon will smell it too.
Yeah,
Birds on stone.
it wouldn't be the first time.
ooh, opening up old wounds, are we?
Ooh, low blow, easy pickings. That was.
Well, let's get a survival
I don't
check.
put that into the network.
Oh,
I
you just
that
say
to
that personally too.
You retard.
Oh.
Out loud. Alright, so let's go ahead and say that the word of the day is retard, and second of all, make a survival check to harvest those edible plants, roots, and tubers.
Me or Varys?
Just
I don't know.
reading. Because I do have some passive stuff, but I'm trying to see if it's passive or.
I believe it doubles your quantity of harvested goods.
Yes,
You still need to roll for it.
Yeah, so it's a. I don't. It doesn't
I
affect
used
the
to be a
roll.
ranger,
It affect the roll. It just gives more stuff. So.
and this was not Unearthed
Oh.
Arcana Ranger. This was Vanilla Ranger.
It
was horrible.
If you're on the treadmill, DM, I just rolled a nat 1.
Friggin' slow retardando, as they say in
Um,
music class.
That's an 11 total.
You'll only be able to find enough herbs, roots, and tubers for one person. The area around here is very barren, so it's not really your fault, so much as it is the lack of good edible products around here, also the dice.
Also, we've got good berries, so I'm not.
If this was earlier in the campaign, say 150 episodes ago, that could be a problem.
Wouldn't want to waste those level 1 slots, but.
Alright, I have some peppercorn I can throw in.
Varys comes back with a small handful, only a bit of a morsel for you large lads, especially the amount of calories that Laszlo now burns in his larger form. That is a pittance, something that you would flick from between your teeth and ask for more. You pour it into the magical crockpot, alongside some seasoning from Daedalus. The Daedalus seasoning does a lot of the heavy lifting, causing the aromatics in the air to become peppery, and yeah, the tubers and roots don't really do much. They kind of just sizzle there and kind of get a little singed on the edges. You know for a fact that eating these things raw would result in an incredibly bitter sensation akin to licking
Well,
a doorknob. I don't know.
I guess I would throw some snow in there just so we can make like a basic watery stew that just smells nice. You can sip at it.
I'll just put gruel in it.
I don't think I have the gruel equipped because we got good berries.
Oh, wow.
Wow. He's ill-equipped for once.
Yeah,
But as the air quotes stew, if you can call it this thing with what is essentially shriveled potatoes and pepper, and mountain snow has been melted down into the thing. Also, whenever you grab snow like that, never grab from the top layer. It begins to sizzle and boil, and creates kind of more like a tea than a stew at this point. You added
like
no...
like
you
a
added...
sip.
Yeah, you didn't really add any thickeners or fat, so now it's just turning into boiled root and pepper tea. And you begin to set up camp. Are you foregoing any magical implementations, such as the hut, the dimensions, or anything that could make you look less than an easy target?
We still fit in the hut now that Laszlo is twice as.
No, Laszlo would make it so that you couldn't fit the same amount. I forget the calculations. I think it's 6 medium-sized, or
One last line.
or 1 large,
Well, if
something
you
like
guys
that.
want, I'll sleep outside. You guys can get in the hut. Easy pickings.
Okay, I also have. I don't have the. What are the?
I'm gonna do
specifics?
the my like sentries rest thing. I think that I've got given to me. So like I can see invisible shit and things that come into the vicinity.
I don't have the cordon of arrows equipped, but I do have the alarm spell ready to go.
Yeah, mine's essentially that, but
What better?
doesn't. Yeah,
I'm like
and
you.
doesn't scream.
Okay.
So
I was
they
gonna-
yeah, I'll know if something happens, and
Yeah,
if they're
so
invisible.
Yours
I
is-
mean, put that as well. I mean, we could put that at a further distance, so we have like an additional buffer.
What are the dimensions of this spell? Let's see. With alarm within no longer than a 20-foot cube. 8 hours.
It's not incredibly
Choo-
big, but
You can choose whether the alarm is visible or audible.
There you go.
you can also make it a line as opposed to a cube if you want to just like get a door or something.
Yeah, so I don't know if we want to optimize the. I don't know if you have any control over the shape of your sentry, but
Find it.
Well, you set up the hut and use Dauntless
Oh, I'm
as
not
the
doing hut.
decoy.
I don't have it prepared. So.
Whoa. No hut, which means all of you are using tents and sleeping bags like normal people. Taking it old school.
I imagine we always put the tent in the hut.
You don't need it.
the tent. I feel like the tents take up too much space, that we wouldn't be able to pile the tents into the hut. And since
Stack the tents.
the hut has a roof, the tent is
And
kinda
it
redundant.
prevents certain
I
elements from
always
coming
thought
in
the
and out,
hut
so.
was just like a dome, invisible dome.
I think you can make it
opaque.
invisible if you want, right? Or is that
Yeah,
another
you
spell?
can tweak it.
You also control the internal temperature, so you don't necessarily
Sentry's
need it.
watch. So advantage on seeing stealthing creatures. Yeah, that's 30-foot radius. Cool. Yeah. Set that up.
With all of your mundane, non-magical tents set up, and your tea boiling on the crock pot, you all make yourselves look as vulnerable as possible, save for like stripping down and spreading your ass cheeks.
And you know, the
We
giant
said,
spider looks very
I'll
weak
become
there.
a small swarm of spiders to not.
We said that the ruling is that non-wizards can use ritual spells as long as they have them prepared. Like we can ritual cast stuff.
The spell needs to have the ritual tag, first of all.
Yeah, alarm has a ritual tag.
Yeah,
so that's
anything
fine.
that has a ritual spell can be used without expending a spell slot, regardless of whether or not you're a wizard or not, Harry.
Ari.
So I'll set up the alarm.
This is
Little
why
beyond-
rangers with long striders are a very good thing.
Yeah, I'll set up it a little beyond what's it called, Laszlo's radius, in that way, more or less in the direction that those guys would have to come back through if they came back in a straight line. But yeah.
With all your preparations in mind, is anyone going to just let Laszlo do the thing and just go to sleep willy-nilly? It is kind of his thing.
I mean, I figure we'll split since he's. I figure me and Laszlo would split the rest because 4-hour boys, and then we'll split the watch.
The trance people will be doing the usual then.
He does
As
still
you-
sleep, right? I'm not mixing.
Yeah, no, he still needs to.
Okay.
Eventually,
But that thing just goes for ages. Like, yeah.
so splitting the watch right down the middle for 4 hours a pop. Rest of you bed down, waiting for the axe murderers to show themselves. As the hours wane on and it gets towards midnight, whoever is on watch, which I will say for the first half, would have been from, let's go with Varys and then Laszlo in the second half. The first half is quiet, but somewhat broken up on occasion by mountainous ecology sounds. This includes the odd rock tumbling down from heights, nighttime activities of owls and other nocturnal creatures coming out to feast and do their thing, occasionally the howl of a wolf towards the moon, according to all of your hunter instincts, telling you that that's just a regular wolf and the lycanthropes are further down south. But occasionally, there is something that disturbs in a nearby proximity. Almost like there is a motorcycle.
There are 2 big ass speed bumps on my block, so he has to roar up and then come to the first one and slow down to nothing, and he's gonna roar up again after he gets over the first, and then slow the fuck down again, and then be on his fucking.
Jeez, that's a pain in the ass.
What a cunt.
What a that's very British of you to say.
A bitch.
What a fucking
What
twat.
a retard. Alright.
What would Billy Butcher say? What a fucking twat. Bonker.
I feel like because I feel like twat and cunt don't really have that much sting to it, but Westerners, specifically Americans, really don't like being called that for some reason. I think that's just me.
I mean, for Australians, cunt's quite an endearing
Yeah,
thing,
because I do
but,
know some New Zealanders and Australians who use that.
Yeah.
Anyways, so, but
Something. A bike.
and the bike was just happened to be the worst possible timing, but Varys' watch is pretty uneventful actually, besides those occasional ecology sounds, as I described.
Wild
You-
motorcycle.
Preparing
Mountain
to go into
biker,
your
yeah.
trance, you wake up Spider Laz, the Swarm, who, realistically speaking, is going to have many more eyes on the prize, so to speak. How you wake them up, I don't know. Maybe you just, like, run your fingers through the swarm of spiders.
Maybe there's like a chief Laszlo.
He's just got a little my face.
That's kind of...
Hello.
Remember fucking... from Dark Souls 2, what's his name? Pate. Actually, no, not Pate.
Patches in Bloodborne.
Patches in Bloodborne with the fucking
Yeah.
Patches face on
Very
the
horrible,
that's
actually.
disgusting.
I don't want to do that. I won't do that to them. I'll just maybe it's like a slightly paler spider. Is Laszlo?
Well, as you wake
Right.
up Laszlo for his watch, there's a sudden break in the tree line, a snapping of a twig of some sort, and many different audio, not triggering your alarms, they're a little bit too far for your respective spells, but the sound itself is enough to cause all of you to go into a hushed state to listen further. Can I get a perception hearings check from the both of you?
Okay. Gotta roll this shit. That's not horrible. Not great. It's not horrible. 19 total.
I got a little bit less. I got a 15. I got a 9 plus 6.
As you listen on, waiting for your breaths to drop and fall, holding them just so that you don't hear it as you try to perceive what's happening in the woods, Varys hears something that is keenly familiar, make an Arcana check. Or History.
I have the same for both.
Do it!
Do
Do
it
I have?
now,
You know, what, I'm gonna throw my d6 into this. Why the fuck not?
Whoopee!
Whoa.
No, that landed literally on its corner. That's not horrible.
It didn't drop, it levitated.
And that'll be plus. So total, 11 plus 5 is 16 total.
The particular grunt sound you hear is something keenly familiar to you. There are many creatures that when they spill out from the Feywild into the material plane are... Well, for them it's normal. For you guys it's not so normal. But there is a Fey-esque creature that is potentially hiding amongst the tree line.
I share that with Laz in the network that we might have a visitor from that slipped out of the Fey pocket here.
Okay. What direction?
Jovi.
I'm
I'm just collecting heads. Like
I point in the approximate direction I think the sound came from.
Okay. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Say in the network.
All right,
Wait for them to get closer and trigger these alarms, or
that is an option. Everyone's
I'm gonna-
sleeping, so it could.
I'm gonna
take a-
stealth. I'm gonna sneak. I'm gonna stay sneaky.
About how close do I, if I had to take a wild guess as to?
Sub 120.
Okay. All right, I am gonna do. Let me just find the specifics on the my.
Sub 120. Would I be able to roll for stealth if there's anywhere for me to like sneak near a tree maybe and hide at the sort of base of it as a little swarm?
Considering you are in a swarm form, there are actually a variety of things you could hide behind if you wanted to.
Okay.
It could be Varys.
I'll go near a tree. I got a 24 on that. That was my total.
Mm-hmm.
And now, yeah, I'll just get ready to. If it's getting closer, I'll prepare myself.
Just checking the specifics on the cowl that I have. I'm attuned to. All right, has advantage, and that is when dim or darker. Darkness gives user benefits of invisible status. Okay. Cool. All right. Oh, that's pretty good. 27 on the stealth.
Alright. Ducking away, using the shadows as an ally, alongside some line-of-sight breakers, such as trees, bushes, or even your own tents, there is something crackling and eventually getting closer. The footfalls are quite light, but still discernible with a keen ear. As you guys wait with bated breath for the axe murderer to approach, you are greeted not with a large lumbering man with an axe, nor is it a slobbering beast of the woods, but rather a very short, bipedal, humanoid-esque creature, with some features that betray its Fey ancestry. A large tousle of hair, long enough that you could use it almost like a ship's anchor. Around its head, wrapped up into a lasso, and is held in its offhand. The other hand is empty, and is currently walking, shambling almost, in the direction of your encampment.
I may have missed it. You did not, in fact, wake me up, correct?
Right now, it's just the on watch people.
Varys,
Do I recognize what this guy is? Is he a satyr? Is he a
what are these
The
horrible, what are these horrific things that are like have virulent diseases that the ghoul guy, the ghoul king, or whatever it was, that we were warned about?
Gabagool?
The gabagool, yeah.
This
a
is
gabagool?
not either of the sort.
Okay.
Varys would know this to be a fey creature known as a Korrid. They are, for all intents and purposes, relatively neutral. They are not outwardly hostile, but being a native of the Feywild, are chaotic in nature, and generally speaking, are one of the more tame things that you might run into. And generally speaking, would be not impossible for you to have a diplomatic conversation with one. However, judging by the context of this scenario, just a few hours before, you're not entirely sure. The creature and its long hair are one of the more interesting creatures to run into in the Feywild. Its hair, not to put shame on Zen's name, is actually highly mobile and can even be used as a weapon. Currently held like a lasso in its offhand, the creature bumbles forward, almost as if it's attracted to your campfire, like a moth to a flame. Then, using its long lasso hair, throws an almost 30-foot long tendril towards the camp, and leaving it lie just a few feet away from your campfire. It then begins to wiggle it on the floor, kind of like you would with a jump rope, but the motions cause it to almost act like a climbing vine from a plant. Anything that it touches begins to curl around it, and it gives a few gentle tugs on whatever it touches, before having it loosen and doing the same thing for other nearby objects. Then, once it deems something has been done, the creature turns around and gives a very, very distinctive sound that almost resembles a mimicry of one of the nearby beasts here in Valkyrie's Ascent, before something else begins to stumble out from the woods. As it approaches, and Varys and Laszlo, who are on watch, are keeping an eye out, you see a very decrepit-looking thing stumble out of the woods. It resembles that of an old woman, back arched into a very uncomfortable-looking position. Long, oily hair that drags down well past the elbows. A long, crooked nose that points downwards, and a variety of different objects dangling from a belt that resemble body parts, bones, and other weird fetishes.
She's old and decrepit. Would you say she's also? But is she also like class? Would you say a medium-sized person if we had to talk in terms of gameplay mechanics?
I would say so, yeah. About the size of a decrepit old lady.
About a Zen-sized person. Okay. I messaged Laszlo. A little dude, not innately,
Evil.
hostile, but
Just a little guy.
given the profile of the guys we were tracking, these could be our folks that we're looking for.
Okay.
So keep an eye on them.
All right. I'm gonna
Then-
mentally torment the whole league in the network, saying, "Keep sleeping, guys. It's Laszlo here, but there are likely culprits approaching the camp." Yeah, I don't know if I can invade people's dreams with the network, but I'm sending them a message to do that.
As
If not,
you
I will spider climb across your face and wake you up that way.
absolutely horrific. But as the creatures encroach upon the camp, the one with the long hair reties his lasso and affixes it over his shoulder like he would with a coil of rope. Then, with a very, very dainty touch, begins to tiptoe, almost comedically, around the camp area, inspecting for small items that might have been left out on the floor, and going so far as to take 1 or 2 digits and peeking with a very curious eye into your tent flaps. Not doing anything immediate, but still quite intrusive. Goes around the camp and does this for as many objects as he can reasonably do before he scurries back to the old decrepit bitch. Sorry, lady.
Oh, Freudian slip there, yeah.
Once he returns back to the crooked-nosed one, there is a unnatural cackle that pierces the air, almost like someone told her a very dirty joke.
Is that enough to wake us up?
It is very muffled and localized.
They're not close enough that I can like make out words in like Common or Sylvan that they're speaking, right?
You might need to wait for them to get a little bit closer. They are just outside of your dark vision range, teetering on the edge. As you wait with more bated breath, the creature with the long crooked nose fishes out something from one of her sleeves. It looks like a small, not a noodle. If you had like a leech and it had like a large bulbous end. It kind of looks like a thing you smoke weed out of.
A bong?
Yeah, not the
Bong or
smaller
what?
one. The smaller glass ones.
Okay. Crack pipe.
Sure. I don't know the term for it. But it's
He
about that
doesn't do
size.
the drugs.
I watched Breaking Bad, okay.
But she pulls out one small, slimy thing from her sleeve. It looks like a leech with a large bulbous end. It wriggles in her grip and begins to squirm violently, although it makes no noise. Placing the creature upon the ground, suddenly it sprouts almost like a centipede, a series of long, parallel legs that run up and down the course of its body. It begins to scurry around and crawls towards the campfire as it is the most immediate point of interest. She then takes out more of these things, 4 of them total, including the one that's already on the ground. Placing them upon the ground, they rush over and begin to amalgamate just underneath the campfire. Eventually, you can see that the long-haired creature with the lasso uses one strand of hair almost like a leash, each strand of hair attaching to one of these leech-like creatures, and with a flick of its wrist causes a little undulation, almost like it's whipping them into shape, at which point the little creatures begin to scurry, one into each tent.
I went and group
Did
up,
you say
I
you
guess.
woke up the group?
I went through in the network. Did that work or not?
You can do that, but if you tell someone to keep sleeping, what do you want them to do?
I will. I'll message the gang one at a time as I can. It's like, hey, you've got visitors in your tents. I don't know. I don't think we've ever established if using the network wakes us up. Like,
Adam said it worked. So
Well, you need to be conscious to use it, but not to receive it. Whether or not someone whispering to you while you're sleeping is enough to wake you up is a different story.
I
don't think it's more
mentally
yelling.
yell, "Wake up!"
That's a bit different, yeah.
yeah, blah, blah, blah.
All get up.
Yeah, the equivalent of that.
Well, I guess if you mentally shout into my brain.
Well, I was asking if we
Okay.
can. I don't
Interrupting my
know.
sexy dream. What the hell?
I don't. That was for the DM to make the final call on. If I can, I will. But
Dollars.
So, I guess how do we receive this message? Do I bolt upright?
don't let the giant centipede. No, it's a little.
The creepy leech creature that's gonna get you, or something like that. I don't know.
Sick, I'm just swapping from treadmill to ball.
It's a little giant leech.
Is it a giant leech or is it a regular sized leech? Like, what's the approximate size?
Do these little things look like what we have? Do they look like a tadpole we pulled out of Callus's girl?
They look like little centipede leech things.
Okay,
Oh, my camera's
little freaks.
off the green screen. Let's see.
Central Peds. The ultimate Korean barbecue chicken. Ooh, that's nice. Subject of availability. Yeah, get up in the network, we say.
Now, take in mind, if you guys were asleep just now, those of you who normally wear armor will be naked.
Armorless.
You can still don your weapons, but
Then Zen is all like, "Oh man, that's awful."
oh, horrible! Oh no!
Great Emids.
So let me well, we can actually just use this lobby as an actual stand-in, minus the zip. Let's go ahead and put him over here.
Zippant.
All right, let me minimize this.
And what we have
Actually,
instead is okay. Wait, that's not it. Turok's not here.
Load up the tail spire. Just.
Oh, yes, he is.
No,
Uh-oh.
don't want this to crop. Stop it.
Oh, that's right. I made this small, so see if it made things more.
Because it didn't crash.
Well, the game very rarely crashes. It runs a lot. And
Mm-hmm.
my fans go crazy, so I'm like, will this help at all? If I decrease the frame rate and the resolution size.
Could I be at this little tree, maybe, where I would have hidden? Reckon?
Somewhere hidden. Now what I must do is spawn in the creatures. Wait just a moment. That's the closest. And do they have some old bitch? They do.
I'm hitting the wrong buttons.
Rut-row, as they say.
Friend from, or no, is that the? Oh, that's a new guy. I thought that was our friends from last.
No, I changed it out for this little.
Oh, look at that little woman. That's freaky. Good description. It kind of fits.
Alright, so what we're gonna do is, as the psychic shout goes throughout the network, those of you who are in your tents, you will be starting this encounter prone. Because you were asleep. Those of you who were not, meaning Varys and Laszlo, you are the ones that are likely to actually have your armor on. Everyone else, you're in your small clothes.
I know what my calculations are.
Alright. So, also, the only thing that I do need to also bring up is the action economy for donning and doffing a shield is the only one that cannot be part of your move action. Donning and doffing a shield does eat more economy. So, as we go into this encounter, we're going to go ahead and roll initiative.
Say me and Laszlo are maybe more off to the side, or.
I'll let you reposition as soon as I get my thingy up. I don't mean my penis. I mean my initiative chakra.
By thingy, I mean my penis.
My peanuts, or whatever that fucking stupid
Ooh,
copy
that's not
paster is.
horrible. That's not horrible. For initiative. Probably not going before Zen. But...
Is our Lord and Savior the King, Henry, you here?
How do I dispel dice?
I think you right-click them to reduce it on the bar.
You can just
Thank you.
throw the dice and ignore it if you want to also.
All right, 3.
Am I missing?
Henry might be
one?
asleep in his chair, I don't know. Henry!
We'll get everyone else's initiative first.
Okay.
Let's go with Dan's character Laszlo.
I got 17.
Let's go with Varys's character Alec.
22.
Fucking idiot.
22.
23?
22.
Oh, okay. Let's go with Zen. So I didn't go for the joke the third time because then it would spoil it. Also, Dan called me a retard.
32.
I call you an idiot. It's different.
Then goes first.
And if I could get Kalos, that would be super convenient. Wouldn't it?
Yeah. I always hear a big snore, like he's finally
Alright,
crashed.
Well, we can tag him in when he shows up. But for now, let's just assume that he was ignoring your cries in the network. And it was just like...
He hit snooze.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he fucking snooze buttoned your ass. Oh, let me get Zip off the board as well. Oh, bees, excuse me.
Oh,
They have their own initiative.
they do have. Bees, I rolled a natural 20.
Holy shit.
They're
yeah!
going 24.
Nice, Pat. Nice.
Lost to the bees.
Imagine losing to bees. Alright.
Pat, didn't you say there was a bee in your apartment a moment ago? Like,
It was, yeah.
it's
It was
it's written in the
Alright,
stars.
so... Well, we're starting off with Zen, as is tradition. But you were asleep until just now, so assume the position of prone.
It takes me 5 feet to get up from prone, so I just like jump up, like the
Kung
Yeah,
Fu action.
kung fu, like just on the back.
Like
just
Dracula
jump
getting
up.
at his coffin. Like.
I just jump up.
Well, that does cost you some movement, but as you realize that you are awoken by your allies, there's a little creature that has made its way into your tent flaps. It is crawling through and looks like it wants a piece of you.
You know what? Hold on. Let me. Are the creatures on the map? Because I'm going to open up.
They are not on the map, but do account for them.
Okay. So is it within range already?
Yeah, it's in your tent with you, ready to give
I'm
you...
just going to stomp on it.
Alright, well, make an attack roll. Maybe the little thing's a little bit of a little guy. Then he can
Roughhouse the bug creature.
jump out of the way. You ever try to catch a cockroach at
No.
3 in mid at
I don't think I've
midnight?
ever seen a cockroach, actually.
I've seen them on TV.
I have rolled a 21.
Holy crap. Alright,
Is that
well...
what the bug says? Holy shit,
I was
Bob.
like, oh, holy crap.
Okay, well, go ahead and roll
This is
damage.
supposed to be an easy meal.
Hold on. I'm loading up. Hold on.
Now, there's a
This
good
is
chance
easy.
that you don't kill this thing if you roll so poorly that... Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. They don't have 1 HP, though, I'll tell you that.
Well, it hasn't taken a turn. Has it taken a turn in combat yet, or no?
No, I don't think it's done anything, right?
He's about to
Is it-
pinch you.
Yep.
He
So
was gonna.
I have assassinate, so I get advantage.
This is probably a little bit excessive, but you do you, man.
Worth it. It's worth it. Show the little bastard who's
I
boss.
have advantage. I get sneak attack too. He's not going to expect a man in this tent to be up. Plus, so 32.
All right, great. They had 10 health each, which is why I said you could
Okay.
fail.
I'm gonna walk in. I'm gonna walk out. Go into the next tent. Whose tent is the next one next to me?
Dauntless or Kalos.
I'm gonna stomp on that one.
All right. Go
I
ahead and
also
make an
get
attack
a
roll.
crit. It hasn't won in combat yet.
You rolled.
Okay. If I
low
was
enough.
using a dagger, I would have got another crit, but you can't double crit. I rolled a 19 plus, so 30 to hit.
Yeah, yep.
No sneak attack this time.
Oh, he could not kill it. It's possible.
9 plus, so 20.
Oh, fuck, never mind.
Oh no! He had you there for a sec.
Another one.
You stomp on the one that was about to reach for Dauntless's woman parts. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Then I guess I go into the next tent.
That would be.
I have 11 feet of movement. Actually, 13. I don't know if Les was in casting Long Strider, but
I have been. That's assumed. That's always on.
so I go into the next tent. I flurry of blows.
All right.
Stop it! He's dead.
They're all different ones.
Already dead.
Actually, maybe does 17 hit?
It does hit.
Okay, got another one.
I just realized you have a base of plus 11 damage or something. So these
It
things
is
with
11.
10. Yeah. Okay. These things
So
with,
I kill them all by
yeah.
default.
Yeah. You can't not kill them. I just realized.
Are there any more?
There was 4 total.
Where's the last one?
It was going to an empty tent where Varys would have been.
So I go to that tent. I got one more hit for my flurry of blows left. 2 additional attacks.
Oh, he could miss though. I'm just saying.
I could.
He rolls that
I
one.
did miss.
Okay. Well, let's see.
I rolled another 19.
Yeah. Okay. That'll do it.
Not the little bugs. They could have been friends. I don't know.
You hear,
So in the span
or
of
is
5 seconds, Zen jumps up and stamps on 4 bugs, and
This-
returns to his tent in 1 turn.
whoa. It's
I
like
have
that one.
13, 65 feet of movement. I think I can do that in 1 turn, right?
It's like Fry when he drinks the 100th cup of coffee.
Oh my god. Have you seen the like stamping on Coke cans challenge, like the Guinness World Record, where the guy just uses the same foot to stamp all the cans?
Yeah.
That.
You also see the attempt of that one guy trying to do it with coconuts, but he didn't break a single one, and he just broke his hand.
I didn't. That sounds painful.
He put
Oh,
the
yeah.
coconuts on a metal rack, and he missed the coconuts, and then he just chopped the rack. So,
Oh, moron!
he didn't get the world record, is all I gotta say. Alright, so
World's fastest break hand.
next, if Zen is done, the
That
creature...
logo lays back down.
Okay. Well, then you're prone, I guess.
Yep, I go back from it.
Alright,
Got rid of
well,
the bugs.
now it's the hag's turn.
You just hear Zen mumble over the team.
Arf.
Ugh.
As the creature known as Zen goes back to sleep, the other creature, the tall, Fey-esque one, begins to shamble forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, and putting her gnarly, twitchy hands in the air, begins to verbalize some sort of Fey incantation. The air around here becomes sticky and moist, and everyone in a radius around her is going to become very throw-uppy. What's a 30-foot radius? Is 6 tiles.
Oh, threw up. That's everyone.
That's everyone. I need everyone to make a con saving throw, or you're gonna throw up.
So you're all within 30 feet. of me, so just add 5
Well,
to
my
that.
add what?
Is that even
Plus-
us sleeping?
Is it +4 or +5?
Plus
Actually,
5.
It should be +5 because you got 20 thingy, right?
It's based
Yeah.
off of his charismatic aura.
Yeah, you're adding 5 to that.
Nice.
I guess my question is, are we close enough? Like, are Laz and Varys close enough? Are they, or where they're sitting?
30
I don't-
feet,
oh.
dude.
Well, I'm saying, like, are we within the radius of the spell that we need to work?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I did get everyone with my pukey,
Okay.
even if I
Okay,
didn't see you.
So it's con.
Con
Oh.
saving throw,
Threw up.
or you're gonna have a bad time.
And Dauntless, your aura is.
Ooh, that's not very good.
Alright, so 17.
What's
Mhm.
your aura, Dauntless?
+5.
6. Con.
Constitution saving throw.
Sorry, +4 or +5?
Dirty 20.
It's +5.
5. 13. I only rolled a 17. So
All right.
I got 26.
All right. Well, my cutoff for this one is an 18 exactly. So, anyone who rolled beneath an 18, you are going to be stunned until you can repeat this con saving throw. All the while, you'll be puking your guts out. Everyone else, you just feel a little bit of a tummy rumble, but you kind of just fart it out. But for those of you who are not, which is going to be Dauntless and Varys, you're vomiting. The acrid scent around here was pretty neutral before, but now it smells of a pungent swamp mixed with ass. And I'm gonna go ahead and pass it over to the bees, who are... Oh, they're over there for some reason. Hold on. I'll put
Time
it...
to
Where's
be
it?
the
Where are
bees.
these?
I would have probably said, like, near the head of your tent.
I'll just make a note about Callus maybe having to... Would he just fail that because he's asleep, or what?
We'll take care of that if he comes back. We might
Okay.
deal with this before he even has to. Who knows? But the bees are on patrol,
I guess they're gonna approach the old lady.
and they never sleep.
They have a range of 6. Where is the old lady?
She's in the middle, near Callus.
1, 2, 5, 6. Gonna start stinging.
The bees rush out of Zen's tent with angry intent for having created a foul smell in the air. They want nothing more than it to be smelling like honey and bitches.
The bees have rolled a 17 plus 7.
The old hag does not have very much in the ways of armor, so the bee's stings will land true. However, she is really ugly.
Am I ugly? Yes. Yes, you are.
13 damage.
Alright, let me go ahead and track that on my
She immune
initiative.
to poison.
She is resistant to poison.
So what's half of 1?
1 at the roundup. So, still takes full
Can't you
damage.
make a 10 con save?
Certainly. I can try. Look at that dice go. Oh, plus 6 though.
Okay.
Ooh,
Resist-
toting the line.
Not allergic to bees.
So it still takes the
You
full
nailed it.
damage. And the puke spell is not concentration, it's just a flash in the pan, so to speak.
Puke in the pot.
But when it comes next to Varys, you must skip your turn, but you can re-roll your con saving throw to stop puking your guts out. If you continue puking, eventually it'll be nothing but bile.
Yeah. Gonna roll this. So you said plus 5.
Acid reflux.
Higher. I think I passed. Is it the same DC?
It's the same DC of 18 on a con saving throw. But you
so I
do
passed
lose
that.
your
I
turn.
rolled a 23. Would I have been standing? That's fine. Whatever.
Oh man, well, you would have been... Yeah, you were still awake at this time. Because this happened between
I think
patrols.
my question is, would we have been stealthed and hiding and waiting for them to act, and then? But
Oh,
yeah, it's
yeah.
fine. All right.
But
So-
I'm gonna have to pass it over to the swarm of rats behind that tree.
Hey, come on. Is it de-shaping is just part of my... I can just do that, right? Become Big Laszlo.
We were using the same as
Wild
a
shapes, I can
druid's
just
wild
drop
shape.
it, right? So I'll just be like, shoink. I am going to use... what should I use? They're kind of... Well, there's bees.
There are bees, yes.
Shit, there's bees. If there's bees, I'm gonna cast Disintegrate at the lady.
Well,
Make a Dexterity saving throw, please.
behold my dice. I'm gonna give it a good time to spin, so as to randomize it as highest potential. You can see that it's on an axis where the natural 1 is always in the same position.
It's kind of scary.
And I'm gonna throw it off the board.
That was a big throw.
Oh.
17. Ooh.
And my dexterity saving
I'm gonna
throw is
fate die
a...
that.
Ooh. Behold, I'm gonna pick up the same dice,
He's gonna get it again. That'd be
and
sick.
it is a 1 in 400 chance. It's easier to get than it is to
You
go...
rolled like the Rat King rolled like 519. I'm just saying last
It's
time.
crazy.
I
Ranking head
could get
rat.
even higher this time, so watch
Could do.
this. Toss it. Good roll, good roll, good roll. Good roll, good roll, good roll. 1.
Okay. So it was a 20 DC needed. I'm gonna
Would
roll
you
my
say that
damage.
I, passed?
So you have a plus 19 to your dex bonus?
I don't think that's feasible unless you cheat.
Unless you're Zen.
Not even
No.
that. It's proficiency is going to be maxed out at +6, and dexterity caps out at like 5 or 6. So the most you can get is +12 before bonuses from other things, like guidance or. Actually, no, it's pretty feasible to get +19 actually. So assume
Oh, these-
6 That's 12.
These don't.
for
Do these
guidance.
not roll? I've just got to throw them, right?
Well, they're kind
They're not
of
doing-
they're colliding with each other. That's why.
Okay, I'm gonna.
See, look, they roll.
75 damage total.
Oh, not instantly dead.
It's kind of good, but yeah. That amount of damage. And then I'm going to bonus action Blade Song, just to have a little bit more pizzazz. And I've got a lot of movement, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Then I'm going to end my turn.
Creature known as the Korrid is going to use its free action to shout out in Sylvan.
Oh,
The only
fuck.
the people who can understand this, you will hear it say, "No, wait, stop, please. We must ask you a question." You can choose to believe it or not, but then I'll proceed with going over to the hag, and the creature is going to take out something that mildly resembles a gourd jug, and it's going to feed it to heal the corpse lady hag thing.
I thought you were going to say I have to ask a question. He's going to pull out an axe. And that was.
Wow, that's one of the worst rolls I could have gotten. So that's 10 points of healing for feeding a potion. It takes an action to feed someone else a potion, and then I'm going to use my bonus action. It kind of looks like he's going to break out into the Macarena, but it's actually just me doing the dodge action.
Damn it, he
Ooh,
dances, he's cool.
Macarena.
He's back!
Hey,
Buddy.
you need
Hey,
to
buddy.
roll on initiative.
And roll other stuff.
Hey, buddies. 16.
And now you need to roll to not puke. It's a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, I'm good at those.
That puking?
Really?
Yeah.
What's that? 11 plus 10, 21.
You feel a rumbly in your tumbly, but nothing enough to make you lose your lunch. Now, Dauntless is going to go ahead and take his turn. Assume
You don't have your armor on, by the way.
you're also prone, so
Yeah, and prone. Yeah, just a callus as well. Just same.
I also failed the puke check, so
you are going to have to repeat your saving throw to stop puking. Same DC.
Andrew, what's that thing that the paladins have at 14th?
well, I'm not puking anymore, so.
Hey, hey!
You're no
Oh,
longer
Adam,
puking.
treadmill.
But my turn is
I'm on a ball, dude.
right?
What am I going to do? Bounce higher?
Careful, we'll hit the ceiling.
But my turn got skipped though.
It is at the end of your turn, so you did get skippity skipped.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and place Kalos right here. Now that
I
he
don't
is...
wanna.
Well, it's not even your turn yet. It's unnamed. That means Zen.
Seeing how apparently shit is still going on, Zen's
You're going to get
take
back
out
up
the
again.
pen.
You're going to see a hag creature woman who currently has a large hole bored through her chest, and a small hairy creature whose beard is approximately 30 feet long. Something in you is just like,
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot. I'm just gonna pull out like the crossbow, the aggravated twins, and just blast them.
Aggravated twins, you could say. Ooh.
Technically, my
trying
twins
to
are
sleep.
adjacent to him, so I do get my sneak attack.
Ignore Laszlo, by the way, just the bees.
Alright, so I do get sneak attack, and
Are you attacking the hag or the hairy man?
the hairy man.
Very well.
I rolled a 25,
Amazing. He hits.
so
Hairy man.
There's
main
only one hairy
damage,
man.
sneak attack, and the aggravated twins bonus sneak attack. Total of
Ooh,
Very low.
total.
24.
All right. The creature reels back in pain. You can see one of his free arms that's not currently holding his lasso almost looks like he's doing like a wait, stop, stop, stop. I'm chill. Trust me. But you can believe him if you want to.
Well, I understand. Did he speak or he's just
He said his piece when it was his turn, but that was his free action, so.
Well, technically, I understand all spoken languages, so I did hear him. I shot him anyway, though. No, Zen was his weight.
I understand mercy in all languages,
He wanted to get a hit in.
but you will get none. Very well. The old hag.
Surrounded by bees, ready to kill.
The old hag is going to produce from her side pocket a small bundle of rat heads, approximately half a dozen, wrapped together in dark green twine. She's going to throw the bundle into the air, causing 6 rat spawns to apparate. Let me just get 6 rat spawns for your viewing pleasure.
Hell yeah.
Am I tripping, or do we not have rats?
Rat, not an individual rat.
No, we only have the swarms, but I don't want to
There's
use...
giant rat, which you can then scale down.
Ah, I
To
found
beasts,
it.
Yeah.
There we
There you
go.
go. Nice.
Set size. Oh, he's so tiny. There's 6 of them, so 1, 2, 6. Oh, those are wolves. Shit, hold on. We're done with wolves today. It's rat spawn.
Rat of Satan.
Oh, where'd he go?
One of them's really tiny.
I gotta resize them.
Little rat with a gat.
You wouldn't fuck with that.
I wouldn't kill a rat if I had a gun. No.
Then again, they already made that game with the
Oh,
squirrel.
with the
Yeah. Seems like one of
Leopold with
those.
Lamat.
Seems like one of those streamer bait games.
Yeah, I think it's like the kind of goat sim thing.
Mhm.
That sort of.
I
It's better than
spawn.
Concord, so you know. Say what you
Ooh.
will.
You know what's still also doing better than Concord is fucking Phantasy Star New Genesis.
It's fuck-
It's crazy that game outlived Concord. So I summon my rat spawns. They begin to chitter and chatter, creating these little clacky noises with their front teeth. And I'll pass my turn to the bees now.
Hold on a second.
They have many targets to pick from. You can attack my rats, you could attack
See
the hag.
how she just begged for mercy and now summoned rats? These are gonna sting again.
I think they wouldn't have begged for mercy if we hadn't whooped their ass and you stamped them on their bugs.
And now they're summoning rats, so they're not
Exactly.
stopping.
That's Zen's a dwarf from Grom though. He don't fuck with
Yeah,
rats.
rat. You're
Zen
like really
rolled a
silent.
Bees rolled a 21 to hit.
Yes, and rats mean different things in different cultures. If this was India, so to speak.
Feeling. But I had the dex 15 damage.
I'm not making a religion check at this time to see what the significance of rats are.
15 points of damage.
And she survived the poison.
I already rolled, and I rolled higher than last time, so... Same amount of damage, actually, so... Okay, the bees have done their duties. So far, they are number 2 in the DPS counter for this fight, I think. Actually, no, wait. Number 3.
That's, like the 70 damage.
Yeah. Didn't forget about that. Varys is no longer puking, so therefore you can reapply yourself and make great strides in this fight, now that the rats have joined us.
I say as my free action to Varys, I've sicked this bitch with a disintegrate. Kill her.
Are these regular rats? That actually matters. I don't know how much HP are.
These are, for all intents and purposes, the first thing you get if you search 5E rat.
Is that 5E rat? Halo 3 rat?
Oh, don't even talk about Halo 3 rat.
I love Halo 3 rat.
Let's see. I am going to blah blah blah. Do I want to start doing shit? I'm gonna
Started blasting.
start blast. I'm gonna back up a little bit first.
Ooh, we scared.
Back it up, get up.
Keep putting control instead of alt.
Oh, you can get a Halo rat vinyl sticker for £1 on Etsy.
Where the fuck are you right now?
I am.
That's gonna be Anthrax. Dan, don't buy that.
I'm curious, so I'm gonna blast the closest rat, which is the one right next to the campfire.
Alright, well, go ahead. Shoot my rats. See if I care.
He cares, don't choose rat.
You've been doing it to me for 3 years.
You killed my bugs, you killed my rats.
I'm gonna sharpshooter this, and I'm gonna.
Oh, Jesus. He could miss as a result of the
Jesus.
sharpshooter.
I could.
Cheese ass.
Does a rat have a higher AC than 13?
Well, I don't believe they do, but I'm gonna double check to see if there's hope.
There might be hope.
They have an AC
Of 11, right?
of 10.
No! No!
I rolled a 2, by the way.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
Oh, don't be
You could
I
still
didn't-
miss, though, if you roll a natural one.
Um,
But this rat has effectively 1d4 of HP. So.
You deal 1d4.
Didn't
No, he
bother rolling
sharpshooted it.
damage?
No, he sharpshooted it, so you
Yeah, so the
physically can't.
minimum I'm doing is is
The rat
20
explodes.
20 damage is the minimum.
You
I'm
shoot
doing.
the rat, and your arrow pierces through it and now goes out the other end. It goes resounding crack!
Please, please, I have a
And-
family.
And as it dies, you can see there's a little wisp that comes out of its corpse.
That's it. Doesn't
Yes.
do anything immediately.
No,
Rats were held against their will.
but you did kill a rat. I hope you're proud of yourself.
I wanted to assert my dominance.
Okay.
On the weakest creature. This is...
All right. Here's how I'm gonna do this.
I'm gonna shoot another rat.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot another rat.
Ah,
Adam is Arthur fisting right now. He's angry.
I'm banking on him rolling a nat 1. It's a 1 in 20
I kind of am
chance.
as well. It'd be kind of funny.
Well, you
Just
don't even
see
need the sharpshooter. They have 11, like, they have...
the little rat that could.
I'm gonna shoot the rat in front of Laszlo, just because it's the closest one. And
I could have watched the life go from this rat. I don't want to do that. I don't have emotions, but it'd be sad.
I did not roll a nat 1.
Ah, piss.
Well, is that like
Alright.
the not you, Seamus? It's not you. Ah, piss.
It's me.
Another rat bites the dust. Having been
No,
on
it's
this.
not beer.
Whoa. Day drinking.
It's piss.
Roll number 3 is not going to another rat, though. It's going to the lady who called the rats. And
You wouldn't
Whoa.
dare.
Woo.
Whoa,
I
that's a
am
lot of money that I just.
I am gonna sharpshooter.
Oh no, your taxes, Henry.
no.
Taxed.
I signed up for a credit card, and here's 12,000. I'm like,
Oh my god.
Uh,
That's a lot of
Thanks.
minis. That's a lot of
That's
minis.
a-
you can
let me
buy.
verify.
Nigga, don't you? I mean, sir, don't you tell me.
Let me just verify. Bonuses.
That's it. We're done here.
Adam, you're getting a new
It's
car.
over.
I don't think a 28 misses the old lady, right?
And it's a
No,
little
it
car.
doesn't.
All right, she is getting 1d10 plus. I just have this in front of me.
Bacon, egg, and cheese for the whole of New
1d10
York.
plus 19. She's getting.
Oh,
Guys, everyone that lives in New York is getting a bacon, egg, and cheese next
send
week.
me one
Oh.
now.
To the man.
That's
Alright.
29 damage to the old lady.
Nice.
You strike true, and the arrow, alongside all the other accumulated damage, is enough to dispatch this wench. However, you, as a resident person who's dealt with the Feywild before knows that killing a hag is basically like trying to ask a cat to stay inside. A futile effort. However, it does take the rat spawn with her, leaving behind the hairy man, all by his lonesome.
I see Laz. I see Laz standing over the guy on his own. I do message him. After he started, you message that dude was begging for mercy after he started attacking us. So do as you will. And I am gonna pop over here. Use my bonus action to hide behind this tree.
Well, look who it is. It's Laszlo.
Hello, it's me. It's me.
You can
Hi.
see the hag has been dispatched, but she did not leave a corpse behind. Rather, she poofed in the air like a cheap magic trick, leaving behind nothing more than this hairy man.
I don't think this gentleman will be doing that. So, I'm going to shocking grasp him to start with a
Electrocute him.
nat 20, 32 total. To zap him.
Shocking.
I'm just gonna put this out there. He's just a little guy.
Well, this little guy, oh my god, has
guy fucked
40 lightning damage dealt to him in a single cantrip because it was a crit,
He lets out a yeep.
Well, she.
and he can't do reactions now. He wasn't wearing metal, perchance, was he?
No, he was wearing nothing more than the clothes on his back
Okay.
and hair.
Is
Lots
he still
and lots of
living?
hair.
This hairy
He
gentleman?
is. His mouth is frothing with
So-
foam.
He's been shot.
I've got
electrocuted.
because I've got the gauntlet on, I'm going to use one of its charges. Because I did a cantrip, I'm going to make an attack with my rapier. And if that hits, I get to apply that again. Does a 28 hit?
Yes, he's just a little guy.
Okay, that's 20 little guy damage to him.
You shove
And-
your large sword to the back of his relatively small back, piercing out the other end. He turns and looks behind with his last dying gasp, and he just goes, "Oh!"
I was just a little guy.
I'm just going to apply that damage again to see what we
All I
get.
did was try to murder you in your sleep.
Yeah, 14. He just gets, like the little fly swatters. That like when they make purchase, they hit the bugs and it makes that horrific like sound.
I don't
have
think
that
it's
happen.
horrific. I think it's good because it knows that you're killing something.
Yeah, it does that on the end of the blade, and then maybe like puffs into dust or something.
No, he actually
Fucking
collapses into a
dies.
pile of hair.
Oh, so
Ugh.
no corp. Oh well.
Okay. Well,
You think those were the people we were looking for?
I don't know where they went.
I think that they're gone. I pop out of the tree. That they fit the size profile. You know me. My instinct is to keep our eyes open anyway. But
What was that?
what do you mean?
What were those things? Where they didn't? Just the bitch vanished, and he turned into hair. Are they dead or what?
Hags are kind of fey-y.
Okay.
So you gotta. She might.
Both of them are fake, so.
Is there anything that I can share with them that the DM has not already shared publicly?
Let's do another Arcana check just to reinforce your Fey expertise as the guy whose job it was.
Okay.
Feynman.
All right. Let's see if I can roll with my.
Kind of gay.
Why? Why did you say that, Henry? It's not even Pride Month yet.
I only get plus.
Oh.
This, so
I'm not
let's
sure I
see.
said that.
Oh, you got this. You got
And
this.
the fate dies off the table because Dan wanted to
Yeah.
use it for my saving throw.
Oh, that's pretty good. Pretty
Is
good.
it? Is it?
On the
So-
little guy?
Are you still
On the
are you-
hag.
Are you still jogging,
Oh.
DM?
I'm on the ball, guys.
Get
Oh, I
booing.
don't know what a nat 20 does for you on the ball, but
I,
it's a 22.
I'll bounce
Add
up and
another
down
ball.
a couple. I don't have a second.
20.
one.
It's a 22. Total. 22
Well,
total.
With a 22 total, your hag encyclopedia opens mentally. Hags are a very varied species. Now, specifically, the one that you just saw was green. Green hags are probably one of the most common hags to see, but by no means necessarily the weakest. They just have different personality profiles and what they like to do. Specifically, killing one is not going to be as simple as driving a dagger through its heart. They usually have several contingencies, layers upon layers of either extra bodies, magical safeguards, maybe even transferring their soul into the maiden body that they have captive back at their hut, all sorts of other things that could be used. Finishing them off for good is going to be a journey on its own. Specifically, green hags are very much like old witches in the woods. They like to concoct potions, make raw deals that are one-sided in their favor, and generally speaking, make it so that everyone they come into contact with is worse off for knowing. They're also very proficient in various forms of magic, as your puking, the vomit that's currently trickling down your chin would tell you. So I would say that the creature that was now a pile of hair, or is now, I should say, probably was either one of its manservants or something that was enslaved due to some sort of raw deal, and is now going to be free of that deal via mortality.
Now I've got Dragon Age, so I'm gonna ask the question: does the contingencies have to be within a certain proximity, or could it be like back in the Feywild, or even like in the material plane on the other side of the planet, for all we know?
The different contingencies do have weaknesses and limitations. You would need to figure out what this hag's specific things are. In some cases, it could be a matter of just needs to be on the same plane. Maybe actually hurting it, all she did was have a contingency to teleport back to the Feywild. Alternatively, this could have been a body double. There are so many things to list, but you know for a fact that this is not the last that this hag will ever see of this mortal plane. Whether or not she comes after you, though, is a different story.
Alright, I summarize. Basically, the hag's probably not dead. I don't know if it's worth the effort. Depending on how she preserved herself, it might not. We might not even be able to, like, in the immediate, be able to actually go after her and finish the job for real.
Well, at the very least, it's cleared our route forward. We can rest easy for the night. Yes.
I come out of my tent as you were in hand, and I say, "What the fuck happened? Why are there dead rats everywhere?"
The rats actually do disappear. The only thing that's left is going to be a pile of hair left by the creature with the lasso.
Had you stepped away before we found that camp?
I don't. Yeah, I don't know how much do you know,
How much,
Henry?
how much
Like-
do Henry the player know before he
Yeah.
saw
Oh
it?
no, Henry the player was out this whole entire time. He came back and he was hearing the podcast, the Twitch stream, and something was gonna touch Dawdle's no parts.
I'm glad that's
So-
the part you came back for.
we
So,
found a decapitated
basically,
head.
yeah, we found a camp. We think these two did it. We're 95% sure. But yeah,
We racially profiled these people, essentially.
well, they fit the size
Guys.
class of the creatures. They're
I thought
small
we
and
were
medium
beyond.
creature.
I thought we
It's
were
the
beyond
racism
this part.
campaign. You got
After we killed those children at one time,
Yeah.
our first instinct was weird-looking creatures hostile to us.
Well, they were
Um,
trying to put bugs on people.
Sorry,
and
someone
then-
was asking
yeah.
a question, and I was interrupting them. What's the?
Oh, yeah, that was just what happened. Like, so that was the thing, right?
Yeah. So,
So
yeah,
maybe we just defended the
basically,
camp.
we think these guys attacked a guy who was trying to make the the pilgrims trek.
Oh, okay. I know. what
Yeah,
you
I don't know
mean
why that guy was doing that when the temple's gone, but like,
I think like the
his
only
poor wife and child, who will never know.
Yeah, well,
We have no head to even identify him
it's
with.
done
so.
now.
Yeah, like I said, we'll keep an eye out because, like, for all we know, it could be other creatures. But like I said, it was two creatures, medium and a small by the size of their footprints, and yep. And there's nothing left to pillage, right? These guys like disintegrated. when
Yeah,
we-
what is the
Would you
hair?
like the hairs?
Is the hair useful or is it bad? Do you know? Like, is there any uses for a
Do
Corrid's
I know
hair? Like,
anything about their hair?
The hair of the creature itself is almost like garrote wire when used properly. You surmise that this was probably the tool used to sever that poor fellow's head. You could have made it so that, you know, in like those cartel movies when someone's like riding an ATV and then you put like a piano wire at
Oh,
neck
yeah.
height.
Oh,
So when the
yeah.
guy came out of his tent, they probably had this thing basically set up
ready to
like a
go,
like a
yeah.
guillotine.
Jesus. Well, that could be useful.
Yeah.
Could I make an Arcana check to see if it's... Well, would I be able to make any kind of check to determine, or would it be more Varys's neck of the woods to see if there's any uses other than it being very, very, very sharp and deadly?
It is inherently mundane, although it does come from a magical creature. It is, for all intents and purposes, just really strong organic wire. So, make of that what you will.
Could I become Spider Les for real and descend down?
You could use it for guitar strings that'll cut your
Fishing wire?
fingers.
Mm.
You could knit it into a weighted blanket.
That's pretty nice.
You could sew
Okay.
it into your clothes and reinforce it to be almost
there-
as durable as chainmail.
Oh, that's pretty good sounding stuff. So,
You could eat it and die, because it'll tear up your insides.
That's a challenge, right there, Zen.
Ben is just like
It is organic.
Yum yum. I mean, are there any downsides to taking this thing? Is more my question, Varys. Is it evil?
It's kind of gross.
It is, it's hair. That's just happens to be, you know, of a higher
Well, I think
durability.
Kalos should have it because you could use it sometime. You never know when you need some reinforceable hair.
You know what I just remembered? I just remembered that Kalos every night sleeps in the what's it called? Sandman's Delight.
Oh, yeah, he has the fancy.
So I don't even know if Kalos, unless you, yeah, Sandman's Delight. I don't know if unless someone wakes me up, I'm able to even wake up from
So you're just in there.
from my snooze. Is that a thing, DM? Am I just overthinking this item?
Well, we messaged people into their brains. So
Okay.
Mhm.
because basically what happened was we were changing shifts and we heard a thing. So like Varys and Laz were like, all right, let's sneak around and get a peek. We did, and we're like, all right,
Yeah.
they're sending little centipedes into everybody's tents. Let's shout at them mentally, say, wake up, don't let them
Joe
touch you."
Biden, wake up.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll take it. I can probably finagle something with it. I'll take some.
Cool.
I'm gonna put
Corrid hair
okay.
bundle.
Corrid.
It's
Good.
Korred is how you spell it.
Good, because I'm dyslexic and I don't know.
Right.
Spell that one more time.
Korred. Is that correct, Adam?
It's close enough.
It's a made up word.
All words are made up.
I was gonna make it a piano hair, but yeah, all right, piano string hair, but yeah.
Corred.
Nice. Good plan, Dauntless. It worked a treat.
As you pick up the bundle of hair,
Oh God, come! Why is it always the fucking test monkey that gets shit? Like, yes, do I explode?
no,
much
but there's a
damage?
present inside of the hair. Whether or not you
Like
think it's a good present, though, is up to your perspective.
The guy's head.
Yes, the guy's severed head.
Oh, Jesus.
So now I'm like 99% sure it was them who did it.
I don't know.
Guys,
There's also a note attached that says they killed me.
Guys,
They got me.
did it.
99.
I might be dead.
0.9.
It's like toothpaste. You never really know if it gets all that bacteria.
They
Like-
got me. I'm dead.
Most dead.
Almost dead.
To
You did-
Varys of the League, you might
Bigly.
be suspicious, but I sincerely tell you that the hag and her little friend did in fact kill you.
I mean, we could socket his head back on, and I could raise dead. But
Do that.
I
That's
have it on
pretty
the staff. I mean, Dauntless could probably
Hell
raise
yeah,
it, right?
do it.
I don't know. It's we got a wagon to kill. This
we,
guy's.
we buried the body.
We buried it in
I
a
think
tent, so
it
yeah.
was already too long dead for what's it called for gentle repose. So
Looking down at my imaginary watch and putting my finger, licking the
Been
tips
4
of my
hours.
finger and just taking in the directions. Where are we going, by the way? Are we north, south, east, west?
we're gonna climb the mountain and we're gonna head to the approximate vicinity where we were robbed. And then
North
we're
by
gonna...
northeast is where we needed to be traveling, and we've traveled 7 hours and then another hour, and it's been 4 hours, and it's probably like 10 or 11. I would guess. So we've got another 4 hours of resting. But now that people have woke up and done things, maybe a full 8. So yeah, in the morning we'll be ready to rumble.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You got a full rest because I woke you up at the end of the shift.
Yeah, but I'm saying I will now look over you lads as you rest, and be assured if I hear a hag,
He will gingerly.
I will
stroke
whisper in. I will get Lolth to. No, I will not do that. I'll get Lolth to just be like, "Hey, get up." Yeah.
Okay. Well, wake me up in about 8 hours. Good night.
Cool. By the way, Carlos,
Uh-huh.
I gave you some garlic. You have 6 bulbs of garlic, which are for you and that fire fern to make a cold resist potion. I don't know who took the cold resist potions. There were 3 of them. So out of the people that need them,
I'll take them.
so you got one. Who else has one?
I'll take one.
Oh, the little rat will have.
I can make some.
I'll
guess.
say let Kalos and Dauntless take the other 2, and then Kalos can pass the last one off to.
Cool. All right. I just wanted to make sure that was determined.
So
You
I
that
have a cold resist.
potion of frost resistance. Yeah. Nice.
Because you guys are going to be, if we,
I've got a
if
ring
we
of the-
can,
the
you guys
stuff,
are going to be
yeah.
up in this dragon's face if need be, and also.
I got a frost resist potion, so I guess I'm avoiding D&D.
Well, you weren't here for
Aha.
like 20 minutes. Oh. He's good. This guy's good.
Fucking hilarious, guys. Fucking call me the Joker.
It's a joke at time.
How about no?
Adam, shut your whore mouth. Sorry.
Oh my.
The Emperor protects me only, though.
Okay. It's kind of racist.
And I'm gonna
Alright.
tell you this right now, Dan. If you weren't in another country,
I know.
Oh.
so I gifted Henry Space Marine, and I was gonna give it to you too,
Oh yeah.
but I can't gift it to you because of the region differences.
Yes,
Give
I
him
know.
money,
I was gonna
though.
get you I was gonna get you that horror game that you have on wishlisted, Dan, and I can't do it because you're in another fucking country. You stop doing
You need
that.
to send them Steam money.
Is that how you need to do it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Don't expect anything anytime soon, Dan. It's just that was a haha. I'm just joking. I wasn't joking though. Cause I went to the fucking checkout. I had Henry, yours, and my copy for Space Marine in there, and it was just like, nope, can't do that.
Blame Gaben.
Oh, is it? You can't blame him. He's infallible though.
Well, how does Andrew gift me stuff? He's
How
gifted
did
me
you?
things.
Andrew's
Probably
actually.
Store.
Oh, maybe it's a different. I don't know. I guess it's a Steam thing then. And the keys still
We can
work
get
across.
it as a gift, and yeah, it's weird.
Oh wait a minute, no, I think I did just buy
You gifted me Tactical Breach Wizards. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, I didn't realize that Andrew was in England.
Wait a minute.
Well, maybe it's because you did both 2 different regions at once. Like I just.
No, I bought the ones that I could buy, mine and Henry's, and then I tried again, and it still gave me the same message. So
Yeah, I was just buying his on its own because I wasn't buying any games. And it's just like, nah, fuck you. Dan is in another country. You can't.
I think if they just got like a third-party code, maybe it could just bypass that. Maybe it's just going through the store because of the price differential. But regardless,
Thank
you guys.
Either way, that's very kind of you both.
You guys are going to need to reset your timers for your long rests, except for Laszlo. So, because you did either...
Is it about,
fight-
was my guessing right? Was it like about 10 or 11 at night? So then it will be 8 hours from then?
I think midnight. We said nothing happened. So
Yeah, it was around midnight.
Around midnight.
So,
8 in the morning.
8 in the morning. So, realistically
Nice.
speaking, for some people, that's a normal waking hour. But after having some of you puke your guts out, you're probably going to be pretty hungry in the morning. But we're going to go ahead and pass on another 8 hours, and by the time that happens, the sun will have been already risen, and you guys can crawl out of your tents and clear off all that caked off vomit from Varys and Daedalus, and eat some breakfast. Now you could do Goodberry, you could forage, but pickings are pretty scant around here. Or you could starve. That's also an option.
If there's no objections or alternatives, I'll conjure up a good berry.
You
and
ate all the food.
Yeah, I'll
Sure.
conjure up that good berry, and
I need
yeah.
2. I have a big ass, apparently.
You can have Krios's because he doesn't use.
Ah, thank you very much.
Krios was opening his mouth, and
Does he have a mouth?
he does.
Thought he was just like a...
I'm joking.
No, I'm just fucking with you. He does. Although
Honestly, if he actually, there is enough that if he actually did pull out his hand, I would drop one in his hand.
Although he does, if time, you know how it goes, I could theoretically.
Although there are
install
some,
a stomach?
I can make I can make him a throat because I know the mechanics of making throats now because of
What
my.
the fuck?
Do you not remember you gave me that thing? That's why I have the infomercials every fucking night.
Oh, that part.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was gonna say, though.
My head went to a dirty place with that.
although my instinct is wait, can cats eat these berries? Like, because there are certain things that animals, their digestion, like
Chocolate.
cats and dogs.
Well, good berries are magical, and I don't know the logistics of the chemical composition of a good berry, so we'll just chalk it up to it works. So, we're gonna go ahead and change the calendar, because we're not on the same day anymore.
We're on the 8th.
Now, you have effectively cleared the base of the mountain, and now you can start increasing in elevation following the pilgrim's path for the Allfather's Trail. Again, you've been on this before, but it was covered in a lot more snow last time, so it's going to be probably a mildly easier trek. That did trigger a major encounter, so we are going to reset back to a D20 for this day's encounter.
Can I do it?
know? Yeah.
Sure.
So we're back to a D20 because it did trigger the first time
17.
a minor encounter, if anything.
Here's a hag. Here's another
A
hag.
haglet. A little hag.
Let's see. Let me see. Just roll this dice real quick. Varys, as the survival expert around here, and considering the previous jaunt through the Valkyrie's Ascent mountain range, there are certain different foliages that are available at this time of the year that are not during the winter. If you would like to, you can attempt to gather either food or local ingredients that could potentially be used in alchemy.
I think we could do that. We have the time. We could spare the time if we find something valuable.
All opposed? Say, fuck you, Varys.
Hey Varys, go fuck. No, just
Okay.
Oh my god.
Now
came
the,
back from Guatemala. I'm a different man.
now the pickings around here, you do notice that although you are not immediately in the Feywild Scar, to the Jarl's hunting grounds to the west, there are still small little snippets, kind of like how when plants and fungi reproduce, some of their materials can become airborne and travel for quite some distance away from the initial spot of the plant ejaculating, whatever they call it. So you are starting to see, well, obviously the hag is something from the Feywild, so you are starting to see more Fey activity in places outside of Daviculus's Scar, so to speak, if I'm calling that area Daviculus's Scar. Of course, it'll be even more so when you get near the top of Odin's Temple, because that was also royally fucked. So you're realistically speaking in like a Eye of the Storm kind of thing.
Between two spots.
It's calmest in the middle, as they say, right?
Yeah, and then you get to the edge. Alright, so are you guys gonna try to harvest some alchemical ingredients, food items, or leave it alone and do something else?
It could be a Hydra's blood somewhere. I don't know.
Guys, I found Hydra's blood right here.
This troll's blood is just all on the floor.
Guys, you'll never guess what I just found.
Well, we can
if-
get food easily, right? So what do you reckon, Varys? What do you reckon, eh?
Well,
Get
I figure
food
if we're
easily.
looking for agents, we might as well start with that. And...
This guy's got his brain on.
You find the rare D's nuts.
The mind goblin is
Steve
here.
Jobs?
Well, if you are gonna harvest ingredients, we're going to need 2 separate roles. One needs to be out from a person who will be doing the scavenging, and another person who needs to have the mental know-how of what ingredients are useful and what aren't.
Well, scavenging is survival, right?
So the scavenging is survival.
I
The
can do
identifying ingredients is going to be nature.
that. I'm pretty good at survival.
I will assist you.
Jeez, guy.
I don't know. I don't want to speak for one of our int boys, but if one of them wants to do the
Nature.
nature,
So what is assist again? What does that give me?
I'll give you
Get
advantage on the
advantage,
survival
yeah.
check.
I've been a city boy my entire life.
I have rolled a
Or
20.
if oh, you already rolled. Okay.
Yeah,
I
28.
was gonna say if you wanted.
This will be combined with the nature check.
28.
I'm sitting in the
survival.
sidelines on this one.
Considering even the druid had no proficiency in nature, you guys are probably screwed, am I right?
Hell yeah, I'm screwed. I mean,
What's
Wait.
your
I'm
plus on nature, friendo? Do you want to do it?
It's an int, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just +6.
Muy intelligente.
Same for me. Can I give him? I don't have proficiency, so I can't help him, right?
It'll be the blind leading the blind, so...
yeah.
no.
You got this, Kelly.
I think this plant's edible. Is it?
Ah!
I look at that flower that has some shine in it, and I'm just like, that's definitely edible. I got a 6, by the way.
6 combined with the foraging
no.
skills of Zen.
8.
8.
Yeah,
So-
it's not that much better, but
Those 2 things combined, the survival check from Zen means that you harvest a large quantity of it. The poor nature botany skills of Kalos means that you've harvested a lot of things, but you don't know what half of them are.
Nice.
Some of
if
them
I'm-
could be very potent alchemical ingredients, some of them could be inherently poisonous, and some of them could be just like a maple tree leaf.
We can save him for later.
We could save him to show to someone that knows, maybe. Hey, Eugene, we got these.
Hey, you guys!
You're holding so much dragon blood. It's crazy. Dragon blood's not actually the blood of a hydra. It's actually a plant. No, I don't know.
All you gotta do is feed it to this here.
What do we write as a note? Like, what have you gathered? An assortment of fey. Gubbins?
Yeah, I think, well, not necessarily all Fey. Some of it is native, so, herb mixture.
Mix has been gathered.
So yeah, you do get a decent
we don't
amount.
know what it is.
So, can I have the forager roll 3d4s? That's Zen.
Oh, what am I doing?
You-
3d4?
3d4s.
Oh shit! I need to roll my health.
I'm gonna slap you in the nuts.
Adam, I've been out of the country. This is my first day back.
And 7. So the bundle, assuming that you got really lucky and literally all 7 of those are potential alchemy ingredients, that's the number of potential things you can use. So you can either get literally all 7 or literally all 0 are
I'll just write like
ingredients.
show to an alchemist.
And then, yeah, there's 7 potential.
7 leaves of nothing.
Congratulations, you picked up bat guano 7 times.
Ah, dang it!
Technically, that's a fireball spell, but not without the right know-how. Once you've scavenged the area, Zen comes back and his hands are caked in mud and chlorophyll, so he's got a tinge of green and brown to it, adding to his rustic motif. But I believe you've combed the area enough, and then we can continue with the journey. Now, Valkyrie's Ascent, of course, is a large mountain range, not just one large spire. The Pilgrim's Ascent, via the Allfather's Trail, takes you past several different spires, alongside certain man-made bridges and other things. So what I'm going to do is we're going to change maps.
Whoa.
Not for any particular reason, though.
Does
and
the
that-
title say?
don't
read.
No, it's...
Henry,
In fact, the title, he's changed the title right now.
Henry,
Okay.
don't read this.
Henry, look away, you
Henry,
bitch.
for real, you have to stop reading these.
You little son of a
Henry,
gun.
you have to stop doing a natural thing that your eyes do and fuck off. Alright.
Avert ye gaze.
Avert the gaze? Yeah, hell yeah. Get the map.
We fought some faggots. Some.
Oh, jeez. Ooh, it's pretty close to faggot, Dan. You can't say
I
that.
didn't say that. I didn't say the word. I said fag.
Said a no word.
Oh, look at this little crack pile on the floor where I stood in.
Love crack piles.
This is just pure.
Well, we're about to hit the 3-hour mark, so this zone transition will be immediately greeted with a recess. Let's go ahead and check the
With elevator
time.
music.
Alright, I
Eh.
have to actually go to the corner store.
Okay.
We have to buy lunch for tomorrow.
Alright, well, it's about to hit 124. Can we call it at 50? 50.
Biddy.
Alright, intermission time.
See you later, fellas.
Bye, guys.
right now. A chili dog. Yeah, that was insane. I liked that it was completely unfounded. And then he just deployed the "they're eating the dogs." I was like, oh my god.
It's almost like his only tactic is to lie on
It-
stage, because actually like keep facts straight in his head at this point.
Quick,
Like,
quick,
I
think of
wonder if
something,
he-
Don. Think.
I wonder if
Dogs.
he even really realizes he's lying at this point, or he just assumes he'll say something and it just becomes a reality.
Someone eats a dog the moment he says it. See, I told
I
you.
still think she should have ended like each of her things with just like a slight barb, because he would just go off on a tangent, like with the rally side thing.
It's like there's a skit of from Oni Plays where Corey is pretending to be Sonic and Zack is Trump, and it's literally that. Like he'll say something and it'll just go off on a fucking tirade.
Okay, the only one I can remember of them like doing Trump is the Lincoln one.
Yeah, it's pretty much
Beat him
like
up,
that.
steal his jacket.
Don't let him take his jacket. Get the hell out of here. We like that. It's the great famous Power Rangers rant. I've watched one of his rallies and it's just that. It's uncanny.
Look, it's like, to be fair, he can work a crowd.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's crazy. It's funny. He was like, the one I watched recently, he was like, I picked the JD Vance band, but I could have picked anyone. They're all good. So he like really diminishes this guy he picked. Like, could have picked anyone.
Yeah,
Oh, geez.
I find it kind of interesting. Like, I am curious what the thought process was for JD Vance specifically. I don't know if it's panned out necessarily. It's like it makes sense why he went with.
Well,
Pence.
everyone like he picks to like. He's basically like people who are actually like outside his cabinet, like people who are actually have like official and
Does that guy have
title
sway?
roles.
Is that like?
He's picking younger people so that they'll be around longer.
Yeah.
Also, like, I also think he doesn't want a repeat of Pence, who had been around a while, who was like someone who's more malleable and willing to do what he says when he says, "Hey, I want you to,
Kiss Kim Jong Un's foot.
this
Do
election
it."
that I lost, I need you to like throw a monkey wrench in it." It's like, well, as the vice president, that's against my job. It's like, no, do it because I said so, because what I say is more important than what the Constitution says. So.
Well, like, here's the thing. Even if that's true, it's just whoever's then like next to line is just gonna be like, okay, well, it's clearly you're not doing like. I guess it would be like me and you, Al. Like, if we're in the office and it's just like, you know what, I'm actually not going to give the money to accounting, and then like accounting is right there. It's like, okay, well, we'll just call the cops on you. It's like theoretically, yeah, the president and the vice president could just refuse to do their jobs, but it's like, all right.
And then get like
Well-
dropped for like incompetency. Like,
Well, yeah, no, there's like built-in stuff, and I'm not saying like, don't get me wrong, I'm not one of the I'm not saying like, oh, everything would have worked out in the end too, but it's just like I don't know what the game plan is here. Like at a certain point, the armed forces or like the Capitol Police versus like if we take this to its logical extreme, let's say we get to 2020 or the election, it's like same shit. It's like, all right, well, if you want this, like.
I guess this time around, if he loses, he can't hide behind presidential immunity because he was not in an elected office. If he pulls any shit this time around, so it's like,
protect the capital or whatever he says. Yeah. It's nuts. Outside looking in, it is just insane. Like on one hand, you got crazy laughing lady. I mean, her VP seems pretty normal.
Yeah.
How about instead of both of these people, we get Joe Rogan in?
What the great Khan that is Joe Rogan?
I'll take Joe Rogan over both
Alex
of our.
Jones VP. We're in.
Would you take Kanye?
Dude, I've seen.
I
Kanye
think that
Kanye's
it would
not
be.
bad.
He's got titanium jaws. He'll fucking kill you.
Hold on, who was in here when someone linked a picture of him and his new wife, and it's just like, damn.
He's got another wife now.
It's probably hated. I don't know.
It may have been hated.
Hated-
Hold on.
But he's moving up. He's got
I gotta
Kanye as
find
a
it.
husband.
No, I gotta find the picture. This is.
Bianca Sensori.
Yeah,
She
she just
looks-
basically walks around in a nude, basically. The clothes are completely translucent.
Well, it's not even just her. It's like Kanye was wearing like his best wizard robes, and then she was also naked.
Yeah.
like wizard or like
Like clans.
grand wizard.
No.
No, wizard as in like a guy who lives in his basement and like you know,
Well, he bought all of Shia LaBeouf's like clothes at some point.
Not his actual clothes.
Yeah, all of like he bought Shia LaBeouf's like wardrobe.
Why?
I don't know.
he really likes Transformers.
Kanye West will be starring as the Tin Man in the new Kardashian Wizard. I mean, is it? Is this what you meant by wizard outfit? What the fuck is he? I don't know when this was.
No, that wasn't it.
That's not it, but it was something else.
I'm seeing more stuff. I really hope some of this is AI. Like, I hope this.
I mean, it's kind of crazy to have one rapper in metal, but there's something going on.
That's actually really old, but like, I'm really hoping this one that I linked with him and his wife is she just like. We doing God Emperor doing
The fuck is that? Has he got like shoulder pads on?
Most likely, you can see the lumps.
I'm sorry. Apparently, there's multiple of him wearing wizard clothes.
What is she wearing?
It's fashion, Dan.
That's.
To be
What
fair,
is she
I'm not
wearing?
criticizing
What the
them
not
as
much.
people.
Christ.
They seem happy with each other. It's just they look crazy.
Well, you can't see his facial expression. He might be really angry.
He looks like
No,
he's
no,
wearing a
honest-
mask in one of these pictures. Like
He
he's
is.
wearing a mask too.
Mm.
Is. Well, no, a lot of the pictures I see of them, they're smiling. They're just wearing like the goofiest Martian clothes.
All I'm saying is I've never seen CeeLo Green and that guy in the same room. I don't. If they were both in the outfits, it's pretty scary.
Those are shoulder pads. What the fuck, gun?
He's nuts. Wasn't there something like his doctor was or his dentist was giving him something? Like he's addicted to something that you have at the dentist.
Maybe.
Novocaine?
I think it might be something like that, but he's or lithium. I don't know.
Dental floss?
This guy's
Can
got
you
so much.
imagine?
I don't know what
Can you
dental
imagine?
floss. He's cornered the market, Alec.
Oh, so okay, the one I linked with him with the bag over his head and the flowing cape. I'm sorry. This is the reverse of that.
Oh, she's wearing it now.
No, this is just the opposite side of that picture.
Jeez.
So apparently she's wearing trash bags and he's like.
Do you know Vermin Supreme? Remember that guy with the he's kind of got that vibe going on. That's
Well,
so
I would say
fucking
he's
bizarre.
attempting to fill his phylactery.
He's becoming a lich, yeah. What fucking gloves is he wearing? He's one step away from
I
looking
don't think
like
he
the
would have a
pirate.
phylactery, because phylactery comes from a Jewish term.
I thought that was just a.
Oh, very astute.
A phylactery is that little prayer box thing that they have.
Wait,
Yeah.
what do liches use? Is it not a?
I use phylacteries.
It
yeah.
is a phylactery, it's the same word, but used one in fantasy context, one used for Jewish prayer boxes.
Another use is like you can put like relics in them as well, like reliquaries.
Relish.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I think Henry's dead.
Yeah, he might be sleeping. Okay. Well,
Back into
arrive.
D&D.
He'll arrive. We had a minor roll encounter. Did we travel the full day? Is it the end of the 8th, the evening time?
Yep, that was just you guys getting herbs and spices of
Cool.
unknown quantity.
What
And-
hour was that at? Yep. We rolled a
The first one.
17 the first hour. Okay, so we've got like 7 hours of travel. We were at the base of the mountain, right? So
And
where
up
would we
the
end up?
mountain you go. Take in mind the height of Valkyrie's ascent. You will eventually pass by that old inn on the side of the road.
Tavern.
Now, it's not going to be in the same state as it once was because, for one thing, the guy is not living there anymore.
Eric closed that shit down, yeah.
Who's to say, though, that there's not a new occupant, like a
New Eric.
raccoon or something?
Eric. Ooh.
Electric Boogaloo.
He's
You
back.
won't come upon Eric's Tavern just yet. A little bit further in, maybe I think 4 to 5 days in. So you're technically on finished day 2. So then there's always a good chance for more shenanigans. However, by the time you finish day's worth of travel, everything goes down without so much as a hitch. The occasional woodland creature scurrying away from you is nothing to be alarmed about, and while your eyes are skyward looking out for dragons, the only thing you see on occasion are regular birds. And I don't mean the government drone kinds. I just
Or
mean...
the ladies.
What do you mean the government drone kinds? There's only the government.
Yeah, Pat doesn't own a pigeon. He owns a government drone.
The cooing, is it just doing
The
GPS?
cooing.
It's transmitting. It's actually into the Wi-Fi, so like it's
Mhm.
recording everything
Biden
we're all
knows.
saying.
No, Biden's watching through the pigeon.
Yeah, they know every single time I've said retard today. That's another one for you.
He's nearly at his quota.
Dude, imagine we had like a word quota.
I'd be kind of scared.
Isn't there a movie like that?
Well, you have to say a certain amount of words a day.
Well, like you have a certain amount of words left in your life, and if you say them all, that's when you drop dead.
There's that one with
was one
Justin
for-
Timberlake.
Yeah,
right?
the one with time,
Well, that's
where it's a
in-
currency.
It's got
Yeah.
Cillian Murphy in it. Whatever.
But you guys bed down for the evening. Now what you can do, since you only travel for 8 hours, you can push along for more, risking exhaustion. You can spend some downtime in camp, and make a mystery potion that you will not know what it does until you drink it.
Damn, mate. Don't spoil me with a good time.
Yeah, good.
I can't do that. It's not within my wheelhouse.
Well, I'm trying to think. How did I call down the dragon the first time? Was it literally just I saw him and waved?
You saw it and waved. Yeah.
Did we do anything special to attract his attention?
No,
I mean, you
in
have
fact,
glowing.
at-
You
in
have glowing
fact,
armor.
We had been something had happened. I forget exactly what, but we were out of firewood and out of supplies. Like, so we basically were like roughing it on our own, and like we were in no position where the dragon would have saw us. And then Dawdle was just like, I heard somewhere that not every dragon is evil. Maybe this one wants to be friends.
This guy's great. I know. Naivety. He could have been good. Could have been a lad.
So,
You know, I'm not knocking your Dauntless. I didn't know at the time, so
I'm trying to think. We did this. I mean,
I don't think we're near. Do you know were you past this Eric's Tavern when you did this?
It's
Do
on
you
a
recall?
little ways.
On the way. Okay.
It was past Eric's Tavern before.
Okay, so we're not past Eric's Tavern yet. So maybe we just rest here and then.
Yeah, in the off chance thing does find us again, I don't want to have us less than full strength. I want us to be able to, push on.
Sure.
Well,
And
not
who
push
knows?
on,
You
but I
know,
want
we
us to
could
be able
push to
to-
this tavern, and there could be a miscreant or another fey creature lurking within.
Eric was supposed to sell it, potentially to someone. That's what he said last time we saw him. So
Oh, okay. Well,
it
maybe that
under
could
new
be.
ownership.
Could be. Well, let's rest and see, and yeah, like you say, be in full spirits. I'll set up this sentry's watch thing, and yeah, if you want to do the same rest cycle thing, we'll do that.
Okay. I am also while once camp is kind of established, I am gonna do a primeval awareness check to see if the dragon is within 5 miles of us, just to,
He's right there.
even though he can fly, so it's like it's not that huge difference. He's just
Okay.
beyond, but
Yeah.
I will do the scan to say, hey, dragonoids in the area or not.
Settling down for camp. Everyone is getting ready to bed down for the evening when Varys goes and touches the floor. Everyone knows he does this for 2 reasons, one of which is probably because he's taking a shit. The other one is to check for either
That's like the
dragons.
weirdest pose to like take a shit in.
I'm just saying.
Hands down.
Everyone has
Risky,
different
guys.
poses, alright?
You need to brace yourself on the ground. Then.
Yeah, tripod. You got to be.
Everyone
one guy.
brace!
Don't be behind me, whatever you do.
But this time
Jesus.
it's not for the former, it's for the latter of checking for dragons. The mountain range is very, very wide, and while 5 miles is a decent span of distance, nothing on your radar tells you that you're in immediate 5-mile danger.
Where did we
Okay,
sort of
sorry about that.
prep down? Hey, welcome back. We're just prepping for the night to do a rest. So if you
Okay.
wanted to do, if you wanted to do potion making, then it's a pretty good time for it.
Okay, I'll do
Um,
that. Have
How many
Where
days
did we
does
bed down,
Dauntless
like,
have? Speaking of dragons, where's Dauntless at the count for
Hmm?
learning
I don't-
other languages?
Yeah, where's your dragon count at? Yeah, that's a good one. Though. I don't know.
That's
So right now,
that's a deep question.
39.
39 days left
No, 39 in.
out
Out of
of.
what?
90?
Of 120.
Oh,
Oh, there's no way that you've only done 30 days of this whole thing.
Well, it requires 8 hours of like, or it's like 6 hours of like.
Yeah, but I do enchanting stuff that takes up 8 hours, and I've enchanted a shit ton of things that takes up more than a cumulative number of more than 30.
We've kind of been busy lately.
Okay, all right.
If I only knew dragon, you would have had it. If we had the brain buddy thing, you would have gained it.
what you're saying
Ooh.
is I should have taught you the language instead. and that way-
Realistically, I think it would actually be faster to change and pivot to teaching Laszlo because it scales off of intelligence.
How quick would I be able to do it? Because that's we're brain buddies for life, so I could speed up and you
Oh
could
my
do other
God.
things.
Does that mean that theoretically Laszlo would know the things of
he would know the Morshimasi.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, right? Like everything like that
You mean all the stuff that Dauntless doesn't know because it's not, his brain doesn't match the body that was taught all these things?
yeah.
I don't know, but yeah, I could. Yeah, so I've got 22 intelligence, DM. What does that do for learning the language calculation?
It's faster.
Am I just gonna swoop in and like?
Let me take over. I'm the nerd.
Oh,
I
it
could
took
free you up.
It took you 3 weeks to get this grammatical structure. I got it in fucking 20 minutes. You fucking retard.
I'm not gonna say that to my friend.
I would
Yeah,
never say
if
that.
you put
to
it like that,
Nautilus. To his face.
I do 5e. Why 5e? Well, any thought that I have, he knows. So I'm not doing that. 5e learning a language.
I think
yeah.
we
So
kind of homebrewed this. Is also
okay.
Because otherwise you have to take the linguist feat.
Well, what's the formula?
120 base and reduced by your intelligence. Something like that.
The formula is 10 weeks minus intelligence modifier. According to 134 of the D&D in Xanathar. 10 weeks minus intelligence modifier. So 4 weeks.
you're gonna sit in on these language lessons now.
Yeah.
How long was the calculation?
So it's 10 weeks minus intelligence mod. That's what
Oh,
it
so it's
says
just
in
5
Xanathar's.
weeks.
6 weeks. I think he's got. He's at +6 now.
Yeah.
So it's 10 weeks minus intelligence
Minus your modifier. Yeah.
So 4 weeks.
We've
That's
gained it.
fucking hilarious.
We've solved it. We've broken the system.
The campaign's gonna be done less than time.
Don't say that.
Laszlo brings this
Look at
up.
Adam. Look at Stu. Look at Adam's face. He's just like, yeah. Mhm.
I imagine how this plays
He's
out.
looking at memes. Right?
I imagine how this plays out is Laszlo floats the idea, and Varys is like, "Oh, I don't want to start these lessons over again," and it's like,
I'm a quick
Fine.
learner. I'm a quick learner.
so while they're doing the lessons, wait a minute, this is way easier than it was the first time around. Am I a better?
He's getting it. He's getting it. You've had training on Dauntless.
Proficiency
Dauntless,
in teaching.
is this
Now-
okay for me
now-
to do? I mean, you'll learn it as well. We'll
now
know
my
the language
question
at the end of
becomes:
it.
is this
Doesn't
starting
hurt.
over? Does that mean Dauntless instantly has? It's a reset that his, or is it like?
He
Yeah,
failed.
You're
He
both
failed
participating.
the
Well, no,
class.
I am sharing my brain with Laszlo, so would he just pick up from where I left off, except hyper accelerated now?
Oh, that also.
Oh, that's a big one. I don't know.
That's another whole question.
Because I'm a quarter of the way there.
So you would be like, oh, I see what you're saying.
Does his 4 weeks get reduced to 3? I guess if we're talking.
What do we reckon? This is so cool, Adam. I don't know. It's kind of a really weird and unique situation.
He's better than you. That's all you gotta say.
All right, so let's just go that you'll learn it eventually.
Yeah. All right. I'll write that down. 4 weeks. There's already a bit done.
Is there even 4 weeks left until the?
Yes,
until
there's plenty.
Doomsday?
Plenty
It's
of time.
October 9th, and it's supposed to be the end of the world.
They're halfway through December, right?
These are just thoughts that we're just having in the middle of camp. Just the world's gonna end, but Dauntless needs to learn just dragon.
Well, if you think about it, if the world ends, you don't need to worry about speaking a language.
Exactly.
But if we live, this is going to be way easier for Dauntless in the future. For
All the babies he's gonna have to have.
Exactly, and yeah.
Never thought I'd say that sentence today.
Well, that stuff. Yeah. Well, I have.
Maybe not today, but like we've said that sentence.
It could
Many
crescendo quite
times.
nicely. We could learn a new language, and the Morphic Blade could morph, for better or for worse. So there's enough time.
The Morphic Blade learns dragon language before dawn.
Good.
Before Dauntless.
Jeez. All right. So you're gonna do potion.
I'm
Where
gonna
did we
do
sort of bed
potions.
down, DM? Was it sort of just off to the side of the road? What was the, where did we end up?
There
We
are
have
many
the-
pockets that the pilgrims use in order to make their camps along the Allfather's Trail. They are, for all intents and purposes, kind of like public camping zones, minus the little grill and the pre-made fire pits. But the ground has been hard packed. The foliage overhanging above has been cleared out as to not make any widowmakers, and generally speaking, sometimes you can even find some Easter eggs.
Like literally,
Like eggs.
like
Oh.
we're in the Fey pocket, so like the Easter Bunny probably.
Yes,
Leprechauns are real,
the Easter
Bunnies-
Bunny is a very malicious force, yes.
Just a fucking little bastard.
Yeah, he doesn't give out eggs, he steals them.
Oh my.
What a dick.
And, but he doesn't,
leaves
yeah, he
and he
doesn't
leaves little
steal
brown
them.
pellets in their place.
Yeah.
Oh jeez.
Pat
But he
knows.
doesn't steal chicken eggs, he steals
I'm a chicken hole.
the ovum.
Oh god. Those your ovaries.
Oh, your fertility.
Ow!
What a horrible creature. You
That's
hit,
pretty brutal,
you hit menopause at age 25.
Oh my god.
As you bed down for the evening, there are many activities you can do in your downtime, such as
Potions.
Laughing Dauntless. On my...
singing folk songs about a log in the middle of a hole.
Oh, how I cannot wait to kill this dragon.
Yeah, you getting pumped, Dauntless? You ready? You ready to be like, hey, come down here, die?
I have no strong feeling one way whatsoever.
Would you be so kind of sending over
The what?
the alchemy table for some reason? It's...
You need a one fire fern and a garlic. I think.
Oh,
is
never
the-
mind. It is print. It's just
It's pinned, I believe. But all you need to do is take this fire fern and garlic and turn it into a potion. Now, you can choose many different things for tier 2. It doesn't need to be just the resistance. You could be a little dingbat and pick something besides resistance, or you could pick a resistance that has nothing to do with what you're doing right now.
Fire resistance.
Exactly.
I'll just do the regular cold.
Alright, well, he's gonna follow the rules over here, so what a square, am I right, fellas?
Ooh,
I get
glades.
back from Guatemala. I'm just insulted.
Get
My
called a
God.
square.
yeah, but you can now not have to worry about that stuff. You can just worry about being insulted.
Where?
It's all about scale, Henry.
And how much of a square you are. Jeez.
Is anyone else gonna do anything cool and productive, or are you gonna jerk off for 8 hours?
Am I learning dragon? Is that it? Is that happening?
Is that what you want to do? Varys also needs to consent to this, because maybe he wants to forage for berries. Or look for dragon tracks.
I'll set
What
up
would that look
sentries.
like? Realistically, what would that look like? Like wing beats? Like, is there
Where's
even
it?
snow
It's a
on the
white dragon,
ground?
right? Like
'Cause,
what?
Like, is
it?
this snow actually on the ground because we're cutting up the mountain, or is it still like?
There is snow on the mountain, yes. Once it gets to a certain elevation, I don't care what time of the year it is, there's gonna be snow on them mountains. That being said, because it's a white dragon, they do have many key factors that you can look out for, and I don't mean like footprints or something like that. So, because of the wing beats, the pressure that they cause can cause upper portions of the forest canopy to be buckled inwards at certain key points, denoting where they might have roosted. Alternatively, because it is a white dragon and their breath weapon is inherently magical in nature, it does leave behind sometimes some dead souvenirs in the form of wildlife that has been frozen to death, and the ice crystals forming from them don't melt under most circumstances, so especially at the top of a mountain, they'll just be there almost perpetually. So it's more than just footprints when you're doing tracking for these kinds of
Is
things.
there a smell associated with a white dragon, Barris?
Like
No.
winter fresh, like a.
Yeah,
Oh, minty fresh.
spearmint gum, yeah.
Spearmint dragon. Okay.
Don't drink orange juice after this.
Unless you're a crazy
It'll
person.
taste awful.
Drink this orange juice.
Eat mint gum, then you drink orange juice, and then you drag your fingernails across a chalkboard and have someone squeeze styrofoam in your ear.
Oh my god, Adam. Torture.
And then you have to watch the whole Skibidi Toilet series. Alright, so if everyone is cleared for what they want to do during downtime, we're also going to eventually finish the day and go down for Betty Bye. Now, on watch, there are a variety of things now that you're in the better part of the mountain that change from being at the base. For one thing, due to the elevation differences, plant life and animal life who show up around here are different. Alongside the acoustics, now that you have less of the tree line to block sound barriers, or to act as sound barriers. Therefore, the wolves howling in the background seem almost omnipresent as the sound waves bounce across the mountain ridge. The only thing dampening their waves is air and rocks, as opposed to tree leaves. Occasional shifts in the mountain as maybe some dunes of snow become loosened as the temperature increases, ever so slightly, just enough to cause shifts which almost sound like people stepping in the snow. Light crunches that occur only for just a moment, but just quick enough that it perks up your ears. The level of mountain madness is something that is not completely, immune for all people. You can go crazy as the stillness of the air, only broken up by chilling winds, causes your psyche to become almost as shaky as the mountain air. But most of you guys, especially with Dauntless's thing nearby, which prevents fear, don't need to worry about that. As we traverse across this mountain, the temperature is beginning to lower. While not quite the wintry settings that you had before, it's worth noting that you might want to whip out those winter coats once more.
Why not?
Alright.
Especially as the sun falls behind the horizon. The sudden drop in temperature is a stark contrast to the nice beating sun, although it is the fall, so we're getting close to that time anyways. It has been basically a year in the campaign, so everything's coming back to the center point. As you wake up the next morning, there is a very crisp and clear day ahead of you, I should say. Very, very few clouds in the sky, which means that it could be very easy to spot any kind of aerial creatures approaching. But then again, Icicle Fang didn't really want to attack during the day, now did he? Let's go ahead and get down to the next dice roll. We just went through and got another deduction in the dice because we rolled another minor encounter. So we should be down to a D12.
Who's next?
You do it, buddy.
That's fine.
You roll the dice.
Oh well. Mine
Christmas won't come early this time around, but it means we're down to a D10 should the next encounter arise. Minor encounter occurring at hour number 1 again. Now, as you traverse upwards and are no longer close to the base of the mountain, it is nigh impossible for you to find any kinds of edible plants, or, well, I say not impossible, it's just very difficult. But in terms of alchemy ingredients, you find that while it is again not impossible, you are using a different topography now that you are up in this part of the mountains. You won't be finding things for making potions or tonics, but rather you could potentially hunt for things to make poisons. Certain creatures that live around here have natural tendencies to keep a certain variety of natural weapons. I don't mean claws and fangs, I mean poisons. Now you could go on the hunt for some sort of creature that has these sorts of things, for food, for making poisons, or maybe just for the fun of it. But this is only arising because as you traverse up this area and the snow becomes a better indicator of footprints, Varys, out of the corner of his eye, spots a noticeable insect activity.
Bug moment.
Indeed.
Bug's life.
There's a
whole
particular
movie.
species. There's a particular species of insect that lives up here. You've met many different kinds of giant centipede across Rutash that one time with Miladan, and other times in underground locations. But they are not known to stick to only one type of biome, and the snow is betraying their direction.
Sorry, did you say direction?
Direction.
What did you think he said?
I don't know. What do you think
What
he
are
said?
you saying, dude?
I'm trying to think of what words rhyme with direction.
Protection, detection.
Yes. Guys, onto something.
Boner? I'm on to you, Henry.
This guy's humor is great.
He's giggling. That was what exactly. We got him.
Yeah,
We got him.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just chilling.
Pee-pee.
I'm just the man.
Does anyone want to hunt giant bugs?
No.
We-
Too, unless do you have any useful ingredients?
I mean,
Poisons.
No, we don't really need poison.
dragons are kind of constituted creatures, so I don't know if how helpful a poison would be.
Yeah.
in dealing with them.
You said tooted. Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what I said.
I think someone hit their head.
Well, guys, I'm gonna turn in.
You know what's even
Ouch.
funnier than 24?
It's the morning. It's the morning. You can't turn. We got 6 hours, 7 hours to travel.
Turning yet.
Hola, see you guys later.
You'll have to deal with the actions of your consequences right now for the whole rest of the day.
As you guys begin to prepare your camp, there's a sound of something crunching in the snow. At first, you think it's just one of those shifts in the weather once more. However, it becomes rhythmic and periodic, occasionally getting louder as it increases in intensity and lowers in distance. A traveler coming down the mountain is walking in the direction opposite the way you are moving. Hooded and wearing something akin to that of one of the pilgrims who makes the Allfather's trail is coming down the mountain. As the sun begins to hide behind the horizon line, they make their presence well known, not trying to hide at all. Just walking at a normal pace, large walking stick in one hand, and another one holding a water canteen, so it's not affixed to their backpack, for easy access to take a sip.
Okay.
When they get within an easy eye shot They do not hasten to your direction, but noticeably remove the hood from atop their head. They are bald, have a beard, and one of their eyes is covered with a patch. They give a very affirmatory nod of acknowledgement in your direction and begin to continue their pace and walk just parallel to your encampment, stopping for just a moment to take a sip out of their canteen and clear their throat. Looking upon all of you, he is noticeably taken aback for just a moment at the sight of such a
Big ass.
well-versed crowd of adventuring types with huge asses.
Hello.
Have been working on my. I mean, thanks.
How goes the travels up ahead? We hear it's a lot quieter since recent events. What brings you to the mountain?
I'm on what you might call a pilgrimage.
Ah,
Oh,
I
man,
have-
really?
I have recently...
I insight check this.
Sure. Make an insight check on the mysterious monk.
Also using my
Is this
D6.
open for other people to do?
I'm
You
also
may
using
do
my
so, but only may do so on your own.
I'm just trying to talk to this guy. Jeez.
Hello,
I-
my name is Richard.
Evil,
Insight check.
evil, evil.
I rolled better than Donald.
14 total.
Well, that's pretty
14
good.
total.
Actually, no, I rolled exactly the same. 14 total.
Whoa. Both of you are on the same vibe. Let me just do something real quick. I'm gonna scratch my ass and sneeze.
I see.
Okay. The stranger is, while a different person than you, you have no reason to believe that he is lying, that he is on a pilgrimage. However, as he was about to say, I have just recently come to the realization that I am not fit to see the All-Father's visions. I even given up my eye in an attempt to please him. It did not go well. My
You lose
prayers
one eye.
and
Sorry.
my prayers and chants fell upon deaf ears. Mayhaps it is due to the temple being destroyed. I did not think such a menial thing, such as a place of worship being destroyed, would be enough to silence the All-Father's voices and visions. But mayhaps I never had it within me in the first place. So now I trek down the mountain, one eye less, and sad.
Well, you said the eye removal didn't go well. Did you mean just in the metaphysical sense, or are you hurt? I could try and clean them.
My eye has been given up in an attempt to be just like the All-Father,
Oh, no,
in
no, I
a
understand
spiritual
that.
sense.
I'm just saying, if the wound is kind of open still, I could take a look at that if you'd like.
No, it is no longer a bother, except for the fact that I have no depth perception anymore.
Could be right next to you or really far away.
I'm sensing some trauma dumping here, guys.
Oh,
No.
if it makes you feel better, traveler, from what I've heard, and getting those experiences isn't for sure thing. So could it not been that he just
He hasn't talked to everyone. Friend is trying to say.
That much I understood. But I thought that my giving up my eye would give me that extra push compared to the other pilgrims who merely make it up here expecting the toil of their work and their movement of legs to be enough. I was sorely mistaken, and now I am paying for it. I would recommend that you lower your expectations as to what is at the top of this mountain. The rubble that I witnessed is nothing more than an eyesore at this point. Unintended.
Did you see any dragons by chance when you were up there?
Well, I was not exactly looking out for them. I am, thanks to one of the local, what do they call themselves? Skin eaters. I believe they're called. No, forgive me. Teeth eaters.
Theaters.
Eaters? Have we heard about those?
Yes, they're one of the great clans.
Teeth eaters.
Are you sure what that's called?
Yeah. I say in the network, don't correct him. Don't correct him. It's
Oh.
not that.
Teeth eaters, okay.
They,
Have you known these teeth eaters for a long time? You're local?
I am local to continent, not to the local area. I came here from far up north to make this pilgrimage.
Oh, I'm
And-
from up north.
Ah,
Where do
I
you hail
don't-
from?
to be honest, I don't really hail from anywhere.
Utica.
I don't have a home to so speak of, no family to return to. This was supposed to be my last big thing I did in my life. And it was met with, well, disappointment. So, I think the last thing I'll do is make my way back down, maybe live out the rest of my days as a hermit. I don't have enough money to buy a house, and I don't have the gumption to kill myself.
Yeah, please don't do that last part.
I'm heading up anyways. I've never been up myself, and I was gonna make a. I
Oh,
know
what
it's
was I
rubble
saying?
now.
The back to your question about the dragons before I went off on a tangent about people who eat teeth. I've had dreams like that. It's horrible. I paid the last bit of my coin for them to give me some pointers on the way up. I could not afford to hire them out to escort me, but I'm in good health at the moment, save for a few things. Points to his eye. And
Again with the eye. No, I'm joking.
but I could afford to have them give me a few survival pointers, and one of the many things that I paid for include how to hide from some of the woodland critters, from big to small. The big ones being dragons.
I was
Now,
gonna go give a load of a donation up there. I know it's rubble, but that's what I was gonna do.
well, faith is often done so without any sort of material observation or proof sometimes. So, I hope that your words and prayers are able to reach the All-Father better than I.
Yeah, I hope 10,000 gold or so might help. So
I don't know how much money would be enough to turn his gaze. I clearly lacked those funds. But I still have a long ways back down the mountain, and you still have a long ways up. You're almost at the halfway point, I would say. A little more, actually. Somewhere in between.
Did you see any other people when you were traveling down? Or
Around this time of the year, no. Usually it's closer to the winter solstice is when people usually make the trip. It is the most hazardous, but also means that it is the most faithful when someone puts themselves through the harshness of winter to make their way up. But, reasonably
Are a lot of people still
speaking,
making this journey with the temple, being
as I have said, sometimes you don't need the actual temple to bestow your faith upon something that you believe in. Rubble or otherwise, there's still... The actual pilgrimage itself is one part of the journey. The temple itself is the other. I would hazard maybe like a 70-30 split. But what you take away from it is all up to you. Now, I feel like I've had a good experience with this, regardless of everything that's happened, and I can live out the rest of my days in peace. As for what you find up there, I hope you find your peace as well.
Oh, well, thank you.
Might I bother you for one thing, though?
I unfortunately can't give you my eye.
Not that sort.
What is it?
I was hoping, did you have any extra food that I might, well, I'd say borrow, but I don't intend to give it back. I have finished off most of my rations. Maybe just enough to get down the mountain.
I give him 5 days worth.
A very generous amount, and I thank you kindly from the bottom of my heart.
Take it from one. Comes from one person that had to restart their life in an unknown place, and I give 100 gold.
Give him a kiss as well.
I give him a pat in the ass.
Kiss him on his. Going down that road.
He shakes your hand, not particularly vigorously, but just he has a good handshake. Good grip. It's not loose, limp fingers. Doesn't grab you by the fingers and squeeze, that kind of thing. He happily takes the money and the food, and he gives you all a nod. Well, I'll be checking on until my legs can no longer hold my weight. Thank you very much, fellow pilgrims.
Safe travels.
I didn't catch
bless
your
you.
name. Maybe. What was your name, sir? If we ever head back to Solholm, I may be able to get you a drink or something.
You don't need to look me up. I won't be in town by the time you return. I will find my own way. Also, I live in the general north, so I'll be probably returning somewhere in the woods.
Okay. Well, I fish around there every now and then, so I may see you. So yeah.
Not
Safe
so
travels.
far to the coast of the north, the woods of the north.
Oh.
It is something
Okay.
that I've done for the last 15 odd years. And this was just the one thing that I could muster with the small amount of coin that I was able to put together. Very well worth it. But, should you ever try to find me, please know that my name is Tyrell.
Nice to meet you, Tyrell. Best of luck.
He goes down just past your encampment and begins to wind one of the bends that would eventually block a line of sight. Before he departs, he turns back once more, gives a nod, and then walks behind a rock and disappears.
Was that rock there before? No.
I'm gonna hop into the network. Maybe, Varys. If you may, I heard a hum from you there. Maybe that fella right there
Is the
is just a
dragon.
fella. No, not that dragon. the other dragon, the cool guy that we met.
Oh, the cool
But-
one.
Honestly,
Let-
I thought he was Odin.
I don't know.
Really?
Would he really be here?
He disguised himself as
Kicking-
travelers and then
Kicking around his old
stuff.
his old stomping ground. Well,
I
either
don't
way.
know. Did we get any squid energy?
I mean,
Hmm.
what does that even feel like?
You didn't check, I'd guess. I don't know what. Yeah, maybe he could be anything. But either way, I think we handled that quite well.
No squid energy check, unfortunately.
Yeah, as cool as that would be, that'd be sick. I'm just gonna eat some calamari. You want a piece? No. Give me.
Oh God!
Oh, I couldn't possibly. It's like, well, okay. Well,
No
Sounds
one
like
turns down
Zoidberg.
calamari.
Down for the evening once more. No more
That was
pilgrims
the-
come down this way or up. Eventually we'll be waking to the morning of 10:10. Upon which, the League wakes up to their feast of good berries and mangoes.
Take some mangoes today, if you don't mind.
Have one.
If all goes according to plan, by the end of today's evening of travel, you should be basically hitting exactly where Eric's Tavern once stood, still stands. I didn't destroy it yet.
Good to know.
I didn't blow it up
Yeah,
with my mind.
They blew it up! You...
You filthy animal! They blew it up.
But either in either case, let's go ahead and not degrade yourselves. Degrade the dice to a
58.
10.
Oh, D10. Could
Would you
I roll this one?
Go
Or
ahead.
Pat?
Yes.
Pat.
What?
Have you already rolled?
No, what am I rolling?
A
A
D10.
D10.
Gotta find a D10.
This guy's gonna roll a D10. He's gonna get a number.
Public.
Rarely roll D10.
Get the pigeon to
D10s
know.
are used for
I
longbows.
rolled a 1.
Did
What's the D10?
you say major
Uno.
encounter?
Umar.
We were setting back to a D20, boys, but Zen has triggered inadvertently a major encounter.
A major Zen moment.
It's all Zen's fault.
This also happens to occur at the same time as you reaching Eric's Tavern. Curious.
Oh my
What
god.
a coincidence. What a coinky dink, I would say there, my fellow friends.
My little man.
At the end of your guys'
We've never
day's
met.
travel, by the time you hit 5 o'clock p.m., is when you're starting to feel winded from your travel. A constant upward slope makes it much harder to walk a flat plane, as anyone who's used a stair climber knows. So by the time you get to Eric's abandoned tavern, you are very sleepy. The door is closed. Two 2x4s are shutting it closed, alongside a panel covering the windows. Large amounts of banked snow is accumulating in all sorts of places where normally people would be walking. Judging this, you can tell that there has been little to no foot traffic ever since the tavern itself was abandoned, sold, or what have you. So even if it was sold, mayhaps the new patron has not made their way up this mountain. Or maybe they just want it to have as collateral whenever they take out a loan. Good luck, bank. That's pretty fucked. That's pretty fucked.
That is pretty. Yeah. My collateral. Where is it? Up
Oh
a
yeah,
fucking mountain.
up a fucking mountain. Go get it, bitch.
Oh, there's a dragon on there as well. Yeah.
It's up there. Go get it.
You notice,
Okay,
though, however, as you get near Eric's tavern, there's something definitely askew. Just outside the small stable that is just in front of the tavern itself, there is something that shows sign of life. Inside of the stable, a small orange glow, almost like a dim campfire.
I thought, did you guys say that Eric was not here anymore?
Yeah, he's in a.
Looks
He's
probably like a
retired. He's in
squatter.
Solom.
You're
I mean,
tired.
he isn't, but like if you see just like a boarded up house, no one's there, and you're traveling up and down the mountain.
You wouldn't think people would squat in a house, would you?
Well, he said it's not in the house; it's in the stable, right?
Yeah, no, you wouldn't want to break in and chance guards come by, but you could probably just pack your stuff up and leave.
Well,
Would you like to
I'm gonna utilize
investigate?
this skilled feat. I'm utilizing this skilled feat. I'm gonna get a little bit sneaky. I'm gonna turn into a swarm of spiders, and I'm gonna stealthily go into the tree line nearby and scuttle alongside the group.
You
Is that something I
see
may be
that
able to
there
do?
is a lot of foliage around here for a swarm of spiders to hide in. Or God forbid you use one of your allies as a point of cover by crawling into their ears.
Jeez. I got a 23.
The scuttling begins, and Laszlo's swarm goes into the trees, doing a berth around the stables, of which is giving off a faint orange glow. Flickering, you can see shadows of something affront the fireplace, if assuming that it is a fireplace, watching the embers dance. As you get to a higher elevation, you look down into the stable and you can see the top of someone's head, specifically wearing a dark brown hood and curled up in front of a very slow, not very roaring fire. Gently humming to themselves, but making no presence known to the swarm of spiders that is looking at them.
Is he beatboxing?
No, just gently humming.
Okay.
Also, just take in mind that considering you just rolled really high on spider stealth, all of us in real life could be being observed by spiders right now. Just putting it out there.
And
probably
they
are.
may
Who are
they
you
may
trying
know
to
Laszlo.
upset?
But... Oh yeah, Henry doesn't like bugs. I forgot.
I don't like spiders. Fuck
But you love
Oh.
Laszlo.
Zoidberg.
Laszlo.
Oh.
Well, that was good. That was really good. Next character voice, there you go.
What doest thou do, League members?
I say what I see in the network to the gang. He's got a
Ah.
hood, because it's probably cold. Someone nice, go speak to them.
Could be another pilgrim.
Yeah,
I just
Zip.
walk over
You walk over to the stable.
and I knock on the stable as I go. Hello.
From Laszlo's perspective, the knocking causes the individual who is humming to jolt, as if startled. They have been sitting in relative silence for quite some time, and the knock plus the hello jolted them back into reality. Mayhaps they were disassociating. In either case,
There goes gravity.
looks up and then to their immediate left, which is where the knock has come from. They scramble and begin to pat down the fire as if they're trying to hide their presence. Speaking no words, but hastily gathering up all of their scattered equipment from the interior of the stable and throwing them haphazardly into a small rucksack that they sling over their back. Quickly, as if trying to escape, scrambling up the opposite side from where Dauntless's voice came from, a crack in the stable, typically not big enough for a horse to squeeze through, but the little munchkin that this person is, considering how small they are, small class in terms of size, begins to try to scramble out of the stable. I'm going to roll stealth.
Zip, get back here.
Ooh, pretty good. Your knock is met with no response. From Laszlo's perspective, you see the hooded figure jump out from a relatively thin crack, only used for ventilation or otherwise, but they are small enough to squeeze through. They fall down, and much like a cat, landing on all four limbs, silently. The only thing slightly jangling is the contents of their rucksack, and they begin to slowly inch their way into the tree line.
How far away are they from me?
20 feet.
I go big, and
go
I
big.
fire a web at. I fire a web at.
I
them.
fired a gun!
Do you fire your own webs?
Oh yeah.
What? Webs are just made of a string of proteins, guys. It's the same thing as cum.
Yes.
Well, if it's cum, we're butting because I got a nat 20. I got 30.
God.
You
You said that with such
Oh god.
conviction. Like,
You
busted, boys.
You shoot a very sticky substance at this creature, stringing them up and causing them to stumble as they try to sneak their way through the tree line, causing them to become, relatively speaking, much less mobile.
Do I hear all this commotion?
Unless Laszlo makes like a noise when he webs, then it's actually relatively quiet.
Fucking did that. No,
It was
I
fucking the
didn't,
pufferfish, the... Oh!
I say in the network, I got someone. There's someone behind who you tried to knock on the door. Let's go around the back. They say in the Brain Buddy network.
Alright, I walk around the back at a casual pace. Not trying to startle anyone or start a fight.
You find a brown cloaked, webbed up, short person. They're about the size of a halfling.
You alright there?
Is he alright?
You're asking the man, or woman, I should say, whatever you are.
Did the
If
rest of the
they're
gang
okay.
catch up?
Yeah, well,
Are we?
Yeah,
Are we waiting?
Well, depends on who wants to. As the stable is a little bit off the road, so those of you who would need to get closer would need to use your legs.
Down in the snow.
Yes.
I'm
They're
just
suffocating
gonna-
right now.
I'm gonna like sit you up into like a sitting position. I attempt to do so.
Bringing them around town, flipping them over like a pancake, and standing them upright.
And I pat them off.
Snow
Really covered.
currently covering their face. They shake it off quickly to reveal what is behind the snow. Indeed, a halfling, young of age and male.
Hi.
Hey. Do you mind getting this off me? Unless you were the one to do it, which I suppose you'd have a reason to.
No, I can help get that off you.
Great. It doesn't feel particularly comfortable to be wrapped up like this. I'm kind of a free spirit.
Am I just able to pull Blaz's goo off the guy, or do I need to like?
Dex, you got a.
It's
Well, you can-
strength. Tearing the webs away requires great strength to remove the tensile strength equivalent to reinforced
Fine.
steel.
It's a purple spider's silk. So
You got a natural one. As you try to pull the silks away, you can't help but notice that you're getting about as much done as trying to remove the paint from a spaceship using a toothbrush. Not sure where I got that from. The individual, still webbed, looks at you with a discerning eye. Yeah. Take your time.
I'm trying my best here, man.
I get that. You got like a knife or something you just cut it with? Not sure why you're just going at it with your digits.
Yeah, hold on.
I have one stab.
This is gonna be really funny. Okay.
I take out a dagger and I start working away at it.
It's immune to slashing damage. That's what I
Yes.
hope.
As you begin to cut away into it, you can feel that you're trying to cut a rock with a styrofoam knife, and at which point the rest of the league can catch up.
Tigers, you.
I go in the net. Just hit it with a rock. It's vulnerable to bludgeoning.
I was taking out my flare gun. Oh, okay. I mean that makes sense.
Oh, there's more of
Take it
you.
all.
Well,
Oh yeah, this is.
well then. A good evening to all of you. Afternoon, whatever time it is.
Yeah, is Laszlo here, or is he like a million?
I probably would have de-bigged and gone back to hiding.
Yeah, sorry
Well,
about the webbing. You can't be too careful. We got
I-
accosted by murderers the other night.
Yeah, that's, it's a bad thing, I suppose. And I'm trying to get away from something that could hurt me, and it looks like I am not in a good spot. So,
Here, I need a rock.
You're trying to
here.
get away from something specific, or just? in
I don't
general?
know you people. I'm trying to be cautious. There are many things on this
You're running away
mountain. You ever heard of a Yeti? Now, while you guys don't look like Yetis, I'm just trying to be cautious. Not every person coming up and down here is a pilgrim. Now that the temple has been destroyed, there's a lot of people coming up here who are doing nothing more than, they're looters. To clarify, I am not.
Didn't assume.
Does he sound like he means what he says?
I don't know, do you believe him?
I don't know. Is that a call for a roll?
It could be, if you're able to read between the lines.
I think that's a no.
I can't
no,
read.
The dice slipped out of my fingers, and the total's at 25.
This guy's kind of sus.
Did the head of the face?
What?
Don't do the face.
That's
I-
the total is-
I can't do that face. That's Photoshop, Dan. That's not real.
It's
I'm as a
just,
shardless in the network. Undo those webs slowly.
Do you have any
I have to
Yeah,
slowly
fucking undo them.
a rock.
That's a
it's,
lot of rocks.
you gotta take a rock to it. You bash it in.
Yeah, I'm just Well, you guys look like nice folk, considering you're already trying to untie me, but I'm just trying to finish up my pilgrimage to the Old Father.
You up there already and you're on your way back, or you're headed up there?
I was going up to see. I haven't finished my journey, and I'm very much looking forward to praying at one of those altars, assuming that there's something still there to pray to. Plus, it's one of the highest. It's the highest peak in all of the land, so if my voice is gonna get out anywhere, it's gonna be there.
Is he carrying any Odin iconography?
You're gonna have to do a little bit more than ocular pat down, because he is wearing a brown travel cloak.
He did just call him the Old Father as well, so maybe, I don't know. It's a bit of a discrepancy.
Is he not old?
Like my friend said over here, last time that we helped out someone, it turned out to be some robber. So I'm just gonna pat you down real quick. Fantastic.
Well,
You don't
I
get a
can't
favor.
exactly. Okay, well,
Yeah, exactly.
just watch where your hands are going there, friendo.
Oh, don't worry. That's a natural 25 total.
You frisk him and find out that he's carrying on his person a knife.
It's a good
Nice
knife.
It's a knife.
A good knife.
Good knife. Good knife.
Good knife. Say that this is the type of knife that you'd slice someone's throat with.
No, it's like the
Jeez.
kind you would have if you were a traveler.
Um,
You know-
Maybe he's just a
did
My throat slitting knife.
He's got
yes,
a knife.
the garrote knife.
knife.
Got a license.
Did he have any Odin's iconography on him?
He does not. The only thing he has is the equivalent of taking the top of a soda can and like carving it into the shape of what you think the symbol of Norse mythology is, that those triangle things overlaid on top of each other.
A rune?
Yeah. There's a name for it, but
Bluetooth.
What is it? We don't-
what fucking
No, no.
Harold Bluetooth? Yeah.
I don't know.
Honestly, it might as well be, because it's not very. It's not. It's a symbol that looks like what would happen if I flashed an image of a holy symbol at you for like 0.5 seconds and then asked you to redraw it from memory.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's the three triangles. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
made of,
know.
made of
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
aluminum pop can.
Mhm. Wow.
It might as well say like I'm religious spelled wrong. Something.
They are religion.
Just let.
I
the
love
gents know,
Jeebus.
yeah,
Yeah, my-
though. Oh, I'm sorry. This was an investigation check, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit, that was a way higher number.
Oh, you found his knife?
He actually doesn't love Jesus.
30, just like 40 something. My fucking god.
Well, he's
40.
got some of his stuff is in his rucksack, so not all of it's in his person. So, based off of what's on his person, you find his knife, his holy symbol in air quotes, and a small pouch filled with what appear to be small, what you would call bone knuckle dice, or knuckle bone dice.
Cool.
He's a gambling man. Well, listen, when your friend here gets me undone, if you don't mind, I'd like to carry on my journey, and it's a solo trip, unfortunately. To play.
Sucks to be you. We're going that way, huh?
Oh,
Might see us.
well, this is awkward if we're going the same way.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Hella awkward.
I mean, you could just, I could get a little head start then. If you guys look, you're looking a little tired, so, you know, you could rest down over here for the evening. The tavern's not being manned at the moment, but you could still get some shelter around here. It's really easy.
You're not gonna come back and stab us, are you? If I give you back this knife?
I use that to cut apples, but unless your name's Apple, then no.
Oh, my
Just
middle
so
name
happens
is
my name.
actually. Oh, my middle name actually.
Well,
But that there is a paring knife. It's not really good for stabbing. It's good for food prep.
ask him if he's got enough food. Say the network to someone.
You have enough food to be alright?
Yeah, I'm a small guy. I got enough to carry me on to the top of the mountain and most of the ways back. I don't eat much. It's all in my rucksack here.
Alright, here's your knife.
I'd be
Good
so
wife.
funny if I hid inside the backpack.
Pretty
I won't
funny.
do it. Nope.
How do you pass the time out here, man? You're traveling alone. It's kind of dangerous out here.
I'm a musician without an instrument, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
Absolutely.
Any of you folks, Alright, well, that's quaint. So, if you don't mind, I'll be on my way as soon as these webs are off. You have trouble there? We'll talk this with the rock.
It's got like bludgeoning vulnerability and it's got 10 HP, so. I
Yeah,
don't know.
probably like minimum 2 good whacks then.
But yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's immune to poison and psychic damage and slashing.
Well, that makes sense.
Oh,
You can't
you
do
know-
psychic damage to a thing that doesn't have a brain.
I could while away the hours.
And mind blast these blow up a thing.
So as soon as this stranger is freed from the webs, takes his knife back and places it on his belt, kind of reaffixes his rucksack and kind of just stares at the lot of you. Well, I bid you fine folks a good evening. And then he turns on his heel and begins to walk away.
Safe travels.
Uh-huh. And then probably like when he gets about 40 feet away from you, he breaks out into a full sprint.
I start running after him.
He's
do?
like that
Here you
thing
go.
again.
You can catch up.
No.
No?
All I
Okay.
can think of in
You
my
could.
brain is
You
the
could
fucking-
catch him.
No, because all I can think of is the low tier gods for it.
Well, it's like when you like saved Zen from no one and you like tackled the errand boy in Gromnel. Get down!
Get down,
No,
Mr.
hold
President.
Full
I gotta-
sprint.
I have to link specifically.
Is he running the wrong way?
He's
Or
going
is he
up
running
the mountain.
mountain?
He's
Okay,
going up
he's
the
just trying to
mountain.
maybe make a bit of a distance.
How do you know? Back and stab him.
Low tier god
Right,
chases
right,
you
right.
down
Makes
with his.
Brand new face as far as the league was concerned, right? This isn't.
He's just some dude.
Mhm.
As you
I
see
don't
this
like that laugh.
halfling scurry up the mountain, you are once more greeted with the face of Eric's Tavern. In the shadow of the mountain, it looks bleak and not nearly as inviting as it once was when manned by Eric himself. Say what you will about the guy, despite the fact that he was alone here by himself, he kept one of the coziest mountainside taverns this side of the Mississippi. If there was a Mississippi River. But now it is
I
barren and
figure-
cold.
I see. As far as I see it, we got two options. We camp out here, or if we can get back in here and then re-lock it behind us, we could use this as shelter.
That's it. Why rough it out in the wilderness?
You can break and enter. Is there a route for a swarm of spiders?
We could break and enter.
You
and
could
then
go through the
fix an
chimney.
exit.
The chimney for the fireplace, currently cold.
Well, you said there were boards in front of the front door, so we'd have to take those down and then.
But Laszlo can get in just fine.
That's true.
To the
Can we just see
chimney.
if it's at least empty and there's not an additional halfling in there ready to eat babies or something?
Eat babies.
Kill us, I don't
You
know.
have a thing against halflings. We discovered new racism.
No, I'm not. I'm making conversation. Do you want me to have a look? Sorry for
Yeah.
webbing that guy, by the way, but I saw him ping out the
Just
back.
all over
I mean,
him.
you have to apologize to me. I'm not the one webbed.
I don't know. That guy smelled funny.
I think he's still gonna come back and stab us in the back. That's just me. Oh right, I gotta add a great weapon.
Well, Laszlo, what will you do?
Yeah, I will, because I've done a thing. I will try to be sneaky again, and I'll climb up the roof, and descend in the chimney.
The chimney.
I got a
Santa's front door.
25 on my stealth.
Incredibly difficult to see, despite being a large swarm of spiders. Crawling up through the cracks of the bricks, onto the tiled roof, and up to the chimney with old Saint Nick. As you peer down, you're greeted with nothing more than blackness and cold air. Coming down the chimney, it is caked in soot and has not been cleaned, at least since Eric has been
A couple of months.
main occupant, so yes, a couple of months. Then again, considering how old and decrepit he was, having him do the chimney sweep would be an incredibly hazardous job. He should have just hired a little...
Decrepit.
Well, he's old.
Joyous, I think, is a bit.
But either way, you crawl down, and you are greeted with nothing within the chimney except for a pile of snow that was able to make its way down the shaft. The interior here is dark and dreary. No songs to greet you, no fine foods or meads to drink from, no uproarious crowd, even though the last time you hear there's only 2 dudes to eventually set the place on fire. And Eric himself.
Yeah.
Greeting guests with a warm, fatherly smile. But now, all you can do is look around the place and wait for the fact that, for some reason, there's someone stood in the corner.
Really?
Yes.
What? Who's in the corner?
They are quite mysterious looking. Make a perception check.
I fucking knew there'd be someone in there. I
We
knew
find
it.
anything? I had to step away.
Oh, you had to step away. Whoa!
What
If Adam wanted to repeat what you just said, because it was kind of ominous. I don't.
Let's
I was
see.
trying to just checking my boots.
I got a 23 on this perception check. What did I see as a little sneaky spider?
As you go down the chimney and look around the area, on one of the bar stools closest to a dark corner, someone is currently standing, with their elbows leaned up against the counter, facing your direction. And despite your immense stealth, they seem to be staring right through you. Or at you, I should say.
Oh.
From
Is
beneath
there,
their hooded visage, you can't help but notice a very long and toothed smile going from ear to ear, almost as if they've been expecting you and are happy that you are now here.
Hello? I got a D-spider. Can I even D-spider in this halfling's tavern?
You can. Eric did make
Okay.
the precautions to account for people
Account for
taller
Spider
than
Leslie.
himself. The roof isn't exactly the most accommodating, but it can let you de-transform up here.
I
You
will
know-
be loud enough so that people can hear me as well. That'd be, yeah.
Back to the scene of the
hello.
crime, are you? Wait a minute.
We're on our way up, friend. How goes?
Going well. I am
Yes, yeah.
very, very happy to see that you folks are all getting on well. And the boon?
going splendid. Thank you once again.
Well, have you got it
Think
yet or
everyone else
not?
is enjoying theirs. We are just. This is like the more or less halfway point, but we're going to be finding Icicle Fang
Mhm.
to slay them, proof of kill, give that to Ortir, and then we will hopefully get the boon. I'm not too sure how to actually indicate that we need his boon for. I don't know how we're going to go about that conversation.
That's
Because I
gonna be
think
on
we
you
have
guys.
not betrayed. Yeah, that's not. We haven't betrayed his, secrecy, obviously, because that's the way to go about it. So maybe we could allude slightly to.
He'll probably try to give you money.
We will say we don't need money. We are gonna find a big thing in the sky. Something along the lines of that, I suppose.
I get it. Yeah.
Do you think like hinting at the sort of scale and the gravitas of the situation might?
I will let you do that. You are better speakers than I. But you've come back to this place, and I have very fond memories here. There's even a little hidden thing that Eric left when he was still the proprietor. He left his some of the icons of me. Too big to carry them down the
Would
mountain.
they be of use?
They're just pieces of metal.
Okay.
It means
That's
a
a
lot
nice
to me,
little
though.
reminder,
This
I
was a very interesting one to watch over. It was quite entertaining, and I thank you for saving Eric.
Well, at the very least, is it okay if we stay here in this night, or if this place is holding value to you?
I don't care. I don't have
Okay, cool.
I'm not the property owner.
Well, I don't want to tarnish a fond memory that you have here, but okay, if that's all good.
Buildings come and
the
go,
fellas are just
as
out
do
there.
people.
So,
Well, let them in. I don't know what the fuck you're doing here.
I was just checking.
Anyways,
the joint.
before you guys do whatever, because I'm gonna be leaving. I'm gonna do other stuff. But you're gonna probably want to do something about that dragon, and by that, so you know how there was a thing at the top?
Yes.
Was emphasis on was.
Sure.
Thing was the thingy.
Yeah.
Even in, we're still on the outside.
No, it's,
You guys
Hey,
are
can you
really
let
good.
us in, last, please?
Hold on, I'm not. Hold on. I'll.
Do you think someone just stomped all his little spiders to death, and that's why he's not back out yet? Is he
I've been
dead?
speaking loudly. I'm Big Les.
Guys, who the fuck are you talking to?
I'm just speaking to Loki. He's in here. I'm gonna get the door
Oh.
open. Hold on.
Yeah, I figured 50-50 chance of him. Wait,
you had a pry bar for that? Your little weak nubbly fingers?
I got a crowbar. Yeah.
Ah, what the fuck?
Anyways, what was I saying?
You said that the Odin's repository is at the top, right?
Oh, yeah, right. The dragon found something up there. He's got it and making him much more powerful. Alright, have a good day.
I imagine he pieces out after that reveal and
Yeah, he just like starts
Thank you for
climbing.
the
He just starts climbing out of the chimney.
It's a pretty good route out. See ya.
By the time that you pry all the boards loose and your allies enter, Loki has already reversed Santa Claus himself up the chimney, leaving Laszlo alone here, speaking to no one.
I swear. I swear.
Talking to, man.
I was just speaking to Loki.
For real. You guys
Really,
believe me?
trust me. Yeah. So apparently, Icicle Fang has found something from one of the repositories and is more potent. Trust me,
That's-
bro.
That makes sense.
yeah.
Awesome. Why did Dovey have to forget something?
Did anyone else see that one come?
I don't know Joker GIF in PMs. I don't
Well,
know.
I mean, I would hope Adam saw it coming.
Adam's like, this is news to me. I didn't even know I said this. Like,
He literally decided that on the spot. Like,
I'll be honest, Adam. I thought it was going to be like, oh, this guy fucking has been fade out of his goddamn noggin, and he's even more of an icy dragon.
This is the first time I'm hearing of this.
You're telling me for the first time. Well, yeah, that's the information that I have just received from Loki. He said hello. I don't know if you heard me. I tried to speak as loud as I could, just in case it was not Loki and I was going to die. But yeah, he just head out the chimney there. Yeah. He says he hopes the boons are treating you a lot well as they are treating me. So yeah, we can stay in here.
Who's Loki again?
He's going crazy. I don't know what last is about.
So, you can stay another night at Eric's Tavern. Although it no longer has his name associated with it, it has the memories. You can even...
It'll always be Eric's Tavern in our mind.
I'm just pondering, what the fuck could he have found in there? Oh, fuck's sake.
You can
Toby
also
said he
find a
kind of
nice
raided
pile
it.
of firewood already pre-chopped for you. Whether or not it was left here by Eric before he left, or maybe Loki chopped it for you. There's already at least 4 hours worth of firewood to burn.
He's laced it with firecrackers. He's a funny guy.
I found these stones in the river. Go ahead and toss them in the fire.
Well, good news. We don't have to like scale this mountain looking for crevices.
We know where he is.
Yep.
Well, I don't know if he said he was there, but if he found it there, he's probably going to lurk there. That's pretty, like, horde-worthy, right?
That is probably the most horde worthy.
Yeah, it's like, ooh, knowledge.
I turned to Kalos. Well, good news. Our pal Gunderson, he was looking for something up there last time we were up there, and
It was a fucking pot. I don't think.
He wasn't sharing specifically what it was, but like there might be some stuff we can, you know, take to our friends at the flower shop if we have the time.
If there's anything left, didn't Loki fucking flatten the shit out of that place?
Well, apparently he didn't do such a good job. If the
Well, he
fucking
didn't.
if
You can't.
Dragon Junior can find
You
something
can't
that ups his
underneath.
power.
Well, it's probably underneath, right? It's inside the mountain. That's what we found in the other repository. That's what they said about this place. Well, anywho,
Remember this next time we. And
I've never been up here before, so I don't.
Yeah,
You know.
but the gang and Toby wants to give one of his condescending "I'm better than all you" speeches.
I souped up a
Bro,
dragon.
you left that souped up dragon, bitch.
Well, you know, this could even be a nice little angle for us to be like, no, a souped up dragon with this kind of alien technology that we know a lot about already, and we need your boon to save us, to save the planet, to save us all. And we
I'm
killed that
wondering
dragon.
how
Here's
much
his
our
head.
tier already knew. Honestly.
See, exactly. Well, we're playing into his like, oh, I'm a lovely clan leader, and we haven't betrayed that and revealed that, so he'll probably
Oh.
respect that.
For all we know,
Us
this is,
humans.
did he
Yes,
say
us.
does the scroll say who hired him? Wolves to take care
Jarl,
of this?
Jarl,
No.
the Jarl of, yeah, the Jarl. It's bad for business having a dragon up here. If you've got a city near this lovely trail that people go on. I say lovely relatively, but you know, better without a dragon. So I can see why they made it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that was my point. We got some stuff to talk with them. Hopefully, we could just drop if you're like, oh, this is some kind of Yan Min technology. This is kind of off-world, kind of maybe from the astral sea. I don't know. you know, drop in a few hints to be like, we could really use a boon. Maybe not money, but you know, something else that would help us in our endeavors against a big brain.
You like
Let's kill
squid?
this dragon.
I hate squid, quite frankly, and I think you hate squid as well.
Here's the good news. Once we kill this dragon, we don't have to make the trip back down a second time like we did the first time. So we can
I'm
just
gonna skate down on its corpse.
we scale the
What?
we scrape this place clean and we get the fuck out and go
Hey.
see our friend.
Speaking about just,
Skating.
have you been up there, Laz?
No, never. I don't know.
You've never-
It's the first
okay.
time going up. It's gonna. You been up there?
Never.
Very nice, very nice. It's a pretty big hill so far. Don't see what these guys are on about. Big hill.
Yeah. The big man didn't answer my question.
Yeah, you guys are also going up the easy mode. There's no blizzards, no yetis, just midgets.
Oh, it's just a fucking giant dragon at the end.
There's a
with
dragon that can summon
Yeah.
blizzards, probably.
Well, the dragon's always been here, both counts, so...
Does he also have the Blizzard employee green flame shirts that they used to wear when Legion was coming out for a while?
No, but he does
And
have
then-
stolen breast milk. There you go.
Ice Cool Fang, aka Bobus Kotick. There he is.
Well, in either case, you guys can make Eric's Tavern very cozy for at least one more night. The beds themselves have not exactly been, you know, fresh linen, but since nary a soul has slept in them, perhaps maybe a couple of dust mites or rats, they're still relatively clean.
We've got our bedrolls, you know.
As you bed down for the evening, those of you who experienced Eric's Tavern for the first time just now know the horrors of potentially waking up in the middle of a Loki time loop. Those of you who did experience this before, there's a good chance that you're having mild PTSD flashbacks.
I got you, baby. It's like
Nah, we
Groundhog
came out
Day.
of that. We came out of that net positive. We saved a life. I don't remember any bad memories.
That guy's badass, from what I've heard.
And we'll go
Ooh,
ahead and
fun.
advance for the next day.
We are on the 10th. Or are we in the 11th?
11, according to what I just wrote down.
Dude, I say, the things have been done, so we can go pick them up at some point. But not now, because we're on a mountain.
Do it now.
No.
Right now.
You wake up,
Technically, we
and for some reason, you can't help but notice that there is the scent of food being cooked.
Oh my god, if that's the dragon.
I don't think the dragon's gonna cook for us.
You don't know. Have you met this dragon?
I've never been him.
I check my.
Welcome
pockets.
to my
I
mountain.
check my pockets first.
Your pockets are usually filled with nothing more than lint and sometimes your wallet. I'd imagine you keep
Wallet
most of it
missing.
in a backpack or something. Medieval pockets aren't
sentry's
known for
watch go
being...
off?
I think that the trickster god Loki, who technically doesn't have a prescient form, bypasses your silly little...
It's
Sentry's
a
watch.
Primordial's gift, actually. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Alright, I'm putting my armor on. I don't know. Did we stay downstairs or did we take up?
Yeah,
the...
I also get armored up.
I sleep in the chimney like a cool guy. No,
What kind of
that'd be
freak?
horrible.
There's be a draft 24/7.
Oh, that'd be gross. Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
Chris just helping me put on my.
You like hold the gauntlets and you like put run into
No,
them.
but
like, put...
because he's helping me, it cuts down.
Oh yeah.
The first one to venture downstairs notices that the boards have been unboarded, letting in natural sunlight into the ground floor. The scent of freshly cooked breakfast, laden out onto the bar table, is the first thing that you see and smell. There's also, for some reason, Loki's here again, with a spatula.
What?
Oh, well, I did not expect that.
I
one.
wasn't kidding. I say as I walk down. He is real.
What?
It is Santa Claus. Morning.
Morning.
He didn't believe me.
Hmm?
I
Oh,
believed you. I believed you.
I don't expect him to believe me. Or you. Just know that I'm here.
Really?
And don't think I'm not doing anything for you.
Breakfast.
Yep. Don't ask where I got it from.
Where'd you get it from?
You know what? I think the more.
Oh, the one thing.
You're
You're
a
not getting it
little...
now. You're not having breakfast.
First with the odd number trap thing, and now this. You guys, you're gonna not keep your heads on straight, are you? Anyways, so this one's not actually just regular food, but I advise that you all eat it. Trust me.
I will eat
Coming
it.
coming from me, it kind of sounds weird to me to just tell you to eat something, but it's real.
Oh, Zen will eat it. He's immune.
I'll eat it. Yeah.
I'll eat it. Yeah.
All right, great. I worked really hard on this. You better.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna just sit. Don't ask.
I'm
Oh,
not asking
yeah.
questions. I'm just eating. This is really what do we have in
is
front
it?
of us?
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna eat this thing. Yum yum.
Does it compare to Scott's
I'm eating it.
Magic Mansion's delicious food?
Comparable? I don't know. I never ate his food before.
I'm eating. I'm not.
No,
They
I'm
never
not-
ask a
I'm
chef for
asking-
secrets. That's
I'm
a.
asking the DM, not.
Who's that?
Wow, he's got the.
It's your voice.
Loki
fifth
can hear.
wall.
Loki can hear the player character speak.
Yeah,
Just,
fuck you, Henry.
He can hear the player speak, not just the player character.
Unspace Marines. So I'm refunding this.
Unto's your space marine.
Yeah, you gotta play the first one. We play the second one.
But Loki has prepared Hero's Feast. the spell.
What does that do?
I'm glad you asked, Alec. As I keep speaking
As I
in-
low-key say that.
as I Loki say that and bring up Hero's Feast. You bring forth great feast, blah blah blah. It takes an hour to consume it. Alright, you guys can be here for a while. And it disappears after it's done. You can have up to 12 people partake in this feast. So if you want to bring some of the rats that are living in the basement, you can get them too.
Feast, my rats, feast!
A creature...
Feast?
Assuming they can eat, yes. Creatures that partake in the feast gains the several benefits. Cured of all diseases and poison. Immunity to poison and frightened. Wisdom saving throws at advantage. And increased maximum hit points by 2 d10s. Yeah, so increased maximum HP. This is not temp HP, but it will go away after 24 hours. So it's
So
not-
it's separate from temp HP.
yeah, it's technically increasing your real maximum HP bar temporarily.
Temporarily,
2d10s
2d10.
rolled by the caster. So whoever did that, you can
okay.
put those down because it's rolled by the caster,
I know, you roll.
which is me, Loki.
Low-key, mate.
What do we
It once.
Total.
We get
It's
4
4 total.
Thank you, Loki.
Good job, Luke.
I think we've come out of fights with single digits before. So
Yeah.
Hmm.
This is only for 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Guys, we should go the other way.
62. Okay.
All whiz saves at advantage, 4 HP, and immune to poison and fear.
I don't think where I can put this that I won't be like fucking. I'm gonna put. Oh, I know where I can put. I'll put it right here.
Alright, well, you kids eat up, I guess. I'm due elsewhere. Someone out in the world, I won't say who, found my deck of cards. Not you guys.
Oh,
You want us to? Actually, no. You.
Are they on this continent?
Are they? Let me see. No, other side of the world.
No. What else we can do about it?
They go
Some-
and draw crazy, or they being called cautious about it.
They're being, if I might use such language, little bitches.
Ah.
They are taking the cards to a priest to see it appraised. But
Yes, we did do that.
yeah, I'm not
You
saying
should be the
anything.
priest. You should be the priest. You'd be like, oh, this is a fine card. You should. That'd be kind of funny.
Fuck with them, dude.
Well, my little guys that follow the cards that do those
They
things,
should be the
they're
priest.
no, that's what they're doing actually.
Oh, very cool.
So, do
very
you
cool.
have a hand in them being able to find the cards, or do they have their own magic that they?
The magic of the cards is technically, so realistically speaking, the cards don't do anything. I just wait for someone to draw it and then I cast a spell. So realistically, the cards don't do
I think
anything.
you told us that.
But I know where they all are.
For you.
I know where they're all at all times, and I know which ones are drawn. As for the guys that follow around, they're just in it for the shits and giggles. Honestly, I love them.
Just appear at them one
They're
day.
fun guys.
Oh, I don't want to break the spell of illusion. They, you never meet
Yeah.
your heroes, kind of thing.
Hmm.
Anyways, you guys got a thing to do. I already told you about the thing, with the flying thing. Enjoy the food,
About
and
Do you know what kind of degree of thing he got, or is it just a mystery?
you know, it's a thing. All right.
We'll find out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
ya.
He just walks out the front door. All right, so
that one is.
while the actual temple itself is still not going to be within a single day's worth of travel, the dragon could be around the area. So, who knows? I know.
Of course you know.
Alright. Alright, so let's go ahead and... We did reset the dice. We are back to a d20 for the travel. Once you guys finish your hero's feast, it vanishes from the table. Oh yeah, I haven't rolled yet!
My Metro Man, Randy Savage Slim Jims I ate for a whole hour.
The 4 HP was for everyone, right? We didn't have to each roll our own.
No, it's
No, it was
it's
from
by
the
the
caster.
caster. Yep.
There's a little trick. I haven't rolled yet. I shall roll. A d20, yeah?
We've reset back to a d20.
18.
A minor encounter. Let's go ahead and turn your attention to this here board.
I'm gonna cast illusions only. I am not really a spider.
At the bottom of
This
the
is cool.
trail, you can see that further ahead of you is a... What do you call a group of goats? Hold on. A herd?
A
Group
gaggle?
of mountain goats.
Yeah, what do we reckon? Before you reveal it, what do you reckon a group of goats is called?
Oh, okay. That's what's
Gaggle.
Board.
Horde of goats is fucking cool. Is it that?
No, it's called a band.
Go on, one's got a trumpet.
Ah,
You notice
God. Got
there's
my
He's
a...
got a loot, yeah.
You notice that there is a band of mountain goats. They are currently standing in the road, and while you could just try to walk around them, the conditions are getting rockier and rockier. To them, it's very easy to traverse. After all, anything that is more than 46 degrees, they can walk up vertical surfaces. These mountain goats. But they don't seem to be looking to get out of your way. And as soon as you get relatively close, within, say, their senses of hearing, seeing, and smelling, they don't seem to give a fuck. They just continue to idle here, as if they're just chilling.
I turn on the glow of the armor. Do they do anything?
One of them looks up at you, blinks, turns her head, and then farts.
Alright, full disclosure, gang.
Hmm?
I don't have the materials I need ready to talk to these guys, so we're gonna
How big is this?
to go.
Is this horde
goat?
of goats?
How big is the horde?
4 goats.
What is all-terrain Lasmobile around
I
these things?
I take a few steps back, and I'm gonna do a running jump over them.
Oh, very cool.
You get to this point and begin your running jump. They stare at you with their goat eyes. As you get a running start and leap on forward, they begin to bleat at you. Meaning the goat noises.
Yeah.
It's an early goat
you
warning
very
system,
bad
you
kid.
fool!
Do I have a goat sound on my board? Let me check.
Gronk has that little weird goat sound.
Oh, the screaming goat,
sheep
yeah.
sound. Yeah.
Who would have thought I don't have a goat sound? So instead I have a cow I'll just go with. Alternatively, a buffalo also works. Why do I have a fucking mosquito sound on this thing? This sucks. I hate this.
Oh my god.
I just hate mosquitoes. Like you want bugs that I hate? Like that's it. If you're a mosquito, that's
Who
easy
likes
death.
mosquitoes? Do you know anyone that's like, oh, I love mosquitoes, they're great. I've never heard anyone say that. Yeah, it'd be really weird if someone said that. Like, I'd be like, what the fuck?
They have,
West
like-
Nile is my favorite Nile.
The West one.
They have like a blood drain
Check,
fetish
check,
or
check.
something.
I mean,
Alex
that's
gonna go
probably a
check the
thing.
mosquitoes or something.
My pet mosquito. I'd be like, you fucking
Alright.
freak.
Go ahead and make an athletics check for your long jump there, Daedalus. With the spirits of the orc warriors behind your stride, you jump far and maybe
Too far.
Maybe land on your ass.
jump
You
off.
overshot it and
Jump
fell
off
down
the-
the mountain.
yeah.
Yeah.
11.
Not as far as you would like. So with a running jump, meaning I assume a 10-foot run in a straight line, Your jump distance is equivalent to your strength score, I believe.
5.
No, not the modifier, the score.
Oh, 20.
With a running start, 10 feet of movement, your jump is 20 feet by default. Now, with the warrior spirit,
It's tripled. Isn't
it's
it?
tripled to 60 feet. So, where are you trying to go exactly? So, 60
Over the
feet.
goat.
Oh, sure. So,
Moon.
over the goats you go, them bleating the whole time. As soon as you jump over them and about face, one of them, closest to you, approaches you with a very casual stride until it's about 5 foot away from you, and stares you dead in the face with its blank goat eye with the vertical bars, or the horizontal bars, I should say.
I crouched down to meet its
I was
vision.
watching that episode of How I Met Your Mother like a couple weeks ago.
I crouch
Whoa.
down and meet its vision, and I stare into its eyes.
It goes, bleh, and then kind of just stares you dead in the face. Do you speak
I
goat?
focus all of my psychic energy into it.
Yeah, we're gonna blow his head off.
The goat is not part of Lolth's network, unfortunately, so you cannot communicate with it through that means. Lolth reinforces this by telling you the goat is not within.
Stop. Goat friend. Does anyone want to use the all-terrain Lasmobile? I'm gonna climb up here.
Oh, yeah. Would you mind?
Hop on my back.
I'm gonna hop on the broom, and I'm gonna just kind of casually glide over our friends here.
As Laszlo begins going up, one of the nearby goats sees you and begins to trot up in such a way that it's going to meet you by the time you get to the top. It stares you
Would I
dead
be
in the
like, yeah?
face. Yeah, basically.
Alright, I'm seeing everyone kind of. I get off my haunches, I walk over the goat, and I go to pet it.
You go to pet it, make an animal handling check. Not something we've done very much in this campaign.
Loads.
You have someone who's proficient in them, and
Suplex.
probably should put that proficiency into something else.
Something about rocks with the wife. You go to pet it and accidentally give it an iron grip on one of its horns and begin to shake its head violently back and forth, rather than petting it. It is not very likened to this, and tries to headbutt you in the junk. Proceed with an attack roll. I think I need to crit on this to hit you.
Dauntless doesn't have a junk.
4. Probably doesn't hit. So, you
So
go
I took
ahead.
its head, and then it like weakly tried to pat me with its head, and it's like, good enough. This is like it's almost like I pet you.
It's,
ignoring the goat,
The Soviet
ignoring the
petting
goat
zoo.
that ignoring the goat that Dauntless assaulted. I can't speak to them, but I do have that passive that lets me kind of, vibe check animals and say what their moods
yes.
and intentions are.
You can even judge animals. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, you can.
I silently judge animals.
Ranger
Every race
things.
of
Yeah.
The ranger
is the,
feats going through the goat in front of all of you, respectively. Now that most of you have met at least one goat as it approaches you, all of them have the same type of demeanor that someone in a very low-income town would treat someone when approaching into their territory with fine, high-class luxury goods.
Oh, they want food.
I mean, yeah.
Is that what
I had a story, but no.
Jesus,
Sorry,
what's
I didn't
up?
have a story.
All right, well,
You
we're
got all
not
these
gonna-
tales
I had a
you've been teasing me. You haven't been
I had a
saying
comment,
them
but it
out.
might be more sensitive to some people.
Ah, okay.
Gotta sell them some fake PS5.
Oh,
The joke-
I seen that recently.
Trigger
That's
warning:
just-
the joke involved the sugar truck. So
Oh,
Jesus.
jeez. A little
Ooh,
too
Too soon. Oh.
Very well. So, what does the League in-game, as opposed to this individual in real life of whomever you might be speaking, do with these mountain goats? One did try to headbutt Dauntless in the junk, but then where you look and see
That's
Dauntless
nature, right?
manhandling its horn.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, we see why that's happening.
Bash, what are we gonna do here? You're the animal guy. You know things.
They are. I say this like
They want your
in,
PlayStation 5.
like I'm
I don't have
almost like
PlayStation 5, I swear.
I bring like almost
Bro.
like a
Clutches my
question.
purse.
I'm kind of like I think they're trying to shake us down.
Oh, are they now? I'll shake him down the mountain. No, threat. No, okay. Well, sure. They're living up here. I'll give them a good berry.
We probably have some leftovers. Yeah.
I got a good berry machine thing. Yeah, there you go. By that I mean a log. Like, here, good sir or madam.
You attempt to feed the goat. Make an animal handling check. Do you have it eat out of the palm of your hand? Do you chuck
have
it
my
at the animal's
aura.
head?
Does my aura nullify, or is it creatures or people? Hold on.
But is the goat have a high enough intelligence that it can even register your aura?
But is it a creature?
Goats
It's
are
also
creatures.
true, we don't know. Goats are creatures, but are these goats?
Animal handling. There it is. A4! Because I have no bonus.
The creature does not seem to want to take your presence.
Okay, I have never actually watched this show, but I've seen this clip, and this is where my mind goes to when you tell me that we're being shaken down by goats.
Oh, I love Nichijou.
This video has not been available in your country. Okay.
Jesus, Dan, your country is preventing you from getting anything done, bro. That's 2 instances.
Oh.
It's Nichijou. It's a principal of a school fighting a deer.
Oh.
He suplexes that bitch.
Well,
Very well.
hopefully he doesn't try to suplex me. He
Well-
doesn't want my gift. Okay.
I also try to give the goat in front of me a leftover good berry.
Very well.
Guys, they're just goats. You can walk around them. It's free.
Well,
The free
Varys is going to good berry this thing.
Curiosity has gotten the better of me. We talked to Loki. I'm feeling curious. I'm gonna roll this one on the board too.
I love rolling on the board.
It's a +10 context.
Amazing.
22.
The creature happily eats from out of the palm of your hand. It suddenly lets out a different toned bleat. It is lower in tone, almost enough to cause the liquid in your ear to rattle, the snail reverberating, causing the rest of the goats to turn around and immediately rush over. Varys is suddenly surrounded on all sides by goats,
Oh, you fool!
all of them bleeding.
Run past them.
Run!
Hey, I'm doing the math. Hold up. I need to. All right. 2
Suddenly,
good berries total.
as soon as you see all of these goats approach you, almost as if you are prepared for them to start, like, beating the shit out of you in some sort of like a gangbanger kind of thing.
Berry swarm.
For some reason, they all begin to bow and lower their heads.
King of the mountain.
Like that, you do talk to animals without magic.
All it takes is highly sugary treats.
Let me
Alright,
see.
so
There's 5 of us. Zen is self-sustaining. It would have been 4 or 5.
What's that fucking thing?
I'm doing the math.
Spider-Man 2. It's self-sustaining now, and it's just like.
I give the other 3 goats the good berry eat. Kind of.
Toss it in the river.
They happily eat the food right out of the palm of your hand. As soon as they all receive their food, you can't help but notice that they all begin to literally fall in line. A small conga line of mountain goats are now following the league. Congratulations.
We did
I'm
it,
sure
guys.
I'm sure there's no downs. I'm sure nothing bad will happen because of that.
That's a pretty good line,
Pretty
very
cool.
quickly. That's pretty good. They're following you, so there you go.
See, I've got titles too. I'm king of the mountain goats.
Oh my god. Dip's not here to fucking tear his hair out in anger. Like, not another guy getting titles. Fuck! Just when I was
Greg's
getting
just going
close.
fucking rocks. He's like, I sense a disturbance in the force.
The fuck? Someone's got another title.
Yeah, I'm sure this is. Let's get going, guys.
Maybe they know a different route.
Can't speak to them.
As you begin to walk,
I shrug
Well-
and I keep walking.
all of the mountain goats keep pace behind Varys in such a way that they don't outpace him and accidentally bump into the back of his legs when he's walking, which is a horrible inconvenience for everyone. But you can't help but notice that one of them is slightly breaking off from the line. Not as insubordination, but rather it's gently nudging you slightly off to your right.
Okay, curiosities take control. I take a peek. What's off to my right?
The goats are
I signal
pointing
the
you
gang.
in the direction that you were walking. The goats are trying to usher you in a direction slightly off towards the right. You can see there, right over here, is a rickety looking bridge. And the goat is ushering you in that direction. And there are indeed spikes down there.
Is it, I'm just. Where am I? Because I saw the. Oh, it's the bridge over here.
Yes, this one. With the wooden
Who would put-
logs, with spikes. Yes. The goat seemingly wants you to walk in that direction.
Over the spiky bridge.
Over the
Over
spiky
here.
bridge, correct.
You might want to rob you.
You know what?
You're already invested. You might as well just
I'm
go.
invested. I am. I want to see what these. You know what? As far as the spikes go, I'm not worried about the bridge. So I'm gonna walk across the bridge. I'm gonna do it.
You walk across the bridge. It feels rickety, but at the same time, still somehow sturdy. Built in such a way to not completely capsize under your weight, and occasionally you can see that one of the goats is following up behind you. As soon as you make it across the other side, it leaps up onto the rock, completely subjugating the bridge, and then jumps down to the other side. He stood aside next to you. You see that there is a wooden barricade that has been destroyed, and the goat begins to walk and stands between two of the pillars and begins to incessantly "Blah!"
That's pretty good.
Soon after, the other three goats follow along.
Ooh. I'm gonna follow the goats.
Hell
Do
yeah.
these
I'm on.
goats think that they're pulling one over on me, or did they think that are they genuinely like earnestly trying to help? What's the vibe I'm getting off these goats?
You do have the ranger aficionado thing of telling the goat's mood and demeanor. However, sometimes it's difficult to tell whether or not they're being truthful. This is where insight comes in. Insight check the goat.
Ooh. If anyone was
You know
gonna
what?
do
I'm
it,
doing this one on the board too.
I love it.
insight. I'm writing
Plus-
a note. Varys
plus-
insight checks goats.
Plus 10 again. Let's see what we got.
These are your specialties.
Ooh,
Oh my god.
Oh,
Nat 20.
30 total.
The goats are, for all intents and purposes, as loyal as dogs. They are not trying to lure you into an alley to beat you up. In fact, they're trying to show you something cool, like a cat bringing home a dead rat.
Look, I killed this cat and this rat.
Okay, I will. I'll make sure the gang is close enough that they can see where I'm going, and I'm gonna take a peek, see what they're trying to show me.
The goat slowly lumbers forward until it gets to a dead end. It begins to bleat and gently headbutt the rock surface. At which point you also notice a pile of skulls in the corner.
Ah. Peering down at you here, Varys. What do you see?
Skulls.
Well, like any cool skulls?
Humanoids.
Are these?
Humanoid. Yeah.
Hmm.
I crouch down and I grab one of the skulls.
It feels very light and brittle. However, something in the skull seems to respond to your warmer touch, almost as if it is trying to speak with you. However, it has no mouth, and it must scream.
Ooh, reference.
The goat begins to still, continuously headbutt the rock. You can't help but notice, especially Zen in the background, this is not how a rock should sound when a goat headbutts it.
Rock Lord! Oh, he did it!
Without even doing
Rock,
anything.
Rock,
It's showtime, Pat.
rock,
That's
lord.
no rock. Rock lord? Okay.
It's funny
Oh.
how Greg's actually gone out and tried to do Rocklaw in real life while we have the Rocklaw champ here.
Mhm,
Trying to get our title, Greg? Is that
How
what we're
empty that? How empty his real life must
Expertise
be.
in history.
saying? God.
So,
Oh, the turntables turn.
Oh, how the Pebble Boy pebbles.
so plus 16.
Holy shit.
Well, expertise, that's,
No, I believe you. It's just a big number.
double proficiency.
What did you get?
So minimum 17. He can roll.
Knows his rocks.
Maximum 47.
31. Right?
31.
Alright. This is no rock that you know of this location. In fact, that's actually probably not even a real rock. It's a real rock.
It's just a sponge.
Would you like to touch the rock, Rock Master?
Yes, I will examine the rock.
That's wood. Painted to look like a rock.
Like, this is wood.
Well, well, well. If it isn't the
Wood,
Rocklaw
wood,
man.
wood. We don't have a wood lore guy. That would be the wood elf, though, I'm just saying.
I knock on the wood a couple times and try to push against it. Like,
Well, what is it? Maple? What we got here?
like a
Mahogany?
door, maybe?
It feels hollow on the interior, and you can hear something on the other side. As if you were knocking on someone's front door. Oops. Hold on. I think I deleted the wrong rock.
With the mosquito sound. Go. Feel around. There might be a handle or something if you think it's a door.
Is this skull still buzzing in my hand?
Oh my god!
It is.
Put it next to it.
Hole.
That's gone in. It's a hole.
I'd recommend
I'm too
cropping.
fat. My ass! I can't get through.
I'd recommend cropping to 8 tiles.
8 tiles. Is that with the green?
That's
one?
the green one. The cropping one is green.
Okay.
I happen to be.
I'm gonna
bringing
get
Abby
onto
tiles.
Aspire. Am
I
I
have
still
no
riding
morphs.
you?
Yeah, you're not gonna have to get off my ass because I'm turning into a swarm.
As you
but
walk
were, yeah,
forwards,
so you're
then,
up, you're up
you
there.
can't help but notice that there is a trap laden right in front of you. Do you wish to step on it?
No, I don't.
Alright, it's a bear trap.
I dive head first. That'll kill you. I just realised that would be so bad.
Well, I guess I'll just disarm them.
I do kind of shove the skull in Dauntless's hand. Check to see if this thing's trying to talk to us. You can talk
Light
to
of
me.
hand, right?
Blink on ghost
Yeah.
vision.
Well, let's take care of one thing at a time. Zen wants to disarm these traps, so let's do that first.
Well,
Can I get a
first, I'm gonna
summons in
take
between
off
there?
my crackhead gloves.
Sure.
Wait for my hands to calm down.
Twitching.
I got a 22.
There are many ways to disarm a bear trap. You could simply drop a rock onto the weighted pressure plate in the middle. You could disengage the springs, but whichever one you decide to do, Zen expertly disarms the 2 bear traps. It could have been one on each leg.
Look up, Zen. There might be like a funny air trap above you.
As for
A rock.
the divine sense, ghost vision, the skull within the hand of Dauntless, alongside many others in this area, denotes
Alas.
a variety of spectral figures going about their business within this hidden goat cave with bear
Holy
traps.
Shit, there's a lot of you. Are they all like pantomiming being trapped in a bear trap?
Only 2 of them. You see one currently crawling on the floor as if his legs have been broken in both places, and are using his forelimbs to drag himself in ghost form across the floor. Another one is in a perpetual state of pain, constantly clutching onto where you presume at one time, the bear trap would have clamped onto his right leg.
Jeez.
The other
It's like,
ones are
"My
walking
leg."
around. Exactly. The other ones are walking around and occasionally tapping on the sides of the rocks as if looking for hidden compartments or doorways, much like the one that you came in through initially.
What are you guys looking for? I forget if I can even talk to the ghosts. What do you see? I'll just try talking to the ghosts.
The ghosts themselves don't seem to be very much keen on talking. One of them is constantly just going, ah! Ah!
I point it where I see the guys who are like in clear anguish. There's some more bear traps there and there. Varys, they're all like hitting walls, like they're looking for another hollow rock.
Like they're no clipping? No. Someone fell asleep on their controller. Any more traps that we should be wary of before we start exploring this little crevice?
Well, I point to the two for the guys that I see that are in hideous pain and kind of writhing where they are.
They
We can't
are,
see them.
for all intents and
I point-
purposes, yeah, only visible to adults. He's got the...
Was one of them like grabbing his head, going, "Ah, my head"?
No.
Kill
Oh,
me.
okay, okay, good.
As for
Okay, I
traps, it
already
was
did, dude.
just the ones that Zen disarmed.
Did I get my rat morph? I think it's removed it.
Did you say rats?
Please, sir. That'd be good.
Did you
Can
know
I get
that...
a summons?
Did you know that rats are actually surprisingly intelligent? They can do calculus.
Wow.
They're the smartest creatures on the planet, according to Douglas Adams.
Hmm.
Dingle dongle.
Or is it mice or rats? I forget.
Probably mice.
Hitchhikers.
I think mice are used for all the tests, so.
Yeah, they clearly learned from the scientists that are experimenting on them, so... So, with Dauntless telling you that there are ghosts in here, looking for ways out, or clutching their wounded legs, what does the rest of the League do? Now take in mind, you can't see these ghosts because you don't have special eyes. And now that Henry's here, please turn your attention to the name of the board.
Oh, I didn't even read it.
Wow.
There you go.
Completely forgot about it.
I'm back.
What dost the League do?
Does Otto specify which wall it is, or just say they're walking to? Wait, do we know which walls these ghosts are walking into?
They're not walking into the walls, they're just banging on them. Looking for perhaps a hidden switch, pressure plate, or something to get them out of here. Perhaps they died of starvation, considering all the more bones that are littered around here.
How high up does the ceiling go?
Not particularly high, only
There's a fucking car in here.
only about 10 feet at the highest point. Some even lower. It's not a completely uniform elevation.
Is there any ghost that looks like they're doing they're like happy that they found something? Dottie?
I'm looking.
Make a look around the room and use the insight of ghost vision. You are looking to see if anyone here is not in pain, panic, or otherwise.
So
Hard to read
insight.
their emotions, yes. Can be kind of hard to read their emotions, so you're going off of primarily body language.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking hard to tell.
Unfortunate. Most of them are just banging on walls or clutching their wounded legs, so between those two, nothing stands out.
No, they're just kind of tard fumbling.
Is there any
True.
It's a word of the day, Dan.
as
That is
As
fucking so funny.
What am I doing now?
no, as Zen goes around and disarms the traps, are there any foot traffic that we can see?
Many of it is presumably from these former, well, I mean, they are ghosts, former livers.
Live now.
But they are very old tracks of compressed snow and soil. Not much in the ways of the elements to cause these footprints to be removed from their final resting place. And to address the elephant in the room, there is indeed a giant hole in the ground, but
Curious.
How far down the crevice is it? Just like beyond our dark vision, or can we see above?
it actually does not go beyond your dark vision. But just take in mind how much health a normal person has compared to a leveled player character. That would be a lethal fall for any commoner.
Ain't
So-
so common.
so it's approximately 40 feet.
It'd be like that when Kratos jumps Henry when he's jumping down the.
Mhm.
Have you seen
Yeah.
one of them?
Does it
Yeah.
seem like there's like an opening on either side? If we were to look down.
It is a relatively narrow shaft in such a way that you can't see much around the landing zone. You do see, however, at the bottom, one of these guys did try, and his dead body is splatted down in the middle of the shaft. So, it's lethal for commoners.
Is there a likely hole above as well, or is it just one leading down?
Just leading down. Above you, the surface of the ceiling is, while not uniform, no holes.
I say before we go flunking, Callus and Laz do like a sweep of the walls. Make sure there's no like hidden hidden panels.
peepholes. I also
Yeah.
just want to check the dead people's bodies to see if there's any like type of journal or something like that.
I died. Ah.
One of the goats walks into the room. As you guys begin to comb through the area looking for potential traps or hidden doodads, the skeleton corpses of these guys, still somewhat clothed in their former attire, is not sun-bleached, because there's no fucking sun in here, but it is torn and shattered by the cold weather. Rummaging through their equipment, they had typical things you might find of someone making a pilgrimage. Their robes are dark brown, their boots adequate for hiking, and their attire underneath that is of that of people of humble origins and men of the cloth. Unfortunately, none of them kept any journals, so that I can tell you about them screaming, written on pages. Ah! He wrote down.
Increased delirium, and it drifts off. I'm dying now. The last breaths.
But environmental clues can be more than just journals written by people in their dying states talking about how the walls keep creaking for some reason.
Jeez.
So, seemingly, you could check for hidden walls, much like the one that got you here in the first place. You can jump down the 40-foot shaft and continue exploring from there, or you could leave. The goat, however, seems to be very... The goat, however, seems very fixated on one particular thing.
Hole in the middle.
That's correct. The shaft, if you will.
How long do you think we'll be traveling in here, do you reckon?
Bleh.
For all we know, this could be a shortcut. So
Okay, well, I'm just gonna spend 1 minute to just put some oil on my sword.
okay, we'll give you a minute.
Yeah, if you let Callus have a peruse around.
You know what? That's a good.
Wait a minute.
That's a good point. I'm
Yeah.
gonna burn a spell slot and call up my ethereal quiver just in case.
Godless, you had a...
Do a religion check.
Alright. Of what are you potentially trying to garner from this?
So we were told that the dragon took something from Odin's stash. I'm still pretty adamant that I think that old guy was Odin. I wonder if this is his stash and this is his way of repaying the hospitality. And I would just like to try and think of goats in terms of Odin lore.
No correlation.
Goatdin, however, is
Odin.
Odin.
Odin has a
I'll
lot of
say-
animals that go under his name. Ravens, of course. Horses.
He also scares the shit out of us on Valheim. I mean,
I am never scared.
You get, you have bollocks, so yeah,
Hmm?
you get scared, totally.
I don't know what you're
I
talking about.
turn
Shaking in your boots.
to Zen. Hey, let's why don't the two of us drop down there real quick and just see if there's anything.
You want to wait for the rest of the group?
How deep was it again?
Well, no, I'm waiting, but like once everyone's done doing their preparations to jump in, I say the two people who can slow fall and be.
Well, why just send the bees down there to do
That is
some
also a good
recon?
idea.
Can they tell you what they see?
I can telepathically, yes.
Oh,
B,
okay,
B,
great.
B, B.
I can't control them, but imagine they're down there.
You send the gaggle of bees down into the 40-foot cold shaft. At the bottom, a dead body awaits. It does not greet
Is
you,
that it?
and when the bees take a gander around, you can't help but notice you are now in some sort of artificially crafted, judging by the bricklaying, under mountain construction.
I will relay it to the team. There's a body down there and like something man or possibly squid made.
Is it purple?
Purple? Can bees see color?
I
Oh my god, I
think
don't know. Can
I
they?
think they can.
They got a lot of eyes, right? Can a bee?
I would say,
see
I
colour?
feel
Can
like
a
they
bee
would,
kill you? Yes.
I would say they have bad eyesight because they use pheromones to travel and communicate.
Well, all they see is purple. Is ultraviolet. So
Wow.
they'll be like,
So
So to answer your
Oh my
question,
God.
yes, they do see purple. And only purple.
bees see blue, green, blue, violet, and bee purple. Whatever bee purple.
What the
means.
fuck is bee purple?
I don't know. Well, that's what they fucking see. So they go, yeah, there's fucking so much purple everywhere. Wow.
Yep. So you ready to go down?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Does anyone here want to take a lot of fall damage?
I can probably go big layers and like descend down the fellas and then climb back up one by one.
I can feather fall me and
You want us to
or-
conserve spell slots?
yeah, let's do that.
I've also got a broom that I can stick up and down if there's really.
You can take two people with that broom. Let me hop in there. I'll have Krios.
I hand
go
it
with
to you so
Les.
you and Krios can go, and then I'll.
I've got Krios on my back, hell yeah.
Slowly
go.
taking down the league, one member at a time, or two at a time, you go down the 40-foot drop. Down to where the peasant died. Rest in peace. Guy with only like 10 health. Until you get to, as previously described, not purple, nor bee purple, man-made bricklaying. Brick and mortar. Into a semicircular tunnel. I'm going to need to change the cropping. Hold on. That's pretty good.
Hero too low considering where the.
You're actually gonna raise it to 14.5.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I need to also lower it so I can find you people, because I need to move you all.
So do we-
Unless if someone wants to stay behind.
Alice in Chains starts playing.
Well, don't actually jump in that
What
bit,
number
'cause
did we need to?
well, don't actually jump in.
Okay.
Hold on, because it's a tube that layers into
If
different.
you and your friends
areas.
jumped in a pit, would you also jump in a pit? The bridge one.
I can't do mass select for the teleport, unfortunately.
What elevation did you want us to go to?
It's a different location and at 14.5 on cropping.
14.5. Okay.
Alright, I'll just do this one at a time, I suppose.
Oh, I think I see this thing.
Just take in mind your... Oh, shit. Someone
This is gonna be
disappeared.
Combat, I gotta go soon.
It's only combat if you guys make it combat, if you know what I mean.
Kiss the dragon, kiss the dragon. Whoa, look at this. Fucking hell, cool.
Now I gotta change my cropping. Did I forget anyone?
I don't think so.
You forgot Billy.
I never forget Billy. He's just not here.
Billy.
Following the tube, eventually you get to this double door. Hold on, the torch is not supposed to be here. It's dark.
It's a well-lit room.
This opposite of well-lit room. It's dark. And you see above the door a plaque. You can ignore it or you can read it. Up to you. Imagine you chose the first one.
Language, is it in a language we can all read?
Ooh.
Ah, it is. Especially if your name is Dauntless. And now, because of the Brain Buddy thing, Laszlo. It's written...
Nautilus, what does it say?
It's written in a celestial tongue, which is why you guys can understand it. Are you ready to
believe it's
hear the
celestial.
translation?
It says.
Pee pee poo poo.
No,
Wow.
Henry.
He's back, everybody. He's back. He's Return of the King.
He's been holding this in for 2 weeks.
I was going to say in court, but I held back.
Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Not guilty, not guilty.
Dang, I gotta give him money now. This guy's good.
Tucked away in the shadow of the mountain, we find our refuge. Seek a hidden entrance and find one when calling upon good friends.
Seek a hidden entrance. What was the first bit?
What?
Was this something? What was that a full? I don't know when you started the quote. Was it like what was the?
I said it after the pee pee poo poo stuff.
Oh, so I was writing pee pee poo poo.
Refuge Mountains.
Damn it!
Refuge.
Hidden entrance. Upon good friends.
Someone got it.
I don't have it. I gotta go on the
I
vault.
don't have anything.
Dan's just says pee pee poo poo.
Yeah.
Alright. I turn to Varys and Zen, who are the closest two next to me, and I kind of like put my arms around both of them, and I walk all three of us up to the door, and I start kicking the door open. We're good friends.
Okay.
And I start kicking.
Barris, do you see Dauntless as a good friend? Or as merely just an acquaintance?
A dangerous question to ask, Varys.
Yes.
And
I
Zen,
start kicking.
do you think Dauntless is a good friend, a means to an end, or just a whole?
Good friend.
Very good. Everyone who agrees to this, even the most reluctant of Varys, pass through the door, although it doesn't open by traditional means.
Oh, so I start kicking at it and just fall through.
Yeah, your leg just goes through it.
Well,
Whoa.
I just
that
like
happy?
yoink you two in.
So that means that the rest of you will need to be friendly to one another if you want to get through. And if you're there alone, get fucked.
For the record,
that.
I did not figure that out. I just thought of like the stupidest possible thing I could do. With
Well,
this
you figured it out.
person.
I dap Callus up.
Yeah, but create.
Not as a swarm, but.
You guys just start high fiving.
You just go.
Ooh, this
I
guy's
guess-
great.
Wait, doesn't Carlos secretly hate Laszlo?
The greatest friend right here.
The best of friends, right here.
I don't know if he hates me. I don't know. I could probably detect his thoughts, but I don't know.
I imagined like the motion that I did, like kind of on my knees, so I kind of get up like that.
Ooh, I just stretching my legs there.
Oh, since it's dark in here, I activate my.
I mean, I think there's going to be a bit of tension, Varys, because look who else is out here. The cat. And the owner of the cat.
Is there any secret animosity that we should all know about? As
This cat.
I thought Krios was everyone's friend.
Well, yeah.
Krios hates less.
Krios hates his owner because he made him walk through fiberglass. No, that's why I was hinting at. But no, we're all good friends. Yeah, we've been through thick and thin, wouldn't you say?
Very much so.
as the group known as the League passes through, you find yourselves in a very large, decorative hall. The statues before you, because I don't have a statue of Odin, these are statues of Odin in varying states. One of which he is in a battle-ready state, gripping his famous spear, Gungnir, in a combative stance. Another one, he sits atop a throne, with one eye clearly missing, to denote his transition to the all-knowing one, sacrificing his eye. To be
You
fair,
look like the old man we saw.
You don't have that facial blindness thing anymore, do you?
Nope.
Oh man, you're lactose intolerant, I forgot. No milk.
Those goats kind of scared you then, I guess.
He does,
Milk-producing creatures.
kinda. There's a couple of discrepancies, though. This one depicts Odin with hair. The other guy was completely bald.
Was it the other eye as well?
No, it's always that he knew it was the correct eye to remove.
Okay. Yeah, I removed both of my eyes.
Ah, shit. We do.
We've only got 2 shots of this.
It's a 50-50 chance. There's no going back.
Get!
But this place is in a pretty sorry state. The walls are crumbling, and nary a soul to be seen to do maintenance. And on the opposite side is a stairwell leading up. You surmise that, assuming that everything here is kosher, so to speak, this may lead to closer to the Temple of Odin. Maybe Daviculus didn't find this.
Maybe. He didn't feed the goats.
Correct.
But he doesn't have
Is,
any friends, so he probably wouldn't have got through that door.
I'd say Daviculus has.
These are
Forced
doors,
friends,
right? My screen's a little dark, but like, are these doors like?
Mhm.
Well,
Do you want to check these doors?
does it look Yan Mini, or is it like old and ruined?
As
It's
rendered,
more in the
yeah.
style
As
of.
rendered, yeah.
It's more in the style of what you would expect from this type of architecture in this country at this time of year.
Localized entirely inside this mountain.
If you want to, you can also change your cropping to about 12.4 if you want to see the tops of all the rooms removed.
12.4. Oh, lovely.
Checking the doors, do they seem to be locked or trapped?
They seem to be, well, not locked nor trapped. They do have a large amount of rubble and debris, preventing immediate access. Some of them do. Some of them are just like, just old.
I can't
Devil.
believe that worked.
That was pretty good.
Which one would you like to venture towards? Or you could ignore all of them and go up the stairs.
But the one on the
On the who?
the one I'm sorry, the one on the right, closest to the.
This one?
Oh, yes. Looking. What is that?
West?
Looking south.
South.
Looking
South
south.
is out of here. It's to the staircase, and then
Yep. The door
came from the
closest
north.
on the right. Looking south. It would be the ones.
So
Winter
west.
plates in it.
Yeah.
That one actually doesn't have any
Yes.
debris in front of it. But there is a metal bar. However, will you get past it? Guys, it wasn't meant to be that hard.
You've stumped them.
Is it?
Lift it.
Yeah, can we lift it?
Yeah, you can just take it out of the take it out of the hand.
I don't know
Henry's
why.
fucking head blew up.
I don't know why I thought it was on the other side. I thought
Oh.
you said on the other
No,
side.
no,
I'm
it's
like,
it's on
oh,
it's on it's on your side.
Oh,
Is
okay.
it like
yeah,
is it
look
like the
that up.
sort of when dogs can't go through glass, like there's the door? That's it.
So it was locked from the outside. Is there like more corpses in here? Is it again, or is it just rubble and what's here?
That depends. Is ghost vision still active, or does that not last that long?
It's only like a minute.
Okay, no, that's
I
over.
activated the second time, but like.
Are you allowed to?
I mean, how many do you have it once a day, or is it like
Wrote down.
It's a DM homebrew power, so.
yeah?
Oh, once per day now.
Yeah,
It was like based on charisma mod.
I'm gonna tap my gem of seeing.
Gem of Seeing allows you to see unknown things such as hidden compartments and other stuff. However, this room is as depicted. A variety of books and trays, some of which look like scholarly texts and others of a religious nature.
Scholarly texts. Think of what the Twin Ravens would do with some of these. Maybe just check if they're not Yanmin. I'd be careful.
Do they actually look like they're in a language that's not deep speak?
They are written in the same as the door, celestial text.
Oh.
Yep.
I will. Oh, okay. I will, using his brain, read what these things say. What kind of book fronts I say to Callus as I sort of, as he's pointing around with the gemasy and stuff.
There are
some books here.
two main texts and several loose leaf pieces of paper that seem to have been torn from said texts, but are littered across the table.
Okay.
One is of a religious nature, another one is that of the learned types, scholarly individuals, big brain.
That's us, Callus. What, like a nerd paper, like a thesis?
A nerd paper.
You could call it
I
that.
don't know. Okay, what have we got? What are the so the two main texts in Celestial. So one of them has got what written on it?
Which one are you going to read?
I mean, do the covers look different? Do they...
Not particularly. Maybe it's because the age, but they're pretty featureless.
Okay. The one on the left. I'll pick the left one if there's one on the left.
Reaching over to the one on the left, has several pages torn asunder, and those of them that have been torn out are now illegible. However,
Okay.
turning over a couple of pages, it seems to have covered some of the other text from being eroded away by the whatever elements of age and time, which is age and time are the same. It seems to be some sort of book regarding prayers, specifically not just to the Allfather, despite him being the most prominent figure in this area. He's got his freaking temple over there. But there are a couple of minor ones to well-known Nordic deities, of the Vicars, I should say. Of course, you have Thor, son of Odin, Odin's son, you might say. There is very scant in the terms of Loki, actually. He is surprisingly barren from this text.
Maybe he was ripped out.
Redcon.
He'd been retconned here. I see these scraps of it. Maybe. Okay.
But they are
Well,
just ways
considering-
of
yeah,
specifically praying to them. What type of
Okay.
gestures to make, particular words and key phrases, alongside other means that what you should be asking them for. Obviously, you might be asking Thor for war, time, battle-related things, such as victory in battle. Sometimes it's something very mundane, as Thor is also known as the god of man, as he has many of the fundamental flaws of humanoids, such as pride.
That's fellow humans.
A manly man, full of man.
Yeah.
Man.
And then you might go
Okay.
for Odin when it comes to knowledge, or a different kind of military prowess that you might come from a tactician of some kind. Of course, Loki is bereft from these pages for whatever knows reason. You could certainly try to ask him, but probably wouldn't give a shit.
Well, you know, Odin was a master, so he was a defector, so kind of, you know, maybe he came in and was like, I'm tearing these pages out, little asshole. Like, does it go in alphabetical order?
Not particularly. If anything, it's more of a hierarchical of.
Probably he would be next to Thor. So is there like a ripped out part just after Thor?
Yes, there is.
You don't know, like, yeah, okay, right.
There's also other known vicar deities. Some of the ones that were used for you seafaring folks. Other ones maybe about fertility. Others regarding the moon, I believe. And then there's fertility. Oh, I said that already. But yeah, there's other ones. But they don't really have anything that are just like, hey, this is what Odin said to me as the high priest or anything. It's just prayer book.
Gotcha. Yeah. I say to Callus, that's kind of stuff that's in there. If you want to pocket that, I don't know what Zen. You want to maybe take that back to the Twin Ravens building? They'd probably like that. Get a pretty penny.
Ravens or the flower shop.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, either or, yeah.
At least
Good
we count
question.
as artifacts. Got room in the bag of holding?
Yeah.
I haven't looked at the other one yet. What's up? Yeah.
Being Ghost DM, is that looking into the ethereal plane? No.
Technically speaking, ghosts are ethereal, yeah.
So, gem seeing gives me true sight, which
You keep cutting out.
Cutting out. Thresholding, maybe. Is it push to talk? But...
No, I think I didn't fix it last time before I left.
Hmm.
But the
Yeah, he's got 120 feet ethereal plane vision as well.
There are ghosts here, and you can subjugate Dauntless's main feature that I gave him that he can use once a day. How rude of you. Churkamer Gerb, as the people
User
say.
in your channel timed out.
Nope.
We
He
lose.
did not like that joke.
Wow, alright, I get it, Henry. The guy who just said it.
I'll write down the other. What's the other book in the mean? Is there also pages ripped from that one? Right.
That one doesn't have nearly as many pages ripped out.
Okay.
It is in reference to a scholarly text written according to one of the people who penned this was a priest of Odin, somewhere near the top of the mountain, presumably. It is a record denoting various visions that have come to the priests and some of the pilgrims if they were willing to talk about what Odin gave them in their visions. Naturally, not everyone was able to see things, so they are very few and far between. Odin, of course, is, as you people know, not actually, anything more than a squid man.
Some guy.
There are many things in here that when you read them and put them together, really help to reinforce the fact that the commoners, not knowing that Odin is actually just a squid, is a being of higher intelligence and power. So, he shows people visions of himself fighting in great battles versus Jotuns, or frost giants as it were, taming wild creatures of immense size and breaking them to work as mounts under his service. Vast wealths of knowledge far beyond comprehension, to the point where even the people giving the visions were dizzy after receiving their prayers. In either case, many sorts of people who came into this area
User
are
joined your channel.
usually willing to tell the priests what they saw in their visions, because one, they're usually in a very reverent state, and if a priest comes up to you and is like, hey bro, what'd you see? He'll be like, bro, I saw so much shit. So it is a recount of varying visions that people have seen, and you notice that most of the time it's kind of just like them being told what they want to see. Not so much what they need to see.
Okay, yeah.
Especially if you
Okay.
keep worshipping me. You'll get all the bitches. That's totally what Odin would say.
Well, I let the people know, so you guys can take that, maybe, Put them both in a bag of holding. I looked at the other book, Callus. It was scholarly texts by an Odin priest about the visions
I'm
that they have.
thinking we can make a final decision if depending on what we actually find. But I'm thinking texts like this, ravens, actual artifacts, physical artifacts, mutual friends.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, sounds good. You back, Henry? You all good?
Wee woo. Wee woo.
Standing right there.
All right.
There he is. Hey.
Hello.
Welcome.
Okay, so
Alright.
my mic and TeamSpeak just fucking pooped out.
Mhm.
Okay.
No problem.
Question for you: the gem of seeing gives me true sight, which lets me see into the ethereal plane. Does that let me see ghosts?
Yes. Ghosts are inherently bound to the ethereal plane. Therefore, you can see the guy sitting in the corner reading a book. Ghost book.
Ghost book.
He
Got it.
pays no attention to you because he's too engrossed in his literature. Flipping through the pages, reading ghost literature.
I let the boys know that. Hey, I see ghosts now. I'm seeing ghosts.
All right,
There's
Bruce.
a guy.
Oh, cool.
There's a guy right there.
There's also another
You've got
guy
two-
standing where Dauntless is right now in game, and is currently motioning the tearing out of pages. The other guy isn't paying attention, so maybe it happened at a different timeline.
He's tearing out my book.
Just ignore him. Just ignore him. He won't rip out my book.
I'm holding on to it. He's like white gripping the book.
I ask Kalos, do these ghosts, are they featureless ghosts or do they look like people? Can you distinguish them between each other?
That's a great question. Let me focus.
The guy reading the book nonchalantly is dressed kind of like the monks over at the temple. They have all the same features, and while you can't tell color, there's enough discernible folds and creases that it looks like something similar to a pilgrim's, but not quite. The guy who's doing the tearing of the pages is dressed in full metal armor. Plate, if you will.
All right.
Any unique things on this plate?
Anything?
Nothing of the sort.
Any markings?
Certain fine details are lost on ghosts. Realistically speaking, I don't even know if he should have armor in his ghost form, if they should just be naked.
Fucking dick out. Jesus Christ.
It could be.
God.
Because
you
why
don't
would there be ghost plate armor?
You
He
don't
should-
want this vision.
Realistically,
you don't
all
want
yeah,
what I see.
realistically, all of them should be butt naked.
Oh,
I
jeez.
say realistically, with fucking
He's
ghosts.
crossing his legs. Yeah, they're totally real.
But let's just so there's some
Okay,
features that
that's
don't
what I'm saying,
translate.
yeah.
Yeah, some features don't
Okay.
translate to ghost.
Well, Carlos, the two books that I looked at are in Celestial. One of them is a prayer book, and one of them is the noted visions that Odin gave people. So we're gonna take them, and we're probably gonna give them to the Twin Ravens. But we'll have a read through it properly at a later date, I suppose, and then determine if there's anything like I'm a squid, by the way. Like, oh, jeez, don't want to give them,
Could you also just pass down the notes? Could you make copies of those? Not like of the books, but like just look
Could do,
whatever
yeah.
notes you got. I'd appreciate that.
They're very like prayer book for vicars and what to ask them for, and then scholarly text by an Odin priest, record of visions. It's pretty surface level stuff.
Would you like to explore another room, perhaps?
Said this door over here on our immediate left had rubble in front of it, or was that another door?
The doors that have rubble in front of it are the ones furthest from your position, so the ones closest to the south. The first two, unobstructed. The last two, obstructed.
All right, we want to start with this one that's unobstructed.
Sure, yeah. Let's go to it.
You open the doors. They creak and are heavy with rust. As you pass through, you can see, if you have ghost vision, a variety of people in a kowtowing position, as if praying, and a ghostly figure sitting atop a stone throne.
Does it look like Odin?
It does look like a man, but whether or not it looks like Odin is again up to interpretation. You cannot tell
Well,
if he's missing an
Kalos,
eye or not in ghost form.
I'm gonna burst your bubble here. They
Oh,
just don't
no.
have souls, so it can't be a ghost.
Wow.
I know. Crazy. That's how that works, right, Lolth? You're a master of souls. Don't want to just blow smoke up that situation there. Fact check.
That's correct. Any creature not native to this plane is nothing that has a soul that I can be malleable with.
Okay. Thank you.
This includes demons and devils and whatnot as well, but extraterrestrial creatures typically don't have souls.
Okay. Yeah, we probably won't find it. Yeah. So he could be alive, could be dead. We
There's a
don't
door
know.
behind me, right?
There is a
That
door
is, yeah.
behind you, yes. There's lots of stuff in there too, if you dare venture in my magical realm.
This might have been. This might. Oh, I'll go travel over to you.
The
This might be
room
where
here
the
reads as
priests-
tithes.
Tithes. So tithes are like prayer rooms, I think, where they talk of penance and shit. There's a pew there. Yep, this checks out. Big throne. Is there like a little pedestal where a book might go, like at the top?
No longer.
No longer. Okay.
Well, this room.
You said this room was busy as hell, Carlos? There's a lot of folk in here?
Mm-hmm.
They are in
A
very
lot of.
subservient poses, with the exception of the individual sat atop the throne. A very arrogant-looking pose, one leg crossed over the other, leaning the chin against the palm of the hand which is resting on the armrest, the other one drumming its fingers across the other.
So is anyone in the party right now? No one here anymore is native to Rutash, right? We're all foreigners.
Wow. I mean, Dauntless is originally, but yeah, the people here, no.
I was gonna ask, was the Storm Crown always a position that was like on the move and in his boat, or is there a?
Pretty much, yeah. For most of the year, I think. Would I know that as a seafaring lad?
That would be more local
Knowing the
politics
waterways.
than...
You know, you might swing by into. He's got that fleet of ships with him, that special fleet. We saw one of them when we were in Allport. Remember?
Trying to think who, like, what kind of important figures in Rutash would be, would have their throne here under the mountain, since if it's not the big man.
It'll probably be a head priest, if anything. If I had to wager, because you know, if these folks are going to Kalos are all like praying, and this guy's not, maybe he's giving like a sermon or something, and they're just reciting whatever he's saying. Are they speaking at all? Are they groaning or moaning, or are they just silent?
The ghosts
I
themselves
can
are silent.
see. Yeah,
Yeah,
I can see, but I
you
can't hear.
can't hear with the lens.
I got you. Okay,
It's like black and white television
they're probably
without
doing a little
subtitles.
chant.
Probably. Odin, you're the best.
This guy's
Osaka
really,
Kodik.
well. Okay.
Well, would you like to check out the room that Varys has been eyeballing?
Why not?
Grab the door.
Is the
Is
door,
Is the door trapped?
Is it trapped? I don't know. Is it?
I don't know. I don't know.
What the hell is that number? That's math. Hold on. 34.
Door is
34. 34, sorry.
It has no traps, but it does have an interesting locking mechanism. Not a traditional key, but rather some sort of object to be placed into a key-like hole, but not a key.
Maybe. How big does it look?
It's about the size of a golf
hard.
ball.
Oh, fuck you. I know what it is. Like, real me, I know what it is. Okay, but I don't know. Okay. Is there anything nearby that might fit the description of this? That we could... Is there something up at the throne, maybe? Or in a sconce? Or something nearby in the rubble? Let's have a scour around this room. Has it got any, like, particular imprints? Is it a certain shape?
It's kind of like a cut gem. Has very many flat layers across it.
Do I have any gems in our possession that match the size of that we could try to use? But let's have a look around first.
Could I get a summon, please?
Oomst.
Humith. Ooh. Am I okay to roll investigation, Henry?
Yeah, go.
I got 24 on an investigation of this room to see if there's anything that might be cut gem related.
Nothing in this room could be used as a potential key. I have not done. The key is just 20 feet away from the hole.
Well, I was thinking, Brother Windlaff's fucking ring that I had to get his Gunderson is fucking that. But I don't know where that is, and I don't know it as his
We've
character.
never seen it. We as characters
Yeah.
never seen it. I don't think Gunderson told us specifically what he was looking for.
Well,
We
I don't
just
know
know
where
he was looking for something.
So let's just... That room's fucking locked.
Going through like this middle corridor, is there any ghosts out here, or is it just in the room?
The ghosts shamble aimlessly in this hallway, not going to anywhere in particular, and almost looks like someone's hitting rewind on them as they get to a particular length of their stride. So they are going nowhere at the same time as going somewhere.
Well, we got that last door over there.
Was there any writing on that door before we proceed in Celestial?
Nothing of the
I
sort.
don't know, maybe what that... Okay.
Just has the definitely
I say
not
gem room.
Gem room. Yeah.
It is. It is.
I said definitely not. What the hell is wrong with you, Dan? I said
I'm
not.
being gaslit. It's like Borat.
This one
It's
is
Borat
obstructed
in
by debris, however. You'll need to spend some time to remove the rocks, unless you want to just try to bulldoze your way through, which could break your shoulder.
Do you have any objections to that? Are they...
It's, the size of bricks, because they're bricks. There's just a lot of them.
Check it.
You want to just Kool-Aid man that wall?
Is there anything on this door, like above? Does it say what it is?
Not this one.
Okay. Sure. I mean, a little spider swarm couldn't finagle the way through, but
Yeah, do it.
is that a thing?
You trickle your way through, and eventually you see that there is a fucking bear trap on the other side. Too light, the spiders are too light to trigger it, but you can crawl over them without triggering the trap. If you want to tell your friends, or let them hee hee ha ha, there's a bear trap over here.
That would not be funny. I can crack your leg in half. I see there's a bear trap through it, but I haven't triggered it. I'm too light.
And several
There are
dead
a lot of
bodies
dead
on the
bodies.
inside.
There's a lot of corpses, and there's some text on a table with a scroll, and arrows, and
Appears to be
just
some
describe
sort
what
of
I see.
armory.
An armory of some sort. What do these texts say? Are they in common, or
Can
are they
spiders
celestial?
read?
Yes, this guy can read.
This has a ledger containing a checklist of everything being kept in here to a very, very studious amount. So, 4 suits of armor, check. 1 longsword, check. 3 daggers, check. 2 axes, check, that kind of thing. 6 dozen arrows,
6 dozen arrows. Is that a scroll on the right as model?
It is a
that the
scroll,
ledger?
but it is currently sealed, and you can't tell what it is for.
I will not
Eat-
take that away
I
now,
will
but
eat
I will
it.
say...
Oh.
Good fight, mate. That's how I get my powers. I eat the scrolls. I say there's a cool scroll in here I want to get, maybe, but there's corpses and a bear trap the other side of this door, fellas. So, take caution when opening this, because it's right there. If I go big mode, I'll probably die.
You might hit the bear
Trigger
trap.
the bear trap. Yeah, so I will stay here as a little spider, I say to the network, but yeah, there's stuff in there that you might like.
Okay.
The League can
trap.
proceed to remove all of the debris. It'll take you, collectively, depending on how many people want to lend a helping hand. If anyone wants to stand on the sidelines and watch like a Con Edison person.
Don't start on them.
Yeah.
If I go on the ceiling, DM, would I be able to big mode, and then, because I can just walk like a spider, would I not be touching the bear trap?
Yeah, but then you'd be upside down and all the blood would go to your head.
I will take that risk, and I will take one of the maybe like mundane locks or one of the daggers and just drop it where the pressure plate would be to try and trigger the bear trap.
You drop one of the daggers onto the bear trap. There is resounding metal-on-metal violence as it violently snaps shut. The rest of you can hear this clang from the other side of the door. Perhaps Laszlo just got bear trapped.
Laszlo, did you get bear trapped?
No, I was just trying to like speed things up so you don't have to disarm a bear trap when you get through. Is the door a pull? Can I pull the door open?
Laszlo, it takes 5 seconds. Drop a rock on it.
I've done it. I've done it.
It is a
does
push
the door open
door
this way?
from your end. You need to push it
Oh.
open, but then there's debris on their side. Hence,
I'm a very strong 6-strength chap. I'll try and push the door open.
make a strength check.
The hat.
You're also upside down while doing it, so it looks funny.
12.
Sorry, chap.
You're
gonna
tried,
need more
but
than that.
I will, knowing the bear traps sorted, I will get the scroll, and I will I'll read the ledger to the fellas as just to see if there's anything they want before we spend time opening it all up.
Do the weapons look like?
Pretty mundane, if
Like-
that's what you're gonna ask.
Yeah, do they look like they're old enough or like
They look pretty old.
decorated enough that they might be worth anything? That they're worth taking the time to.
Have they got any Odin iconography on them, maybe?
Many of them are actually not meant for real combat. Some of them are blunt training weapons. Others, while meant for combat, can also be used primarily for ritualistic purposes. Generally speaking, there are very few things that you'll actually be doing to hurt someone in real life, lest you account for the fact that, just swinging around any kind of metal object can hurt someone.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'll take the ledger at the very least, because we could give the folks we know in the flower shop this ledger, and then they know where to go and how to get in here, and they could then loot this willy-nilly. Then we don't have to lug
But
around
what if
loads
they're
of
not
stuff.
friends? What if they don't have friends? What if they can't go through?
Well, that's on them. That's how well protected it becomes. Take a well-known friend with you. But yeah,
How embarrassing would it be to get here with someone and you're not actually their
and then
friend?
it's just like, no.
What do you mean you're
well,
not
I'll
friends?
skedaddle back out the room as a little spider, and then I will. Yeah.
What was that scroll that you were?
I haven't
So
opened it. I don't know. It could just be evil. Does it look like it has a nice opening, like a cork or something?
It is a wax-stamped seal, and for all intents and purposes, does not look evil. In fact, it just looks like a heckin' scroll.
There's no celestial on it.
Not that you can read. You haven't unfurled it yet.
Does the wax seal have any
Cheeseburger.
I mean, it could be an icon of a cheeseburger. We don't know. Does it have any icons?
It has Odin's iconography, which is to mean, the The skull with the two. That's Twin Ravens. Odin's thing is a little bit different, but it
Is it
has to
all
do with
eye?
the eye. Yes, the eye.
Okay. If it's in an armory, it might be an offensive thing. If I look in the ledger, does it say like scroll of pain or something like that?
Nothing of
You
the
said
sort.
you haven't gotten the door open yet, right?
No, I've headed back out. I don't know if we need to go in there or not.
Oh, okay. Because there's rubble in front.
It's
right?
all rubble. Yeah, save time maybe. I've got the ledger and I've got the scroll.
That should be fine.
Yeah, open the what's the scroll? Wait.
You unfurl the scroll, and much to your pleasure, it doesn't explode in toxic gas or anything. However, it is not something that is inherently a magical spell.
What is it?
Let's see. Using your brain buddy to help you once more, translate the celestial into common. Prepare for the following. Also, I have it written down too, so it's
Cool. Yeah. I'm prepared.
We keep here hidden a false tool of the Allfather.
We keep ye hidden a false tool of the Allfather.
Crafted by a master smith, but never up to snuff. Allow only the head priest to feast his eyes upon it. And there is a little icon drawn on the bottom, which kind of looks like a ring with a fat ruby on the top. If only Gunderson was here.
A fat ruby.
What we're looking for.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for to get into that other room. Okay.
But if it's
okay.
inside the room.
I don't know.
All right. Well, we looked through all the doors. Should we just keep going up now?
We keep here hidden the false. Well, it says here, so it might be back in that room. Hidden, so maybe we need to open it. How much more rubble is there?
Well, it doesn't have to be in these rooms. It could be another room, but let's check anyway.
Yeah, so we don't have to double back. Okay. I've got fucking weak arms, but
You check the rooms at the other side of the hall too.
Yeah, one of the doors is locked. We need like some kind of weird sigil to.
I think we might need that ring because it looks like a gem thing.
Going through the through all the rooms, DM. Is there any hidden? If we were to double back on all of the rooms, are there any hidden pockets? I guess any hidden places to hide stuff, rings.
Nothing of the sort. That being said, the entrance to here would have been the trigger for, hidden stuff, but we're kind of past that by now.
Okay.
Alright. That is all but the last room, which apparently requires some sort of different mechanism than just a key to open.
Did we want to clear the rubble from this armory and have a look in there?
Oh
to
yeah,
see?
let's do that.
And then we can investigate it and see if
Grab
there's
check
anything.
from everybody.
It's just going to be a labor of love from all of you. Remember to lift with your back, specifically your back. And
For your ass, Leslie.
and you clear out the rubble, taking about 7 minutes away from your time.
Okay.
The rest of you can go in through here, and surprise, there's a bear trap. But it has been already engaged by your good pal Laszlo, so you don't need to worry about it. Stepping over the dead bodies and walking into here, Kalos, you can see a variety of ghosts all doing miscellaneous tasks within here. Some of them look like they're doing prep work, sharpening invisible blades, polishing helmets and armor. One of them scrawling where that ledger would have been, and another one sitting in the corner sharpening something with a whetstone. However, they're actually dead. Sorry to break this to you.
I'm gonna give the help action to Callus if he ever wants to do anything with some stuff with his mind. Whenever you want, have a look around.
I'm just gonna have a look around, I guess.
Yeah. Give a
As you look
badge.
around, I would say a majority of the things around here would be not really that interesting to level 19 player characters. Mundane weapons and armors, projectiles as well. Primarily, the most important thing here was probably the ledger and scroll. So if you want to take some regular equipment, feel free to do so. Some of them do have religious connotations. One of them could be construed as some sort of ceremonial knife, judging by the quality of the hilt. It is not encrusted with any jewels, however, just fine craftsmanship, and a couple of stamps regarding Odin. You do notice that one of this... You're technically under a mountain.
Are we underneath the temple, though?
You're a little bit too far away from it.
Okay.
But the type of stone used here is identical to that. Well, your character wouldn't know, actually. Someone else would.
Mine would.
Especially Stone Lord guy.
Stone guy.
But Zen would know that the stone used here is identical to the type used at the temple. So, they might have made a secret hatch that leads down to this location, remote from the temple, adjoined by some under-mountain passage. So if you continue
In other
along
words,
here...
This is, yeah. This is,
and
probably,
goat's
this is not
out.
squid, this is, yep.
This is goat, yep.
Be nice to animals, people.
This is goat.
Nice try, Varys. I won't be a vegetarian.
I'll eat all the goats.
Oh, thank you. Alright, so, for all intents and purposes, most of this place is cleared except for that one last room with the special seal on the door.
Well, we might have to return to this. It's probably not here. Okay. Well, do you want to proceed on? If there's any other spots?
Oh, can't do much else.
Alright,
By other
all
spots,
right.
mean up these stairs. Yep.
that's correct. Up these stairs leads to a long, single-file tunnel, created as potentially an escape hatch. Mayhaps some of the priests made it through here when Diviculus sieged the temple.
Oh.
But that's also where we're
Ambiguous.
going to stop for today, because I gotta scratch my nose. And I don't want to do that on camera.
Holding off this whole time. That was a great session. Holy shit.